The convenience store was empty at this time of day, a perfect opportunity to relax. But not fate. A pack of cigarettes was carelessly tossed onto the cash register counter. "Give me my money back," grumbled the woman in the shabby sweater. The young student looked like an easy target, but instead started demanding a check. Crossing her arms over her chest, she began to demand money even more insistently. Just cigarettes. Why the unnecessary checks? She got angry. When the young student asked her about the reasons for the return, the citizen lost her temper, slammed her hand on the table, and spat spittle, demanding her own. But the guy did not waver, stood on his own, need a receipt confirming the purchase in this store, which grumpy aunt just waved away. The student went into full denial. "All documents must be taken with you when you leave the house," sarcastic woman snapped. "But no one throws them away," objected the boy, who was tired of these loud attacks. What if those cigarettes are bought around the corner where it's cheaper? How can he believe her without a receipt? The student bluntly objected to her. He that called her a cheat just now resented the aunt. She played well insulted to the core. "I'll get complaints. No respect," she shouted. Her screeching made my ears ring. Good thing there are no other visitors, the guy thought. The fly swatter bobbed right in front of her on the checkout counter. "Damn annoying flies, they just keep coming." The boy briskly waved away the non-existent flies. Realizing that the divorce had failed, the aunt quickly retreated to look for another victim, leaving the empty pack on the cash register. "There are so many crooks, you need to keep an eye on them," the boy thought as he looked at the citizen. "Slacking off at work, you lazy bum," his friend said after returning from his workout. "Working the punching bag again?" the guy asked, looking at his friend's face. He should have seen the other guy's face. "Just sparring," the friend bragged. "You're busy, going to extra classes and practicing," the kid muttered enviously. "But he's working and studying too," objected the friend. "He was beaten and he's happy as an elephant. He likes the pain so much," the student asked. "That performed a fight with the shadow. Words cannot convey it," said a friend. "If you had tried it once, you would understand." "He was famous in school. Why not try his hand at mixed martial arts?" suggested a comrade. "But that's a fight," brushed off the student. "Used to do a lot of studying, didn't you?" insisted the friend. "Because he knows very well what he's talking about." The kid looked away. "So he hasn't let go of his past," the friend thought, glancing at the cashier. "No, that's not the case." The sidekick relented, changing the subject so as not to embarrass the kid. "Come cheer," the student heard, and wondered if there would be a fight, he asked. "A professional match," a friend proudly declared, in a fight club sprawled out on him. "If he wins, he'll go pro, really," the friend interjected. "Seems pretty easy," he stated, and the friend couldn't stand it. "So much work, it's not easy," the friend objected. "Sounds cool, that's what he wanted after all," the kid replied with a hint of sadness. It had once been his dream too. "And really still worried about it," the friend remarked, but remained silent. "Come watch, it's better than on the screen," they suggested to the guy, and he agreed. Great. His friend was not discouraged and patted him on the back with a not weak hand. "Since that's the case, go work." The student waved goodbye and went home. The chill of the night refreshed his thoughts. How long had it been since he had thought about this? Hui Sung asked himself. This slacker is going pro, the kid thought. That doesn't sound bad. On the day of the fight, he came early and found the right place, by the office buildings. Hui Sung looked at the signboard and read it several times to make sure there was no mistake. What a hole, the guy thought. A banner was draped over the entrance to the basement, and even a guard was posted, Hui Sung remarked. It was his first time here and he was shy to come in right away, so a friend called right away. "I'm not lost," answered cheerfully in the phone. "Come in if you came," said the fighter. "Just enter," Hui Sung realized. The comrade was busy preparing. The inside was no better. A dusty, stuffy basement. Hui so disappointedly assessed. This is an amateur league after all. "Let's look at the fight, bro," and home decided the guy. No need to linger in these dusty walls. Dark as a black man's pockets. Hui So walked barely without stumbling down the narrow staircase. From inside came the noise, the clamor of dozens of people shouting music. Hui So pushed open the doors. The crowd yelled, shouting over everything, the echoes amplified by the acoustics of the basement. But the first thing he noticed was the fight that was already going on in the cage. One fighter had just been hit in the jaw with a powerful hook, his head thrown back. Sung Hui couldn't tear his gaze away. Something moved deep within him. The fighter kept his momentum going, swinging in for a hook punch. Himself lunged in with a beautiful uppercut, clean punch that knocked the sweat out of his opponent. He delivered a quick right straight to finish his opponent, but he ducked sharply. Huiso's heart pounded frantically inside, spilling adrenaline through his veins. The other fighter raised his knee for an imaginary kick to the body. He could still fight. Instead of the bottom one, he punched the top kick, powerfully gyrating his hip, clanking hard against his jaw. Amid a rumble of shouts, the referee gestured for the end of the fight and its winner. Thoth threw his arms up triumphantly. After a hard fight, he rejoiced in victory. The sweet moment of victory, shared by all the spectators, Huiso felt it. The long-forgotten flame that burns in the soul of every boy fighter. He clenched his fists and froze with delight. A friend caught Huiso staring at the empty octagon. I recognize that look, he thought. Enjoying it, he asked the guy who had stiffened. Friend the slob looked very different. He came out with his coaches. What a look. We'll have a beer tonight. Poked a friend cheerfully with a gloved hand. It's cool here. It's not like peeking at the checkout counter with a scanner, he said. And Huiso agreed embarrassedly. The atmosphere was heavy. Get ready for the fight, interrupted their conversation by the browbeaten coach. Okie dokie, nodded Zhonghwan. Let's celebrate the victory, he later said smugly to Huiso, and went to the cage. Even your comrade is in better shape than you, encouraged the fighter coach. Zhonghwan turned around one last time and glanced at his friend, who was tensely staring at the cage. He smirked. I've been trying so hard to keep my eyes open. The host, echoing the lively hum of the basement, announced the start of the next bout. Blue corner Li Zhonghwan, he introduced to his friend. Now he looked set to fight. Red corner, Choi Hai Siop, the muscular fighter looked like a red-haired demon and smiled predatorily. To the middle of the ring, the referee commanded and the fighters converged. Will he make it? Huiso wondered, looking at his comrade in the cage. The referee gave the command ready, blue ready, red ready, he saw. The fight, the referee gave the go-ahead, and the fighters rushed towards each other with the sound of the gong. The red-haired demon started first. He pressed massively. Threw heavy jabs that Zhonghwan deftly dodged. Red throws a wide hook over the top, but Blue manages to duck under it in time. And then he got a powerful straight left straight into a crossed arm block. It hits like a cannon, Zhonghwan felt, and got worried. He counter-attacked sharply with a straight left to throw off his opponent's momentum. Toth ignored the defense and missed with a punch to the jaw. Zhonghwan was nervous. He stayed in the center of the cage and engaged in an exchange of punches with Red. Too tense, Huiso noticed. Not at all like himself, he watched the exchange. Zhonghwan was in pain. His opponent outnumbered him in strength, but he didn't give up. The red-headed man dumbly darted forward, unafraid of the blows. Move, damn you, exclaimed Hui, so in his heart. His gut was beating with alarm. And for good reason, the friend missed a clean straight left to the skull. Lousy, Huiso thought. A chill ran through his body. His friend was missing too many punches. Zhonghwan's head snapped back from the powerful blow. He opened up hard. The guy staggered. He couldn't keep steady anymore. His head was foggy. The red-haired demon rushed forward for the kill at the same instant. Zhonghwan saw the punch but didn't have time to dodge. Too bad, he had time to think. Dodge, yelled Huiso, unable to hold back from worrying. A hard right straight right to the jaw, sending his friend into a knockdown. The referee stepped between them and gave a stop command. Barely Zhonghwan fell to his knees. The guy had faded. His head was ringing like a bell after a blow. He couldn't come to his senses. The referee stopped the fight by crossing his arms over himself, letting the judges outside the ring know it. What a dummy, Huiso lamented, closing his eyes in worry. What's that? He heard the announcer's voice from the speakers and snapped back to reality. As the referee turned away, the red-headed man pounced on the defenseless Zhonghwan. He sat on top of him and mutilated him like a piece of meat, turning him into a chop. The referee grabbed the cretin from behind by the shoulders and pulled him away from the defeated fighter. But the dumb bull brushed the judge aside and went back to beating him. Huiso, watching everything as if in slow motion, the abnormal man's fist hovered over his friend's head. The one moved his fingers weakly, being deeply knocked out. The coaches were confused. The browbeat called out to the staff, but everyone hesitated. Huiso didn't wait or think, he acted, and quickly rushed towards the cage. He didn't yet know what he would do once he was in the cage, but he threw off his jacket to make it easier to move. The announcer noticed with the corner of his eye a black shadow that darted towards the ring. What's that crazy guy doing? Stop! The host shouted after him. Huiso flew up the cage in one fell swoop and leaped inside like a panther. He landed deftly, distributing his weight on his arms and legs. In the far corner, his friend was being made into a cutlet with impunity. The red-haired man enjoyed the beating. Die, die, he shouted. A strong hand grabbed his neck so hard it nearly ripped his head off. Back off, crazy! A powerful shot from the redhead was stamped into the net. Huiso bent over his comrade, trying to bring him to his senses. Who dare? Raged the red-headed man, rising. The anxious spectators shouted from behind, Huiso, who wasn't looking that way. It all happened too quickly. The red-headed man appeared as if out of nowhere and swung for a strike. Friend looked bad, didn't react to the movement before gassing up. Curse thought Huiso. His gaze remained blank. He hadn't been weakly hurt during the battle, and now even more so. Call an ambulance, finally, shouted Huiso over the noise of the crowd. Faint shouts came to him. From behind, he heard through the clamor. The red-headed blowhard was already bearing down on him. Huiso reacted cat-like, catching a massive blow at the last second. Reflexively crossed his arms in front of him to defend himself. The shot got him on the bounce, but Huiso still got a powerful push and flew to the edge of the net. He threw a hail of punches to Huiso's defenses, but Huiso stood firm in the clinch. Just as he was about to duck, a gloved hand pinned him down. Snap! A knee kick shattered his forearm block and even lifted him off the ground. The browbeaten coach, fidgeting again. What was happening was beyond the bounds of normality. The cage door finally opened and people ran inside. Aesop, settle down, dropped snot by the red-headed coach's goofy face. A simple suspension won't end this time, he yelled at the athlete. Huiso saw clearly as his knee rose for the second blow. He uncovered the block and stepped to the left, easily dodging the blow. Gad, Huiso gritted his teeth in anger and clenched his fists tighter. He thrust his left arm forward and stood in a wide stance, his right hand coming down to his belt to strike. Till, right gun fires an uppercut to the jaw, bouncing bull. A bare fist slammed a steel bolt into the tower and knocked the idiot out. That's it, shouted Hui. So after the punch, the recoil rolling all over his body. The browbeaten coach stood up with his mouth hanging open. It's not every day you see something like this. This surprised not only him. The manager in the black suit also froze with surprise. Just now, a mere spectator knocked out a professional fighter with one punch. Phew, Huisung exhaled. Let him lie down. Think about his behavior. But he didn't kill the asshole. The guy was horrified, still punching with his fist. At the same moment, he was knocked down by the Fight Club staff, mistaking him for an intruder. Huiso was outraged, as he wasn't the main debaucher, but security was already dragging him out of the ring. A real diamond, smirked the manager, appreciating the guy's talent. Zhong Huan was recovering from the fight. The guy looked shattered. They were breathing in the evening chill. What now about the results of the fight? Huiso asked his friend. Invalid Huisop is suspended from all competitions, Zhong Huan replied. But there is nothing to be happy about since he lost the fight. He will not become a professional this time, explained the friend. There was something he wanted to say, the comrade said, changing the subject. Just listen, I'll say it straight, Zhong Huan continued and gathered his thoughts. It's good that he's so chipper after all, thought Huiso. Do you want to try your hand in the cage? Distressed him with a question. Zhong Huan handed him a piece of cardboard. The fight organizer, Zhang Young-un, read Huiso. He was struck by the spectacular knockout that Huiso performed, an offer to make him a pro fighter, a friend explained. Such offers don't come often, the friend insisted. But if he can take it, Huiso asked, he thought sadly. He's been in sports in the past and fucked up a lot of problems, the guy replied. So what if he's whining now? Zhong Huan annoyedly remarked. Come on, it's not like it's an obligation, he said, and elbowed his friend. There's nothing special about liking fights. One day just came and watched. It was fun, Zhong Huan said. And now he's almost turned pro. Though he thought he'd just observe, he waved his hands. So you're not going to give up? Huiso asked him. You may not become a champion, but the fights are addictive, smiled his friend through the pain of broken lips. Why else do it if not for fun, he said. You don't need a lofty dream to do what you like, he continued, and Hui. So thought for a moment. So that's how it is, the guy replied and got up from the bench. Tiresome already, you sound like Confucius once, he said. More plowing for 2 at the market, early in the morning, Huiso stated. Let's get to work, you lazy bum, Zhong Huan quipped to his friend. Go to the hospital and go back to the store. Huiso said goodbye. Zhong Huan escorted his friend with a look, wondering if he understood. The broad back was moving leisurely away into the gloom of the nightlights. His place is definitely in the arena, the friend smiled, imagining it. I can't believe I'm getting hot, he laughed. Okay, I'll meet you there. The manager was on the phone. A meeting with the very guy everyone is discussing right now, he told his assistant. A regular guy knocked out a pro fighter. People love that kind of thing, the assistant said, and the manager agreed. He decided to call the guy up to the league. Make it a pro, wondered the assistant. Is there any doubt? Counter-questioned the manager. He just got lucky in the ring once. A fluke, the bespectacled man questioned. Young is it luck? The manager asked. You'll learn in time, he replied, getting up from the table. Choi Si-up is a beast, but he has good recovery abilities. Sure, he took damage after the fight, but for a healthy bull like him, it's not critical. A mere rookie would definitely do nothing. The manager was stretching his shoulders. Besides, that's not all, he said, and looked at the time. Time to run, the manager remarked. Work without me, he waved goodbye to the bespectacled man. It's not just cage fighting skills that are important to the pros. Other qualities are important too. No one relies on skill alone. Fighters can swear, act defiantly, provoke your opponents, put on a real show. Their quick reactions and sense of humor allow them to own the crowd. Even though it's a suggestion, this guy has something to show, thought the manager. Potential to be a star in the arena, the manager smiled, recalling a past show. Hui So came to the meeting. It's better to find out everything first, he thought. He asked the manager what was wrong with it, and he offered to show it to the manager and took out a desktop. He spread it out in front of the guy and turned on the post-fight tape. The video clearly showed how fiercely the red-headed fool attacked. And as Hui So deftly dodged and counterattacked, strongest serve, this one uppercut, the manager noted. Lucky, the kid simply replied, and the manager was surprised at such modesty. Shifting my weight to my left foot, adopting a low stance for balance, locking my right arm to make it easier to turn my torso, he listed. Is it just a lucky punch? Manager feinted an uppercut with his fist. That's a right uppercut from a well-trained fighter, he stated. But did he accidentally hit without aiming? The manager continued. Yes and no, Hui So replied after thinking for a bit, and the manager didn't understand how. That boogeyman would have carried him, so as soon as he opened up, Hui So hit him. What's the deal? Thought the manager, and wondered aloud if he'd really seen it. His gut didn't fail him. The lad, and very capable, smiled the manager to his thoughts. He asked the guy what he'd done before, and if he'd done it at all. He played baseball for 3 years in elementary school, Hui So recalled. 6 years of freestyle wrestling in middle school, the kid added. Now I see where that good reaction comes from, said manager. In baseball, the ball flies much faster than a hit. I'll ask you straight up, he said. Why not get into mixed martial arts? Hui So hesitated. He had expected such a question and had prepared himself. He wanted to take up MMA, he replied to the manager, who managed to get excited. But the financial component leaves a lot to be desired, finished Hui So. Popularity is a fastidious thing. If the investment doesn't pay off, his family will be left in debt. And he doesn't want to alarm them out of his ambition. The manager heard and thought. I see, you want $1 million for each fight, the manager replied. It can be solved, he replied to the surprised guy. You don't have to worry about equipment and other things. They will provide it. Working a few part-time jobs, you can get a good deal, the manager thought. There's no such thing as free cheese, is there? Hui So replied suspiciously. A little sparring test. If the director likes you, they'll take you into the team, the manager suggested. If not, everything stays the same. No risks, he said. They want to check everything out, the guy realized. The decision was left up to him. Sparring in a month. Is it possible to change the test date? Hui So suggested upon reflection. A month may not be enough. Just get in touch when you're ready, agreed the manager. How about today, he heard, and almost choked on his cup of hot coffee. Today, he asked again to make sure he hadn't misheard, and the guy nodded. Are you kidding me? He asked, thinking there was something wrong with this guy. What's the joke here? Let's have your fighter, said Hui So decisively. He wants to fight tonight. The manager didn't expect this reversal. Any reason why you should do it immediately? He asked the crazy kid. Does he realize that MMA is not a sport where you can be carefree? The manager added, and the guy nodded. What to expect? If he's good now. Talent doesn't unfold in 1 month. The guy waved his hands. I hear bullshit, but it sounds so convincing, the manager thought in passing. Settle the horses. First we need to find a partner, so today for sure. No, resolutely replied the agency man. We'll put it off for a week. Still need some basics to get it turned in, the manager stated. We'll call it a day. A week from today at 3 o'clock, he told the guy as he packed up his things. It's not too late to change your mind, the agent warned sternly. No problem, stood firmly by the defiant lad. Phew, the kid's got some fire, the manager noted to himself. The outcome of the fight is already clear anyway, he said relaxedly. Okay, Hui So got up from his seat. It was time to leave. Prepare yourself properly, the agent admonished in parting. Hui So smiled. It had been a long time since he had felt the anticipation of a competition. So that's where Zhonghwan's team room is. A guy came to the fancy building. He quickly went up the steps, burning with impatience, and froze hesitantly in front of the door. He was always overcome by shyness in new places. Mustering up his courage, Hui So opened the glass door and said hello. As he held his breath in earnest, the athletes in the hall were preparing intensely. Hands closer to the body, the coaches instructed the tough fighters. The clatter of gloves on paws set a tense yet pleasant atmosphere. Good sound, Hui So thought as he watched the practice. Chego froze like a statue, staring at the real men. His best friend came up with a browy coach. It's definitely not about him, replied Hui So to his friend the slob. Browbeard introduced himself. Park Sung-hoon is the coach of the team. The guy followed his lead, Lee Hui So. They shook hands. Since the slacker, his friend, can be addressed on a first-name basis, suggested the browbeaten coach. A week later, the test heard the coach from Zhonghwan earlier. To be honest, he thought Hui So would refuse to fight, the trainer said sternly. Change your clothes, said the boys, and the friend called Hui So to follow him. Browasny looked doubtfully after the boy. He looked too smug. It's finally starting, Hui So thought as he walked back to the coach. This whole farce is a waste of time and effort. Quickly knocked the whole mood of the brow stick. Just like that, thought the lad, when he was sealed with such directness. What can be learned in a week, even if memorized, will take weeks to practice, the coach asserted. We'll learn the very basics, he told the kid, and the kid nodded vigorously. What's the most important thing in a fight? The browbeaten continued, asking a leading question. Punch, Hui So suggested. That's right. The techniques are different, but the main thing is to damage the opponent, replied Park Seo-hoon sternly. The very first of these is the jab, a simple jab to identify the distance of the opponent. Bravastic throws a few quick, whipping punches to the bag. Hui So watched carefully, but he wasn't impressed with the sound at all. Somehow it's quite simple, like stroking it with the palm of your hand. The guy looked at everything skeptically. What do you think? The stern coach asked him. Good job. The kid nodded uncertainly. Really think so, frowned his eyebrows at Coach Pak. It looks weak and clumsy, Hui So admitted honestly. All right, how about this one? The coach went to the sack again. Bravastic hit the pear tree properly, and it shook under the sound of clapping. That's much better, cheered the feisty kid, and the coach agreed, all right. But they will practice the first version of the jab, Bravastic said. In MMA, they use not only punches, but also throws and kicks and grabs, in which case distance plays a big role. The second type of jab requires a clear target and is mostly used in boxing. But in MMA, fighters stand in low stances and closer to each other. Such a punch makes less sense, explained Bravasny. After the jab, you have to be straight. This punch is like a boxing punch, he instructed. Alternate them together, Park Sung said, and turned back to the pair again. Take a jab and get his arm back in place. He threw a few horizontal punches. Then twist the body and extend the arm to full. The bag exploded with a powerful right. After the combination, you bring your hand back to your jaw and put your front hand forward. The main thing is defense. That's all the basics, I see, the browbeaten man asked, and waited for the cocky kid to nod. Okay, done, he said, and looked condescendingly at the newcomer. Really, so easy, wondered Hui So. Master these 2 strikes. Half the victory in the pocket, answered the browbeaten. Take care of your wrist when the pair flies back. Practice until you get tired, concluded the whole instruction coach and left the novice. Isn't that too little? Worriedly asked Zhonghwan. That's all it takes, replied the browbeaten man sharply. Is this training just to expound a theory? Insisted a concerned friend. What would change if he were to be taught more carefully? The browstick replied sternly. Just a week. Even if the guy is talented as hell, it's not enough. The coach shook his head indifferently. But he's a friend. Zhonghwan was upset. If he wasn't a friend, they wouldn't even talk to him. Miracles don't happen. Train and go home, he told the athlete. A quick series of ringing blows echoed through the hall. The sack bounced on its chains like a fluff ball as it was hit like a cannon. Hui So worked the pair rhythmically without pausing, without slowing down. He then started moving around with his footwork, managing to throw punches. The guy showed great form. He then added evasion and swung like a pendulum, delivering the same straight punches from different positions. Who said he was a beginner, the browbeaten man was greatly surprised, but Zhonghwan himself didn't know about his friend's abilities. Huiso charged with a right and struck without swinging, rotating his body. The pair was imprinted with the main caliber, echoing around the hall. Drops of sweat flew off the guy's face from the sharp blow. He concentrated fully on the tasks at hand. How interesting, the brow stick has cheered up. You don't expect such work from a newcomer. They moved on to practicing with their paws. Huiso kicked a low kick with his foot to the shin area. A punch lands nicely with a loud clap on the paw. What a ballet, like chasing flies. The browbeaten coach stopped work. It's too broad. You have to pick 1 point and aim for it, the brow stick corrected. Learning to kick quickly, anew he commanded. What's that noise? They heard a low voice behind them and turned around. Work, don't get distracted. A stout man with stubble like he worked on a construction site walked into the hall. Like a seminar, the browbeaten man came closer to say hello. The shaggy-haired man answered him normally. He glanced at the newcomer, and Park Sung reminded him that this was the kid that manager Jang had his eye on. They summoned the newcomer. This is the head coach Hwang Sang-guk. Introduced him to the eyebrowed coach, Huiso, bowed. I like Emma. Sang-guk looked at him inquisitively and scratched his beard. It's a paddle. I'd like to watch the tournaments more often, the kid replied. They looked at him so intently that he directly froze to the floor. Try hard, then there will be a result, easily answered the head coach. Keep sweating. He waved them off and left the room so as not to distract anyone. Let's go, encouraged the browbeater. Huiso, they didn't have much time. The boy looked after the strange man, who looked as if he had returned from hard labor. What a fool he was. Huiso hugged his sack. The showdown was only a day away. Only a day left, and he still hasn't issued a proper leg kick. What a frivolous fool, he chastised himself, hugging the sack. If he had thought carefully then, he wouldn't have asked for just a week to prepare. I'll practice some more, the guy decided, taking a little breather. You like to sit until the last one, the head coach who came out of his office asked him. Like a punch, he asked, practicing all day, and Huiso complained that it still wasn't coming out. Hit once, the coach scratched his beard. When he tries so hard it's a sin not to look, he thought. What? Wondered Huiso. Uncle is not too old, the boy asked cheekily. Do as they say, Sang-guk muttered back, and then we'll see. Huiso obediently adopted a comfortable stance for the rear leg kick. Swinging properly, he punched the bag powerfully, but the sound was still muffled. Sang-guk sighed. He immediately realized what the matter was when the guy turned around. Crotch hitting or what? Grumbled the old coach. You only use your legs. You don't use your abdominal muscles at all. You don't use them to turn your body. Of course you're going to hit badly, he explained. It's like cutting off half of yourself. The oblique abdominal muscles work together with the thighs and amplify the impact. Now Grandpa will show you how to do it properly, grumbled Sang-guk. Don't blink there. Tense your abs properly. The old but not useless trainer took a low stance. Raise your legs as soon as you start rotating your pelvis. He made a quick motion for a man who was no longer young. His foot went deep into the sack, completely trusting, as if he were beating it with a heavy whip. Just what he imagined. Huiso's eyes lit up. Not bad for an old man, he remarked. You rascal, stop singing dithyrambs and try it yourself. Sang-guk pointed at the bag. Huiso bounced on his toes a few times to feel his body. Tense his abs and rotate his pelvis, he mentally simulated the blow. His foot went up easily as he began the merging motion. The heavy whip hit the bottom of the long sack with a dry pop. Oh yes, that's it, the cocky kid felt with all his body. Exactly, praised his efforts by the old coach. So much better, he said. Phew! Huiso exhaled loudly with a collapse where he stood. He was finally exhausted for today. Grabbing a quick eye of sight. I can see why Manager Chan is so interested in you, grumbled the old coach contentedly. Otherwise you'd think it was just fun for him, the old man revealed. Why should I? The cocky kid was greatly surprised, he told himself. The coach answered him. He recalled their first conversation. Apparently he had been misunderstood that time. I apologize, sounding too nonchalant, the guy apologized. Don't apologize, laughed the old man. It's basically right. He does MMA too because he likes it. It's better than looking at sports as a job. You should be able to rest too, stomp home, Sang-guk grumbled contentedly. Master Sang, the defiant little guy abruptly jumped to his feet. Thank you for everything, blurted out Huiso to the entire hall with a loud echo. Dummy, if you shout like that, they'll think he's on the team, Sang-guk smiled. Do well in tomorrow's test, the coach wished him. Fighter, came the cheerful grumbling of the unshaven master to Huiso. The next day he was ready and had already changed for the match. His opponent was also warming up on the sidelines. The shaven-headed kid looked skillful and kept his cool. Zhonghua stood by his side and supported his friend, glancing warily at his opponent, the latter looking serious. This guy looked at the newcomer appraisingly. The man in the suit, director Kim Se-yop, looked interested. "Handsome, right?" remarked Manager Chan. "He is the one who sends people flying with a punch," asked the director. "Coach Park also said he's a quick learner. Praise the rookie manager, we'll see," replied the director, looking over the rookie. "Relax, do what you normally do," the friend said, but he was more worried than the fighter in the helmet. "The guy just came into MMA a week ago. Don't go hard, but don't let your guard down either," instructed the shaven-headed coach. "He doesn't even need protection, after all, from a lightweight fighter," grinned British, now bringing the eagle down to earth. With the fighters in the middle, the referee has ordered the fight ready. Eyes covered with fear, teased the British rookie. Hui So stood, silent, sparring for 3 rounds of 2 minutes each, reminded the refa. Elbows, knees can't be used. Without a struggle, he listed the limitations of combat. Hui So was gathering his thoughts. Touching gloves and corners, the referee gave the command. The gong rang and the shaven-headed fighter seized the initiative with quick jabs. He combined them well with hooks, Hui So barely dodging the light punches. Shaved has hit a low kick, but Rookie has managed to pull guard by raising his shin. Good defense, director Kim Se-yop noted to himself. The guy was really showing good footwork and moving confidently in the ring. Shaved chased after him. Running away, he smirked lightly and hit a straight left when Hui So stepped back, setting up a block. He kept a deafening defense and didn't attack, so the shaved man moved freely. He drew in close easily and worked an uppercut from the bottom into Hui So's ribs. It hurt. That blow made him cringe for a few seconds. Satisfied Brit proceeded to smash the rookie's block. "He's being beaten too much," the director stated disappointedly. "But the guy hasn't lost yet," the manager objected. "We're gonna fight. The bald guy got cocky and went ahead, forgetting about defense." Hui So was used to his speed and dodged with barely a move of his helmet. In an instant he was close to the shaven man and past his defenses. His hand described a steep hook, and his fist slammed into his jaw with a sharp uppercut. "Oh, not bad," remarked the director, the manager cheering as well. "Good shot. A rookie can do something," the skinhead realized. He tried to restrain Hui So with a left-handed counter jab, but he deftly dodged. Catching the moment, I hit him with a straight right to the jaw, and the shaved head got a good punch. But not enough to knock him out, and he was able to exchange. The helmet damped the blow, but Hui So still felt it. Shaved got punched in the nose as well. The fighters traded punches in the center of the ring. Hui So was regularly getting slammed back by the shaved-headed man. "Master Sanguk, look, Hui So doesn't even pass even in front of the pros," supported Zhonghua friend. But the coach looked displeased. What is this weirdo doing asking to himself, but he hasn't interfered yet. Round, the referee sent both fighters to their corners. Hui So took a breath, pouring water on himself to cool off. Hard, but getting hit on his own is fun, he thought. Looks like the kid knows where to hit, the director decided, and the manager agreed. Now he was confident in the rookie too. However, the director said, the second round went on like the end of the first round. The guys muted each other with quick punches, a lot of damage they didn't do. Hui So was breathing heavily, his stamina leaving much to be desired. Not enough experience and not enough strength, the club director said disappointedly. The British man still had his strength, pressing down hard on Hui So. His opponent was hitting him from different angles, and the rookie went deep into defense. "And so well started," cheered the skinhead. "Wait another minute," he asked his opponent. Hui So endured, raising his defenses and holding his stance. His strength was already running low. He was saved from defeat by the gong, and the second round went to the bald man. "Just breathe." Zhonghua acted as a second in this fight. The guy showed what he could, said the director, and the manager had to agree. "He's not in the best shape now, train him well," the director said and got ready to leave. "Li Hui So," the grumpy old man called out loudly, so everyone turned around. Master Hui So walked to the edge of the octagon to speak to him. "Who fights like a woman in the ring?" the old man asked menacingly. "What a fool to give in to a rival," he reprimanded the newcomer. The skinhead snorted angrily. What indulgences meant, his victory had just been devalued. "MMA, a sport for men with a strong spirit," scolded the old man. "What he only does," wondered the manager. "Enjoy yourself, but don't forget the fight. Stop playing around," the unshaven master raged. "Fight as you wish. No regrets." The words penetrated him like a puff of wind. "Just don't dare really grab for the very thing, Hui. So smiled. The headmaster stopped to see what kind of trick the newcomer had just pulled. He was stern. All right, let's put aside all the unnecessary things. Hui. So took off his helmet. This time we will fight seriously. He smiled. He stretched his stiff arms as if a heavy weight had been lifted off him. What's up with this weirdo? The shaven-headed man asked, and prepared for the next round. He'd been beating him up all this time, and now the guy decided to put on a show. Funny, thought the bald man. Looking so carefree, like another person, thought the skinhead, assessing Huiso's actions. The gong sounded and he rushed forward, unwilling to give up the initiative until the very end. The pressing continued. With feline agility, Huiso dodged the sharp blows. How hot, jumped, he on the pavement. From the sudden movement, the feet burned with fire. What a circus in front of the director. The manager's jaw dropped. They could have gotten the contract done by now without a problem if the guy hadn't been snarking and trying to jump in over his head. Just a bluff. You shouldn't have gone to so much trouble. The bald man smirked. Now he was just going to strip the cocky newcomer. Bedtime. Unafraid, the shaven-headed man invested heavily in the blow. And he got caught in an instant counterattack. No one even noticed what happened. Baldy landed painfully on his nose, his head jerked back. So easily caught, the other spectators marveled. The manager exhaled a sigh of relief. Not all was lost. The skinhead retaliated and threw out a straight to regain lost initiative. Huiso went into a low stance to clonk. I'll finish him off while he's downstairs, the skinhead thought, and swung for a powerful punch. Huiso straightened up like a compressed spring, and with a flexible movement, he drove a left uppercut to the liver. Boom! The bald man's ribs moved painfully as the fist landed. Huiso immediately bounced backwards to avoid a possible return kick. Baldy was completely confused for the first time in the entire fight. He didn't realize what had happened. Come on over, teased him with a gesture from the arrogant newcomer, who looked as if he'd been switched. What a bastard! He gritted his teeth in anger that this weakling would allow himself to be allowed the insolence of a shaven-headed man. He went again, forward, raising his defenses and forgetting all tactics. But there was no way to get back up. Now Huiso had seen all of his opponent's strikes. It was as if they were dancing in the ring, the newcomer anticipating all the moves of his opponent, and the latter couldn't hit anymore. With feline flexibility, Huiso dodged the swaggering punches of the skinhead. Impossible! The bald man couldn't believe that none of his punches could even hurt his opponent. Huiso made it look easy, dodging it with a smirk on his face. As soon as the opponent completed the series, he would instantly close in, swinging in for a strike. Skinhead put up his head defense, noticing the counterattack. But instead, the midsection kick tore into his ribs. Huiso used a ruse. Bluff, the skinhead was completely confused. Subterfuge is not what you expect from a rookie. Huiso was advancing. The enemy had completely given up the initiative. Baldy put up a forearm defense with his forearms, covering his head. Huiso swings wildly to his left and scores with a right kick to the gut. Now he loses. The other athletes marveled. So strikingly different was this round from the previous ones. Completely defeated, the director was left impressed. Huiso used unusual movements with his hands, feet, eyes to deceive his opponent. His punches didn't look right, but hit from unpredictable angles. Careless but elastic steps, easy movements between stiffness and agility. That's his true style, the director realized, and he still marveled at the newcomer's determination. Still overpowered, the bald man reluctantly admitted Huiso's blows were taking their toll on him. But in a real fight, there was no way he would succumb to his opponent's pace. The shaven-headed man darted forward in one dash, only to get hit with a left uppercut to the jaw. The shaved head snapped backwards from a powerful counterpunch. Huiso flawlessly finished. High kicks to the head, the bald man went flying. The predator's eyes didn't let go of its prey until the very end. The skinhead rolled his eyes and just kept falling, his consciousness going into a reboot. He collapsed like a felled tree with his whole body against the ring. The echo of the fall spread through the hushed hall with a clatter. "Song Gong," the old master called him softly. "It's time to end the fight," he said to the stunned referee. "Finished, you can go. Stop the browbeaten coach Huiso." "Cool, good fight," shouts rang out. Zhong Huan shouted the loudest. "That's better," the unshaven old man said with one look. Huiso fairly walked down from the arena, his heart still beating fast after the fight. A good fight and an unexpected outcome, praised his director, but there is a bad habit he has. In the final round, he brawled rather than fought the fight. Too willful, Huiso heard. It's a sport. Athletes fight in the ring, not fighters. There are rules to follow, the director said. Someone who can't see the difference doesn't deserve to be a fighter. Rudeness and brutality shouldn't cross the line, he bore. Huiso furrowed his brows. He didn't like what he had just heard. Didn't he understand, the director asked him, and Huiso replied that it was about sportsmanship, which plays a major role. But can't you do whatever it takes to win, excluding dirty tricks? The cocky kid asked. Do you really think so? The headmaster replied sternly. The boy is willful, he thought. Of course, losing proves the fighter's uselessness, Huiso replied firmly. We can discuss it later. The director condescendingly waved his hand. The contract can be signed now, he offered the guy, but he sharply refused. The director didn't expect such a thing. He didn't even immediately realize that he had been rejected. I don't think I fit the role of an elite athlete in a fight club, he heard, and he got angry, so why are they here? The cocky kid bowed low and apologized. To the old master, such a response was also quite unexpected. How is the director? Sang-guk was on the phone, he said clearly after hearing the answer. They went out for a drink when he got the call. The old master exhaled, and when he finished talking, Huiso apologized again for the inconvenience. Now you can talk too. The coach sat down across from me. Why would one want to join their team? Asked Hui with an unshaven master. I wanted to. Is there any other reason? The boy replied lightly. Only talking, Sang-guk grumbled. Is this such revenge for Director Kim underestimating him? Asked the coach bluntly. But Huiso shook his head. He distinguished between behaviors. He had played sports his whole life, and all the coaches told him the same thing. Stop kicking around, do as you're told, they told him when he was in baseball. For willfulness, they were all punished by being made to stand in the bar, Huiso recalled. So Director Kim reminded him of the past, Sang-guk realized. Right, Huiso agreed. They're all the same. They kill the individuality of the athletes. But you are a different master, Sang-guk heard and wondered. Because he's the one who told Hui so that he can move however he wants as long as he enjoys the fight. Said at random because he was losing, heard Huiso, but the coach's words. Not what they usually say to athletes. Such nonsense about fortitude and freedom, who else will say Huiso's rudeness nailed the master? But those words cheered him up a lot. The guy said, no one had ever talked to him like that before. That's why he wants to learn from the old and unshaven master, finished Huiso. Sang-guk. Chewing before it burns, Coach flipped the meat on the barbecue with experienced motions. The motivation is clear, but that's not all. There are many who come with the same zeal. They love the sport just as much, but end their careers after a couple years to say why, continued the master. Because they can't afford it, and they do it until they are poor. Emma is a sport for those with money. Because everyone wants to get into the association and make money. Forget it, interrupted the cocky guy. Don't pretend to have thought about it already, said Sang-guk. But he does it out of love for Emma, the guy replied. The master didn't accept that. 100 out of 100 start the same way. Then he'll be one of those 199 say so and end up giving up. As long as there's a 1% chance, it's okay, insisted Hui. So, but it's a damn small chance, pressed the kid Sang-guk. So he is that chance, the cocky youngster simply replied. This is the last opportunity for him, Sang-guk heard. He won't return to the sport again just for the money, Hui so firmly decided, pounding his fist on the table. The old master froze for a few seconds. What can you do with him, thought he. Sang-guk drained the shot of rice tea in a volley, making a willful decision. Just don't complain and regret later, muttered the coach. It is an independent decision, replied Hui. So there will be no regrets. I'll plow like a donkey, the guy said, and Sang-guk asked if he could plow like a horse after all. What a bummer, thought the grumpy foreman, and they both laughed. What else is there to add, since he's made up his mind, grumbled the old master. So he agrees, asked Huiso. Who cares about consent in such a case if it's already decided? The unshaven master answered the question with a question. Bite while it's hot, we'll start next week, quite answered the master. Huiso bowed. Now it is safe to eat, rejoiced the kid. The more the master looked at him, the more he wondered what else Huiso will throw out. Athletes need pure obsession to endure pain and training. Money fits best, but it's different now. Sang-guk recalled watching from the sidelines as coaches apologized to the principal. Nowadays, money is no longer as important as the love of the sport. That kind of love is hard to believe, and who knows what will happen in the future, but he sure didn't want to give the guy to someone else. The master promised to resolve matters with the eyebrowed coach. The latter would give the entrance papers. Huiso nodded. The cost of participation before the debut will be different, the master promised. How about a discount? The guy spoke with the tone of a seasoned financier. The grumpy master laughed. What's the big deal? These are not the best of times, resented the guy. You talk to Sung-hoon. He knows what to do, the master muttered. Oh, and can we defer payment? He wants to file a tax deduction on his dad's card, the guy asked, and the coach nodded. How about debts? You can pay them off in 6 months instead of 3. Bit the cheeky kid's hand off. No restrictions. You can put fitness in the employment line and get 5% off, the guy gibbered. You can also pick up a uniform. The cocky kid didn't know the word modesty. Enough was enough. The cup of patience burst, and the grumpy master rasped Huiso's t-shirt. I think he overdid it, but it was worth it, thought the cocky kid. Hello, everyone, said a loud hello to Hui. So the following week when he arrived at the gym, Li Hui. So arrived for training, he introduced himself again. What are you standing up for? Move it. We have a lot of work to do, shouted the brow-beaten coach at him. Yes, please take care of me, the boy shouted again. First, he went into the coach's office to sign the papers. What are you going to drink, Americano or coffee and sticks? The browbeater asked, and Huiso chose Americano. Too bad we only have coffee and sticks, said the browbeaten man. So why did he ask, thought Huiso. While he drank the instant concoction, Sung-hoon studied his notes. What's the matter, he wondered, as the browbeaten man began to paw and grope him. Isn't coaching, horrified Huiso, delirium abruptly interrupted by his browbeaten part of the job. But he's right now, whispered the insolent boy. Hold my chest, Huiso said in a serious voice. How long has it been since you've practiced, dumbass? The browbeaten man asked. Huiso hasn't practiced in 2 years. The guy gained 7 kilograms in a year and no more weight gain, so he's watching his diet, decided Browasny. He wants to determine which weight class to put him in, Huiso realized. This weight is stable. The ratio of muscle, adipose tissue, fluid, good, concluded the browman. And what category is he in? Asked his guy. It will be clear later, but most likely in the lightweight division, replied Brovastic, without taking his eyes off the papers. But he weighs 80 pounds, so he'll have to lose 10, the guy wondered. Isn't that a lot? He'll lose a lot of strength and stamina on such a reset, Huiso worried. It's only for the duration of the fight. The rest of the time, he'll be at his weight, reassured the browbeater. The weigh-in is in a day or on the day of the fight, the guy asked. Sung-hoon nodded. In MMA in a day, he replied. Need to lose 10 pounds in 1 day. Nothing the fighter understood. Just keep in mind, the trainers will tell you everything later and keep an eye on your condition, replied Sung-hoon. Further training, he continued, the guy is special, passed without selection and a test in the main office. Passed with no knowledge of the basics, no training. It's not even simple chutzpah to call it. Nailed it browbeaten. Learning. You'll be on the go. Kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and intense training. There's a lot of work spread out the browbeaten guy. Here's the schedule he put the sheet on. Monday and Thursday, general strength. Friday and Saturday, jiu-jitsu. Sunday, rest. There will be questions. There are no questions. At once, everything was decided by the browbeaten. Shy, maybe, suggested Sung-hoon. But Huiso brushed it off. He'd been training for years, and had long since gotten used to this sort of thing. Training will begin after the test, no matter as a team or individually, summarized Brovastic. You will cough blood, the coach warned him sternly. But the boy was not discouraged. I like it tough, he said. Great fresh meat, smiled the browbeater. Now we'll squeeze it dry, he thought. You just have to do as you're told, the fighter stated lightly. Then let's start at once, the browbeaten man said, and Huiso shouted loudly, let's go! Damn, said his shadow on the hall floor 1 hour later, quickly. You'll catch your breath if you lie there like a dog, frowned the browbeaten. I want to die, replied Huiso. What's with all the sighing? Sung-hoon asked as the guy stood up. They just started. Where's the fighting fervor? Giving up on the beginner's course. What will you do when competition training starts? Grumbled the browbeaten grudgingly. Bench press 90, lifting 2 weights for 28 for 12 times. Biceps deadlift squat 140 pounds. The guy's not bad. With each set, the weight only increases. Assess the abilities of the browbeaten. Such strength training cannot withstand even middleweight fighters. Usually the weight load is determined on a downgrade, but the guy took it all, marveled the browbeater. Crazy guy, he looked at Huiso, who was barely catching his breath, but looked pleased. What are you smiling? The roof has already leaked from the strain, asked Browasny. Just like it, replied the athlete. Like the sore muscles, the feeling of fatigue, the ease of exhaustion, explained the crazy guy. I should have been honest about my lack of strength, smiled the browbeaten man. But he's not just some weakling of some sort, the kid braved. He heard everything. He remembered Sung Hoon, his conversation with Jong Hwan when the cocky dandy had first come to them. Every last word, laughed Huiso, it didn't hurt him one bit. Then he was a cocky upstart, and not one of the team. Sung Hoon discreetly apologized. Then he overreacted, he said. Great, rested. Let's keep stretching, he said. He guy was surprised. They were already stretching after all. It's part of the training. No, not kidding. Who said we were going to train everyone today? The browbeaten shaved off the kid's endless stream of questions. I remember someone who didn't pass the power test, called his voice from beyond the grave. From the surprise, Huiso bounced back. Another coach approached them. Taeyeon recognized the cocky fellow as the strength muscle coach. But what's he doing here? Huiso asked. Wasn't he told? Taeyong showed his muscles, who's doing the second half of the training. Let's go. Steel Hands took him in their pincers and dragged him along. It's not good to change coaches in the middle of practice like this. We need to work things out with Sung Hoon first, he said hopefully. How shall we proceed? Taeyong turned to the browbeaten master. That one looked at Hui. So clutched in a vice, he's going to help me, thought the kid. It will help. There's still hope to escape from this hell. We're done. He's yours to do with as he pleases, waved goodbye to the browed traitor. It's worth it to stop taking the athlete's word for it, Sung Hoon thought. It's rare for an athlete to combine passion, resilience, and perseverance. It's already obvious that the guy will be the face of the future for MMA, Sung Hoon decided for himself. Just one set, and that's all there is to it, yelled Taeyong. Just get me, panted the cocky lad. Though it's worth considering his athletic background as well-realized browbeaten. They practiced in the ring, worked on paws, duck, made Huiso ducked by the patch trainer. And one more time, he barely managed to duck under a red paw. 2-1-2, the trainer commanded, and Huiso punched soundly through his paws. Hit without pause. In a fight, no one will wait for a hit, the coach admonished. Jiu-Jitsu coach Lee Soo and Jong Hwan watched the pawing work. The punches looked good. Good job, praised the patched man and called a break. Bro, Jong Hwan called out to him. He had also come to practice. Since we came at the same time, why not have a chat, he suggested. Decided to join us. That's amazing, said Jong Hwan. How to live without your best friend, Hui? So answered him. You'll understand when you're older, the guy joked. Jong Hwan was indignant. Did he really come to make fun of him on purpose? He was goofing around when cheers erupted through the hall. An old and as usual unshaven foreman came in. Everyone in the room deeply respected him. Everyone gather around, there's an announcement. Coach raised his hand to get everyone's attention. He waited until everyone was seated and silent to hear him out. Who knows what this is? He held out a few sheets of paperwork in his hand. Invitations blared out from the hall, correctly confirmed by the master. He snatched them thanks to his speed and gathered the team. Our master is the best gangster in the Wild West, squealed the sportsman joyfully, and the old man grumbled. The championship invitation explained Jong Hwan to a friend. They are given per team. Does that mean anyone can participate? The cocky guy asked. The friend shook his head. Joking or what? It all depends on the strength of the team. The organizers look at what kind of show the team can put on. Other halls don't get such invitations. It all depends on the effort. Settle down, grumbled the unshaven coach. He will now announce the contestants. Kang Young-kun here answered immediately. A big guy with brown hair. He was a wrestling coach. Tai Chun, the second name on the team, is the kicking coach. Both have been awarded the Golden Glove in the past. A delighted Hui so recognized. Third Yu Jin, the coach called out the name of the trim beauty. Hui Seo had his eye on the athlete girl. He was told they were the same age. He has earned 5 wins at X1, a lightweight bantamweight under 52 pounds, and for her appeal, fans have dubbed her an MMA goddess. The boy looked dreamily at those whom the coach had named. It was too early to think about a place in the league. The kid began to study his toenails. Li Hui. So the last M, that's him. The guy was stunned. Such as he received the invitation, Hui So caught a lot of envious and dissatisfied looks. The pretty girl looked scornfully at the insolent upstart. These are the terms of the organization, so no hard feelings, soothed the quickly indignant unshaven coach. Or have any objections, he looked sternly at the fighters and they fell silent. That's all. Everyone who received an invitation to gather at Sung Hoon's. A heavy hand squeezed the back of his neck as the guy continued to stand as stiff as a halt. Come, let's have a private talk, the old master called out to him. Everyone is so unhappy, worried Hui. So what? It's the organization's decision. He shouldn't have to worry about such a thing, said Sang-gun. They all understand that. Stop thinking about others, the master reassured the boy. Who was the invitation from? He asked, and the master read the name of the fighting organization, X1. But as Korea's top association found out about it, the kid wondered. Then the video went viral, the coach explained. The monster that took out a professional fighter, that's what they call a cocky guy. So it's his debut. How soon? Surprised the kid a lot. But there was also a problem, the coach said. Jung-soo Cho, 5'3" tall, 87 kilograms of weight, read Hui So. Welterweight, but that's not all. The match schedule, the coach said. September 9th, the kid read on the back. It's not a mistake. Today is August 18th, he asked. Right? The switch match, explained the coach. The fighter is out due to injury. In 3 weeks, we'll need to get his weight back to normal, analyze his opponent, and prepare. The enemy is larger, better trained, and more experienced, the unshaven master reassured. How are you going to get out of it? The coach asked the cocky kid. It usually takes at least 3 months to prepare. Without a good balance against an experienced opponent, it's suicidal. Let's give it a try, ventured the lad. Won't you regret it? Asked his old grouch. Let's do it, Hui So replied decisively, without a shadow of doubt in his voice. You sign the contract tomorrow. You can rest today, Dandy, the old coach told him. That's it. The master didn't mind surprised Hui So, but brushed it off. If he were against it, he wouldn't even suggest it. Did that mean it would be an easy match? The kid wondered. He was about to leave, but the coach called out to him. Do his parents know he's going to compete in a professional match? He asked him. No, not yet, tensely replied the green dandy to the master. It's none of his business, the master muttered, but without parental consent, it's best not to participate. I'll tell you soon. The boy sighed heavily. This wasn't going to be an easy conversation. Talk to your parents today and we'll decide tomorrow, the unshaven master suggested. Need to respond as early as tomorrow so the organization can reschedule if anything explained by the coach. Don't be stubborn. Tell the truth to your parents. If they refuse, you will participate another time, the coach insisted. Hui So lingered. The decision was not easy for him. Will there be that other time? He replied in a doomed voice. Just asking. Tomorrow is tomorrow. The kid quickly faked a smile. So that's it, he said goodbye to the unshaven coach. Tot gave the guy a look. What a troublesome dandy. It's going to be hard on him, sighed the tiredly unshaven coach. He knew from Jong Hwan that the guy had a strained relationship with his parents. It's so hard, it's infuriating. The unshaven coach was angry. Late that night, Hui So returned home to his parents' house. Earlier than usual today, his mother noticed. His father was watching a soccer game. After practice, go take a shower first. Hui So said he washed at the gym, but his mother stood her ground. He might have sweated on the way. While she grumbled, her father nearly shushing her with a screaming kick, the team scored a goal. The tired woman dropped all the laundry she was holding. We need to talk to them before Mom strangles Dad, the kid said. Shower first, the mother replied murderously, in a tone that brooked no objection. Then he managed to sit them down and told them everything as the coach demanded. What do you think, dear? The father asked, but the woman pressed her lips together. He always does what he wants, and now he suddenly decided to ask. His mother was clearly unhappy with everything that was going on. Now he's putting us on notice that he's decided to do MMA, the mother replied sharply. Never mind, she's definitely against whatever he said, the woman shouted out annoyed. But Mom, the kid tried to reach out, but his mother quickly shut him up. 10 years without sleep or food so he could exercise, she said painfully. She stopped seeing her friends and worked her ass off for him. And now he's back to claiming he wants to do MMA, he wrung his hands. How long before she compromises, always the only one to give in, she almost cried. Think of your mother for once, she shouted out, breathing heavily. Forget it, do whatever you want, she's just cleaning anyway. She threw her head down and stood up abruptly. Wait, Mom! The kid gently took her hand, but she didn't stop. She sacrificed a lot for him, and he was always ashamed of it, Hui So said. That's why he wants their permission, one last time. She looked at him with pain, as only loving mothers can. Do what you want, the tired housewife retired to her room. The boy had only to escort his angry mother with a glance. She just worries about him a lot, reassured the father. I know, replied the son. She only gets angry when she feels strongly about him, the guy said. How you've grown, look at you. His father patted him on the shoulder. But my son was wrong about something, said his father, moving closer. This woman is always angry. Look at her neck, complained his father, and Hui So realized why his mother was angry all the time. "Oh, you rascal, mocking your father," they laughed. "So he agrees?" Huiso asked, and his father nodded. If he said no, wouldn't he be blamed later? "But he won't," the now grown-up son said confidently. "Take care of your mother," said father. "You know yourself how much effort he put into this." Huiso nodded. There's something else he wanted to say, Huiso remembered. He needed the money for the participation fee, but he would pay it back in the tone of an experienced financier, my father asked. Clasping the money to his son, Huiso replied in the same tone of voice. "It's an investment. Who knows, maybe he'll make 2-3 times as much," my father heard, but hesitated. "The bluff is obvious." "If it was possible it would have happened by now," said the parent. "Will you regret it later?" asked the son. "And if I make friends with the women's groups," the bright kid suggested, and the old man perked up his ears. They shook hands as a sign that they had just come to a mutual agreement. "How much money does the future champion need?" asked the suddenly changed father. "It's a sound investment," replied the son. "He won't regret it." The bedroom door opened quietly as the men fooled around in the living room. Mom looked at them anxiously and closed the doors again. The heavy hammer clanged powerfully against the tire as if it were hammering rails. "Take a break," the coach told the sturdy athlete, and he threw back the sledgehammer. "No call yet?" the fighter asked. He had been sweating since the morning's practice and kept waiting for an answer. "The fight is only 3 weeks away," he worried. "Soon to be contacted," confidently stated the trainer. They rejected 60 men of his weight, and for 2 weeks they have been unable to find anyone to replace him, the association worried. "Don't exert yourself so hard," the coach told him. "You'll put your muscles to work. You've just started training, you fool, but all your efforts are for naught if you don't fight," grumbled the patlach. "Just practice," the coach insisted. If they weren't contacted, he would call them himself. What a stubborn character, like all fighters, thought the mustachioed trainer. A little while later, he did take a call from the association. A flaky Jong son listened to who the coach was talking to. "Director Sun Do-shik," asked the bang-headed athlete. A replacement was found. The hairy athlete rejoiced at once. "But what a guy, never heard of him," Li Huiso read the name to the coach. "Looks like a rookie barely through the league," the patlach assumed. "It doesn't matter," he said, and went to practice. "Now there's the real spirit of training," he said, somewhere in another gym. Another athlete thought the same. They met with the Browns coach before signing the contract. "After joining their club, the hall takes 10% for themselves," Sung-hoon said. "Not bad," Huiso remarked. "Usually the hall takes 3/10 for itself. Our master believes in this. Athletes are a priority for him." "Maybe make an exception and charge him more if he's not happy," the browbeard asked, and the kid hurriedly changed the subject. "It's a one-time contract," Bravastic explained. "The fund is 2 million, $1 million for winning." "Watch your weight. If you weigh more, you'll have to pay a stiff penalty," Sung-hoon warned. "You'll give away all your winnings. That's pretty fair," agreed the cocky kid. "It's the athlete's responsibility to watch his weight. Regarding other details, you'll find out for yourself. More questions?" finished the browbeater. "How much will be given for the victory?" the browbeaten man hummed. That was the question he had been waiting for. "After all the deductions, taxes, fees, that leaves 3 3/10 million. Such a sweet sum made the cheeky kid drool. "Are you going to quit after this fight?" the browbeater asked, and the guy flatly refused. He's going to cling to every opportunity. "Such opportunities are rare and long to wait for. Try hard," warned the browbeaten coach. Huiso tensed up and listened intently. He was really involved in a serious matter. "It's not enough to just win. You have to put on a show. Organizations don't do charity work," Brovastny explained. "If your skills aren't enough, show some fighting spirit. If that's not enough, at least don't shit your pants," frowned the coach's eyebrows. "If you don't prepare properly, your fans will quickly forget about you," warned Browstick. "You need to invest more than full time. Put an X on your contract and go back to training," Sung-hoon said. "We'll have to learn all the strategies and tactics against Cho-sung," well said Guy. "What direction?" "He'll be learning wrestling," smiled the browbeaten coach. He stood in front of the massive young Kun, the latter outnumbered by several weight. The fighter made a sharp movement with his whole body. They were practicing wrestling. One could not fear the blows. Under such pressure, Huiso instinctively retreated to the net. Young Kun easily passed the defense and held the kid up by wrapping his arms around him and taking him in a grip with his other hand. His head propped up Huiso's chin. He couldn't move. He was pinned down tightly. "Did you grease your feet with Vaseline or what?" resented the browbeater. "Why did the opponent make such an easy pass?" he yelled at Huiso. "Wrestling is great for getting punches in, so they'll start with it," the browbeater said in the office. Jongsu's style, simple. He avoids takedowns well. Even though he doesn't have anything special, he knows his opponents well and is trained. He's bigger, so guaranteed to use grabs. If he can't handle them, it'll be hard. He'll drag down stamina. Because wrestling skills are a must. But will he be able to learn in such a short time? It's not like he hasn't wrestled before, the guy asked. What about Korean wrestling? He used to do that, the browbeaten man clarified. It's about Raw. Huiso realized what Huiso was talking about and exclaimed, if it's a Raw deal, he'll do anyone. Braggadociously poked himself in the chest of the cocky lad. He was confident in his skills, but after all, he was fighting Young Kun right now. Strength drained away like air from a balloon, as if he were fighting a gorilla instead of a human. His right foot went inside Young Kun's stance. Time to get out, or the bulky man would just run him over, and hooked his supporting leg. Young Kun felt his sturdy body slumping. Now that he had lost his balance, Huiso grabbed his opponent's shoulder with his right hand. In one move, he turned around and threw back Young Kun, who was standing on one leg, as if a cupboard had turned, thought the daring fellow. Huiso did not let go and completed the rotation. Now he had Young Kun pinned at the net. Damn, he's good. Even the big guy had trouble with the fidgety kid. As soon as he regained his balance, Huiso had already made a pass to his feet and took his opponent under his knees. He wants to fall down. Young Kun got angry at such insolence. He spread his legs wide and tilted his torso without letting himself be folded. And this is no joke. The blonde trainer was also watching from the fight. Good on balance, and using grabs he noticed. Who would have thought it seemed like Young Kun could easily handle the newcomer? Now he was puffing as hard as he could, restraining the defiant athlete. Young Kun is a veteran wrestler. He easily spun Huiso around and they switched positions again. Wrestler's big hands passed the defenses of the cocky kid and closed in a grip behind his back as if Huiso had been taken by steel pincers. The big guy ripped the lighter guy off the ground and stripped him of his footing. Huiso didn't wait to be thrown against the ring. His right leg hooked his opponent's leg under his knee. With his left, he got up off the other knee, gaining a foothold. He made an incredible movement, turning his body around. He broke the grip of Young Kun, who lost his balance from being hooked. Even if he was caught in a grip, he would break free every time with an incredible movement. The experienced Young Kun marveled. You know something, Li Hui? So I'll have to teach you, said the big guy. You're surprised too soon, senior. Took a breath from the cocky fellow. They came together again in the center of the ring, taking each other in a clinch. The guy got used to MMA quickly after Korean wrestling, Bravastic noted. It's not as simple in MMA as it is in regular wrestling, realized the cocky kid. What was his weight before they left the gym? Asked a browbeaten Sung-hoon. They were on their way to the weigh-in. X1 allows a ½ kilo overweight, so we'll pass, the coach replied after hearing the result. He didn't eat anything, he clarified. No, sighed the guy. He didn't drink water either. He weighed himself a lot when he was wrestling, up to date on everything. All you talk about is wrestling, no matter what you ask, grumbled the browbeaten coach. Why alone? What about your friends? The cocky guy looked at the girl next to him and waved her off. She was just free today. You might just get lost. Why do we need a girl? Sassed the kid, but who's going to watch his stuff? Asked the girl. Then sit quietly like a doorman. Crooked Huiso. Can he be whisked away? She asked the browbeaten. What about your other friends? He asked the guy, and he said he hadn't told them yet. Just afraid of blowing it, so he didn't say anything, sarcastic girl said. Someone is walking on very thin ice, Huiso smiled. The ice is cracked, the cocky guy said, and gave the cutie a slap on the back. Cute is cute, Sung-hoon sighed as the couple clashed. Huiso let out an involuntary sigh of surprise as they entered. Inside the large room, there were quite a lot of people. The atmosphere was different from what he felt in the basement when he watched Jong-hwan fight. Stop staring around and follow me, the browbeaten redneck, tisked the defiant girl. Our seats, Sung-hoon told him to take them and wait. The guy nodded. Huiso obediently took a seat and looked around. He noticed him immediately. His future rival was drastically different from the rest of the people. Cho Soon Cho, he asked the eyebrowed coach, who confirmed and told him not to stare so hard. Don't say hello until you get to the stare down. The battle of looks explained the browbeater. Why say hello? They'll have to fight later. He decided to play politeness, grumbled the bearded one. It's simple. He's doing it right now, said Sung-hoon. He realized now when the browbeaten coach told him that. Chelkastny purposely doesn't look at him, even knowing that Huiso might be looking at him. They were separated by a few meters, but both pretended their opponent didn't exist. The weigh-in ceremony began, and fighters one by one went up to the podium. Their weigh-in was announced, and Browistic stood up to call out to Hui So, but hesitated. "Let's go!" The derelict guy had already stripped off his clothes and was standing in just his sweatpants. Foolishly arranging it, the feisty girl cracked his practiced leg across her scrotum. "Why did he undress before the announcement?" she asked, embarrassed, but didn't show any sign. "But still undressing," replied the carefree guy. "And what are those ridiculous family suits you're wearing?" blushed the girl. "It's Dad's. Women don't realize how important they are," replied the cocky guy. It was finally called, and the team strode to the podium with the scales. "He's all officially counted out. Lee Hui So, 77-2. "Fine. Met him Sung Hoon. You can't be called pro if you can't even do that," grumbled the feisty damsel. "I don't care," she said. "Put your pants on." She shoved them on the guy, but he refused. "It's hot." What an animal, quickly dressed, but the guy horned in. A strange chuckle came from the side of the auditorium, and the couple froze. "But who will marry now?" the beauty blushed. "I won't forgive him." She threw his pants down and ran away. What a ridiculous embarrassment, as childishly as Hui So didn't realize, seeing her off with a glance. Stir down is starting. Hui So heard his name on the speakers. They stood opposite each other. Cho Woo Chong was indeed taller and more massive, but looked exhausted, skin dry and taut, apparently underwent enhanced drying. Tomorrow in front of him will be a different person, noted Hui So. Would he be able to win? Hui So pondered as he heard his opponent's voice. How infuriating that one said. "Not even in the amateur league. What a loser," scowled Jo Woo Jung's face. What was he thinking when he agreed to the fight? He was in sparring. Shame on him. He's blossomed bangs. Who is he holding on to? The league director helped him get through. The opponent was shouting. What's wrong with him, thought Hui So. It's clear that he's being provoked, but how infuriating. "Don't provoke your opponent," the association man warned. "Let's give it our best and not let each other down," the Bangs fighter sarcastically said. What's deaf or something? You have to answer when addressed. Clung to the enemy. But Hui So shaved it off. Slammed the fan. It's blowing. He asked for a replacement himself, and now he's whining about being cleaned up. Hui So straightened up and scratched the back of his head. Would have said thanks since he saved this match instead of whining like a broad, disgruntled refuse, stated the cocky guy. Completely blown away, Jo Woo Jong got angry. "You got knocked from the bottom earlier," Hui So sneered. "What to write on your grave?" The Bangsman rested his forehead and grinned. "I'll smear it like snot on," but he didn't finish. He was roughly pushed away, pushing on his throat. The flaky fighter was finally angry. Dehydration was taking its toll. The coach and organizers barely stopped the big guy when he lunged at the defiant lad. "If you are dissatisfied with something, show it in battle, not talk," said the cocky guy, and bent down to pick up his pants. "Oh, I almost forgot. The kid sure caught a wave with his bravado. They're only a year apart. No need to be so important," he stated. When he came home, he found his mother alone. His father had been taken fishing by his boss, just like in the old days. Mother was doing the dishes. They never spoke properly since then. The tired woman was greatly worried, but remained silent. Hui So walked over to his mother and hugged the little woman tightly, let her tell him. "I think I'll fight better if I know I'm supported," he told his mother. "He has a fight tomorrow." He held her in a gentle embrace while she did the dishes. Hui So bit his lips. His mother was still angry with him, but there was nothing to be done about it. "I'm going to my place," he said, not wanting to push her any further. "It'll be on TV tomorrow," the guy bragged. With heavy thoughts, he turned around to leave for his room. "Are you hungry?" he heard his mother say. "When you need to make up, Mom will always feed you. Gotta eat before the fight, or you won't have enough strength left," she told him. Mom Hui So pulled at his heartstrings. "Make no mistake, if you blow it, I don't want it to be on my account," nagged the loving mother. "What will you eat?" she asked a little softer, concern taking over. "Spaghetti, less pasta, more meat," pleased her son, and she told him to shower and wait. "So light, like a fluffy little thing. It's been a long time since he lifted her," the boy said cheerfully as he picked up his mother in his arms. The arena is flooded with light, an octagon fenced with a net. The fight is about to begin. Hui So was warming up on his paws with a browbeat. "Don't forget the defense," admonished the latter. "Great, that's enough. You can rest," he told him after warming up. "He's in good shape," said the blonde man, "and it makes him uncomfortable," Sung Hoon remarked. "Look how relaxed you are," the old coach asked the guy so easily, and he joked that he had relaxed in advance because he was waiting for him. "2 pieces of advice for this fight," said the unshaven trainer. "First, give Cho Woo Chong 10 times in the face. As if it was easy to mutter to the guy, "Do not rush, hit the tactics, provoke a blow, the master in this," continued the coach, massaging the athlete. "What about the second piece of advice?" the cocky kid asked. "Listen, don't panic. If things get out of control, Sung-hoon will tell you what to do," the kid pondered. "Why don't you say anything?" His coach asked him what to do if his gut tells him to do the opposite of what Sung-hoon said. Hui-so replied, "Usually it's already clear what to do, but Sung-hoon doesn't let it be." The browbeaten frowned upon hearing his name. "Do as you see fit," soothed his old coach, much to the browbeaten man's indignation. "What is this?" Sung-hoon asked himself. The coach told the kid to do what he wanted, but not to lose his temper. Master Sang wanted to challenge such a statement by the browbeaten, but the locker room gave the command to start. "Let's go," nudged the cocky kid toward the exit by the unshaven coach. They walked down a dark corridor, the blinding light of the arena beaming from the passageway. There it was, an exciting feeling just like the first time swept over Hui-so when he heard the noise of the crowd. The unshaven coach watched the guy's reaction carefully. Many fighters are embarrassed by the large number of spectators. "Good for getting in the mood for a fight," said the guy. "Great," replied the unshaven master. "Let's warm up." While Hui-so was performing a shadow fight, Sung-hoon quietly approached Sang-guk. "He's in charge of this fight after all. Why did he tell the guy to stop listening to him?" the browbeaten master asked. "Leave him alone. Let him do what he wants," said the unshaven coach. "But he's making his debut. How can you let him do what he wants?" grumbled the browed one. "He's not like the master after all. If he takes the advice and loses, he won't return to the ring again." But Sang-guk stood his ground. In the other halls, Hui-so was told what to do by everyone. And just because of this he refused the elite club, the master replied, "Let him do what he wants." The match was commentated by the announcers, Li Hui. So comes out in the blue corner. They announced the start of the main event. The debut match, he had only been doing MMA for a month, defeated Pro with one punch and excelled in sparring, accompanied Hui-so's exit commentators. "Newcomers rarely appear in such an arena. Whether he can handle it will indeed be difficult," they continued. In the red corner, the rising star of the arena with 3 victories behind him, Cho Woo-jung. The audience is actively supporting him, but will he justify the trust? "Don't worry, move fast but stay calm," the unshaven coach admonished. Blue corner, star rookie, 5 feet 78 tall, 77 kilograms, Li Hui-so. The guy confidently entered the cage. Red corner, a fighter who is 5'3" tall, weighs 77 kilograms, Korea's future welterweight, wild stallion Cho Woo-chong. Participants to the center gave the referee a command, and they almost collided foreheads. Cho Woo-jung was noticeably taller. Firm muscles, not at all like he was at the weigh-in, Hui-so noticed. "Gotta watch out for his grabs. He was tuning up for the fight when his opponent spoke to him. Make sure you learn everything well," he muttered through his mouthpiece. "This is his last pro fight," his opponent promised menacingly, but Hui-so wasn't bothered by it in any way. "Loser, you're still mad or something," said the cocky kid to the bangs. "Not only is he rude, he's also stupid. Focus on the match." Cho Woo skewered with anger. Blue ready, red ready, fight. The referee gave them the command, and the gong sounded. "The gate is light, so he's calm," observed Hui-so browbeaten coach. "Prepare a bucket of ice and Vaseline," the browbeaten man asked, anticipating a lot of heavy blows and dissections. The crowd enthusiastically exclaimed, "Yai!" Sung-hoon felt cold. "What's wrong?" he asked and turned around abruptly and looked into the cage. What on earth happened? Jo Woo-chong was lying with a broken nose. Hui-so was standing over him. As soon as the fight started, Cho Woo-chong attacked first to deal with the brash newcomer more quickly. He moved confidently, not expecting any surprises at all. A short left jab shot into his face like a magnum. Right straight into the jaw of the bangsman without delay. Clean 2. Li Hui-so had put his opponent down within 10 seconds of fighting and loomed menacingly over him. Jowly sat up in the ring as if he'd been knocked off his dignity all at once. "Pull yourself together, Cho Woo-chong!" yelled the bang sheep to his mustachioed trainer. The fight wasn't over yet. He barely dodged Hui-so's overhead kick. The fighter rose sharply. The attack had knocked him off balance, but he recovered quickly. He raised his arms and took a stand. The commentators were going crazy with this start. Nothing thought Cho Woo, now he'll get his rhythm back. But Hui-so didn't wait for his opponent to rest. He gathered himself and lowered his body forward slightly. With one jerk, the daring guy shortened the distance. Cho Woo didn't have time to react. He got a right on the retreat, again on the broken nose. The fighter lost his balance and fell backward, the quick Hui-So crushing the massive opponent. The impact shook and stunned the Bangladeshi, the situation abruptly becoming catastrophic. And yet he was still on his feet. Hui-So was coming closer, but he kept his head down. Chelkastny gathered himself into a box, braced his forearms against his body, covered his face with his hands. He stopped, so he wants to be hit harder, Hui-So, put more force into his punch. He showered his opponent with powerful combinations to pierce the defense. Focusing his attacks from above, he ducked and drove a hook through the ribs, hitting for an elbow. From the pain in his spleen, Cho Woo clenched his teeth. He felt nauseous. The proud fighter, unable to withstand such a one-sided exchange, opened up and went for the breakout. He fires off a powerful jab to throw his opponent off, but Hui-So easily ducked under the delayed strike. The right one smacked Cho Woo so that his head turned in the opposite direction. His sturdy build, flexible and strong muscles absorbed some of the energy of the blow, and that's the only reason he hasn't fallen yet. He took a wide step forward and attacked over the top, still hoping to win the exchange. Hui-So watched the strike as if in slow motion. He clearly read his opponent's every move. The left countercross came in cleanly, doubling the damage on the Bengal staff. Impossible when he had time to counterpunch. That kind of technique is not what you expect from a rookie. Both fighters lost their balance, but Cho Woo staggered harder. Hui-So had regained his balance earlier and got close to his opponent again. In a desperate attempt to escape, the bangsman made a pass to his feet to fell the fast guy. The cocky kid put his foot back and lowered his body in a low stance and didn't let himself get knocked over. Go ahead and pant, he smiled. His opponent was wasting his last strength on futile attempts. Hui-So got up and pushed the battered Bangkasti away from him. They went back to the counter. The spectators were going crazy. The experienced fighter couldn't do anything to the newcomer. Cho Woo was against the net. He was breathing heavily. Hui-So raised his hands. He showed no signs of fatigue and bided his time. The browbeaten coach couldn't look away. He thought that Hui-So would be at a disadvantage. The opponent surpassed him in skills and experience. The daring fellow, uncovering his defense, rushed forward, cutting the distance. Wants to fight, the bangsman thought, and prepared to block Hui-So. But instead of struggling, the defiant lad froze at the last second. Yi landed a straight left punch to Cho Woo's exposed bangs. Unconventional kicks, feints, broken rhythm is his real style, realized Sung Hoon. It was the same with Skinhead. He destroyed his opponent's rhythm and his sense of distance. You can't take advantage of that without training. Hui-So's hands gathered in a lock on the back of Cho Woo's head. He gripped him tightly. Like a panther, the agile fellow leaped upward, bringing his knee in for a kick. His entire body mass concentrated in one point and pierced through Cho Wu's defense. Everything shook and swam in his eyes. How so? Cho Woo stopped hearing everything that was going on around him. He tried to make a pass to his feet again and move the fight to the floor, but Hui-So's legs were spread too wide. Told him so, Hui-So thought to himself, easily controlling his opponent with his hand from the top. Don't talk, but show me. He loaded his magnum. An explosive uppercut knocked his jaw so hard that Cho Woo lost his mouthpiece. The back of his head toppled onto his back from Hui-So's monstrous blow. Brovastik couldn't believe his eyes, and the unshaven old man was enjoying the fight. Hui-So was already flying towards his cut-down opponent to finish him already on the ground, but the ref jumped on top and stopped the match. Hui-So stood over his defeated opponent and took a breath. 1 minute and 49 seconds in, the commentators were shouting over and over whether there had ever been such an explosive debut before. All those who followed Hui-So will never forget this fight. The guy clenched his fists. Adrenaline waves went through his body. He did not immediately realize that the fight was over. A flawless victory. The entire hall cheered. The triumphant man raised his fists in a victorious pose. He passed out instantly as soon as he sat down in the comfortable chair in the back seat. Snoring like a pig, grumbled the old master. Leave him alone, he did a good job, objected the browstick. It's not about Hui-So, it's about this one. The grumpy old man jabbed his finger back. What a pig, slapped the coach on the forehead, worked harder than everybody else. Isn't that a great fight? Who would have thought he would avoid all the punches and finish in the first round, said Bravastik. Right, agreed the old man. He knew the boy was good, but he didn't think he was that good. His heart was beating fast today. Then, the browstick remembered the last few minutes after the fight. Hui-So hoisted on his shoulders. Blonde Tae-Soo, they walked into the arena to the winner. The guy was genuinely jubilant, rejoicing in his victory, all of them rejoicing with him. Sung-hoon experienced confusion. He didn't know how to feel about the results of the fight. Sung-hoon, torn from his musings by the cheerful guy. One, he saw, his laughter and joy was infectious. Good job, smiled the browbeater. Didn't hear his references at all, the guy asked. All because he was doing well, Sung-hoon replied. It was cool for 1,000 points, the coach told him. And the satisfied, cocky rookie broke out in a smile. Said that I would help. But he himself was silent as if he had left the fighter, stealing heavy thoughts of the browstick. Master Sang-guk, on the contrary, knew what the guy needed and gave him confidence, which turned the fight in the right direction. Terrific, thought Sung-hoon. The leader knows how respected he is, he asked. What is needed already, the unshaven master grumbled. Why is self-interest suspected in him? Wondered the browbeaten man. Quit building a saint who's always picking on little things, grumbled the old man. Whining about the stubble. Even the gym is embarrassing to come to, grumbled the old coach. It's just an excuse. He's lazy, so he doesn't go, resented Sang-guk, and argues with me all the time, grumbled Sang-guk. And why is it that he's always driving them? Now let him drive everyone himself, grumbled the unshaven foreman as soon as it came to that, wondered the browbeaten one. And how about a dinner at the expense of the company for 600,000? Here you finished the last ramen without salt, and here it is. Grumbling was not shut up. All this respect is just a crack, for once said when taking energy. Sung-hoon stuck an earpiece in his ear to escape. The world immediately became a nice, comfortable place. No stress, no one is without vice, Sung-hoon thought. The daring kid dressed up and showed up at the cafe the next day. Hey, Dandy, over here, his friends at the table called out to him. There they are, the daring boy thought. The star has come. Fall down, said Hui. So hello, he seems to have caught the crown, declared a friend. Only now what if objected to by another? More importantly, why was our friend running naked in his underwear in the arena, his bespectacled comrade asked. Why did not say anything? They had to learn about everything on the network. Indignant comrades. There was no time. Justified the impertinent guy. 3 weeks to prepare, just, Huiso said. Pathetic excuses. He's not friends with us anymore, just friends poked fun at him. One couldn't help but notice that Huiso is now really getting the attention of young people watching MMA. They didn't hesitate to stare and whisper behind their friends' backs. Oh, now hiding your face under your cap like a star, asked him. Just got caught up in Huiso's embarrassment. On the way here, he had already caught a couple of inquisitive glances, popularity coming down in a sudden avalanche. For 10 years, he'd been in the sport, and no one cared, and now in just 2 minutes of fighting, he'd gotten so much attention. Enough about him. How are they doing, Hui? So asked Huiso, a bespectacled part-time worker to go back to prep school. I need to look for a full-time job. Won't a part-time job affect my studies? Asked the cocky guy. I need to graduate from technical school, said High Bum. I'll be a civil servant, said the second comrade, with a serious look. Both friends stared at him as if he had said something unimaginable. A sophomore wants to become an official. What's the pattern? Laughed the friends. But they were right after him on the grade list. What a fool, Park Min frowned. They were chatting merrily about the good old days when Huiso felt a vibration in his pocket. He pulled out his phone. Why his father suddenly decided to call wondered the guy. Busy, he heard his father's concerned voice in the receiver. No, what's wrong? Asked the responsible son. At the corporate party, I'll be late. If you're with friends, you'll have a drink too, my father asked. Mother is alone at home if you can. Come home early to have lunch with her, father said. She must have been waiting for him all night, Huiso thought, and realized why his father had called. No matter how excited he was, he should have stayed with her. It's okay, he told his father. He was going to be back early anyway. Didn't say it yesterday. The fight is great. Proud of you, son, heard Huiso. The most important words in life. It's no big deal, he smiled. Happy as an elephant. Thanks, Dad. I think I'll be back early today, he told his friends as he hung up the phone. You said you'd be hanging out with us all night, the friends marveled. Just have to. Next time it's a treat, he promised Huiso to his comrades. He waved goodbye to them and hurried home, for his mother was waiting. You should have told me right away. We all know, Chibam remarked, and Park Min agreed with him. Mama's boy. Huiso walked, bouncing along quickly, feeling unusually light at heart. He pulled out his phone as he walked home, the browbeaten coach calling. Send the prize money check, Sung-hoon asked him, and the guy logged into the account. 1,165,000 per match. He got a tidy sum. He got the main fight bonus of the evening, and another 10 million was transferred for that. So many years he had been poor while he was in the sport. One fight changed everything, the feisty lad thought regretfully. He met her on his way home. She was standing with her back to him behind the counter. A nice woman of short stature was whipping out a discount on vegetables. Even from afar, she is so beautiful, Huiso thought as he looked at his mother. He'd been told his father had been one of many suitors when they were younger. Sounds like the truth, he smiled. She had wasted her youth and beauty on him, the lad painfully realized. His mother finished shopping while he pondered and headed for the house. Mom, he crept up behind her and suddenly hugged her tightly. Scared the hell out of me, couldn't you call first? Grumbled the beautiful woman. Why do you have to go so far away? He asked. It was the same at home when he picked up the bag. It's cheaper here. A little walk is good exercise, replied the mother sternly. For the sake of 1,001, went so far, dragged a heavy bag by a loving son. They had to splurge on his sports, and now they were saving every penny. Didn't he leave to go out with his friends? His mother asked. The caring son brushed it off. They had some business to attend to, he said. Maybe we should have dinner at a restaurant, Huiso suggested. Why? Huiso's mother grumbled. She had already bought everything. He earned some today, the son proudly announced, so they could just leave the groceries at home. How much did he earn? She asked. It's a secret, the son replied, but we'll show her when he earns well in the future. The tired woman laughed lightly. I'll repay her 100 times over, Huiso thought as he watched her laugh. What do you want to eat, sashimi or seafood? Not necessarily answered at all by the satisfied mother. They walked home peacefully. The manager waited patiently for the X1 boss to look at everything. The director watched the bout intently, with the crowd screams and the commentators on the speakers. They watched the fight tape of a brash newcomer who had only recently started MMA. The guy made his debut a month later and performed well. He completely dominated his opponent the entire fight, used high techniques and deceptions, defended well. By all accounts, he was a top-notch fighter. Impressive and spectacular jump kicks, the crowd roared with delight. And a brilliant knockout at the end of the second round, an incredible fight, thought the director. The record ended quickly, but the feeling of a good fight didn't let up. What do you say, director? The assistant asked and turned on the lights as the video came to an end. Hell of a great fight. The director didn't hold back his emotions. He's really new, he wondered, since you haven't seen him. He's definitely new, the manager replied. It was worth taking a business trip, and there's a whole treasure. What team is he on? The director asked. Team Attack, the assistant replied. That's the guy who turned down Director Kim, the manager reminded him. So that's why he has a disgruntled face, the director realized. He was in trouble for that, the assistant added, not surprisingly. He was set up by the person who asked for help, laughed the director. But we won't have a problem with that, he asked the aide. The guy refused the money because he wanted to train with Sang-guk, the assistant reported. So he's loyal. 22 years old, went through the army, read out the resume of the aide, got 2 million for the fight, still got a raise. So he got 3 million in total, the director calculated. Get it no matter what. Let him pick his own matches if he wants, the director blared. I'll get to it after the holidays, the assistant accepted. The match had just ended. There's another person who caught the manager's eye. That's it, the manager said. He had another meeting, so he wouldn't be coming back to the office. And I'll take the card, said the manager. Sure, don't deny yourself anything, allowed the director. He loves MMA, but hasn't been this excited in a while, the manager noted. I wonder how far this guy will go, wondered the manager. The director turned the tape back on. He was getting really raspy, like he was getting younger. How well he fights again, ranted. The director of X1, the largest MMA fight organization. Hui so leisurely strolled along, enjoying the fresh air. It was warm fall, not hot or cold, just right for a walk. Oh, familiar back. His gaze involuntarily slid over the girl's slender figure. Min Yu, he cheerfully called out to the stroppy girl since they had met. Pretty lady recognized his voice and turned around. There's that goon again, she thought. Without saying anything, he walked forward as before, the little bugger, Huiso thought. What a joy to meet her, stepped the guy closer. Quit pretending they're friends, bristled the girl. Quit playing smart, he snatched the small book from her hands. What a children's book, he appreciated the butterfly cover. Kindergarten, said the guy, this is philosophical literature. She slapped the cheeky guy. Wow, so you can read, and how interesting, asked the cheeky kid. Still wouldn't understand, even if explained, answered the prickle. Come on, who can't read maps, he asked. It says wise relationships, the art of life and human history, she shyly asked. Is she a nerd? Whispered the guy's lips. I'll strangle him now if he doesn't stop, kept the beauty unfazed. Not recognizable at all, the guy. When they got to the hall, she was still just as nonchalantly ignoring him and reading. What a difficult character, the boy looked at the lovely prickle. There he is, bum! Sung-hoon entered the office. Why are you sitting around? He asked. Oh, Mr. Eyebrows, the tomboy said hello. Come, let's go out, Sung-hoon called out to him. What else is there? Hurry to the principal's office for a minute, he said. Take this. Held out a stack of documents to Sung-hoon for the guy. This, he read more closely into the dull lines, with not at all dull results. A contract from X1, excitedly exclaimed the cheeky guy. They thought to sign an official contract, confirmed Sung-hoon. Surprised, he asked the kid. He thought it would happen later, he cheered. A debut without a single missed shot. They couldn't miss it, the browbeat coach replied confidently. He's very lucky, he told the cocky guy, who didn't realize whether it was a compliment or not. It's exciting. Let Cho Woo then. Could not show everything. Fought not in his style. The next will not be so easy, warned the browbeaten. It was true, understood by the bold fellow. If not for his opponent's underestimation and provocation, he himself might have been beaten. It happens in different ways, Sung-hoon continued. Sign the contract. He promised to give details later. 3 years, 3 matches. Even if you don't manage to play all the matches, the contract ends after 3 years. But what about the reverse? If he participates in 3 games in his first year, he can't perform, asked the athlete. Good question. Look at the 4th point. Group versus group. The contract for the exchange of fighters read Hui So. This allows him to fight for other associations as long as they are owned by X1. The organizations have a direct dialogue without middlemen or taxes. Additional expenses are paid by the organization, and the training camp is paid for by the fighters. Looks like there's going to be a lot to pay, tensed the internal financial advisor. The prize money may be modest, but with this contract, even if things go bad, they can't fire him because the benefits are more important, the prize money. You'd think the association would be greedy, but they do a great job and ensure the risks so that the athlete ends up winning. An important point, Sung-hoon pointed out. If he joins the SFC association, the contract is considered automatically cancelled. They are the main competitor for X1 because to keep things running smoothly, there is a ban on exchanging fighters between them. What's wrong? Sung-hoon asked the agitated guy, who remained impressed at the mere mention of SFC. They arbitrarily declared themselves the best platform, let the standards of the sport rise. The small organizations kept the title unblemished. No wonder even those who know little about the sport have heard of it. That's right. And now he won't be able to have anything to do with them for 3 years, smirked the browstick. That's what he's in for, asked the guy. Insurance went on to the next point of the browbeaten coach. If it is less than 500,000, pays the fighter more, the organization. The penalties for improper weighing are the same, Sung-hoon read out. With the basics taken care of, time to count the money, of course, rub the pens of the audacious financier. Lowest salary $1 million, base 2, plus half for winning. For every win, the prime rate will go up. Not sure about the pay, Huiso said. The rate is more, but the allowances for wins are less. These are rookie bonuses after the debut. Experienced fighters need to win 8 fights to get the same bonuses, explained Brovastny. You could make a personal deal to knock off more, but there's no point in straining the association. The terms are already the best you can get. The last one is the bonus system, a prize to the fighter who put up the most exciting fight. But he's already in the know. He's gotten one of those before, finished with a browbeating. Remember well before you sign a contract, said the bearded coach seriously. It won't be easy anymore. Now everyone is aware of what he is capable of and will be ready. Should be trained to fight in different styles, and more work so be ready is, exclaimed the feisty fellow. Sung-hoon waited for the guy to put an X against his name and reached into his pocket. Present, he placed another paper on the table in front of Hui So. A new match is already being announced, the cocky athlete marveled. On New Year's Eve, he has a new match and a new opponent. The coach smiled contentedly. A crowd of thugs with bats and rebar picturesquely surrounded the hero in the center. With shouts, he rushed at him in a well-rehearsed sequence. Well-placed wide swings went into the frame. They were hitting millimeters away from the hero in the middle, who was also moving well. The stuntman turned his head just in time, a fist sliding across his face. Immediately behind him, the next mass actor attacked, as if in rehearsal. He was thrown off with a beautiful and spectacular turnaround kick. The crowd of bandits parted, letting the straggling fighter through. They screamed and rushed in with redoubled fury. It looked natural. Dai jumped up and flew into an actor in the middle of the parking lot. They spun in a frenzy of twisting punches. A swinging in-flight kick hit the target. They were working well. The actor was kicking his feet at head level, showing good stretch and form. Actor of the masses was greatly surprised. After all, they were getting on the set today more than they should. But the lead actor wasn't shy about putting his best foot forward. The last one left. The protagonist turned around at the sound of footsteps. "Come on over," he recited a memorized line, scripted. The big man clenched his sledgehammer fists and adopted a protective stance. His hair mussed from the sudden movements as they moved towards each other. The lead actor bent over and brought his knee up for a side leg kick. The foot firmly flew into the exposed defense. The moment it hit, the hairy-haired guy managed to synchronously bounce to the side. He pretended to gasp after the hit and collapsed to his knees. The actor stood over his defeated foe, clenching his fists hard. That was it. Menacingly, he looked down, letting the cameraman get a close-up. Cut! There was a shout on the set. The scene ended, and the lights on the set were turned on. Good shot, Sang-hoon praised the director of the lead actor. The worried cameraman ran up to the masked man. He saw how he was hurt. Not overdoing it, he asked the hairy-haired guy how he was. "We have to finish in one take. We won't reshoot," shook off the big guy. "Still don't strain yourself so much," the man told him. How could he let him down after he beat out this role for him? Hae-seok scratched the back of his head. "Be patient. I'll be famous. I won't forget about you," his friend promised him. Hae-seok's cell phone rang and he bowed out, stepping aside. "Sure, I agree," heard his friend overhear the loud reprimand of the hairy-haired guy. The gym called. "He's going to have a fight in the main card. Things are getting better," exulted the big guy. "And when is the battle?" his comrade asked. "On New Year's Eve." The latter replied cheerfully. They watched the tape of the fight. The hairy-haired boogeyman holding his defenses tight as if he were a rock. His opponent was hitting with all his might, desperately and sprawling. It was obvious how tired he was. Despite his large body, the stout man deftly dodged numerous blows. Seizing the moment, he hit his opponent with a right kick to the ribs, and finished it off with a quick left hook with minimal delay. The match ended in a quick win, with the big guy showing good fundamentals. "What do you think?" asked his browbeaten coach. "A normal fight without grappling or wrestling in a stand-up," Huiso remarked. 4 fights in the amateur league, 2 professional bouts, the basis of karate, 3rd dan, winning the nationals, read Sung-hoon. "He's got good fundamentals, a real splinter, the kind that attacks a lot, has good stamina," explained the Browns coach. "Endurance is like a battery level. No matter how a person copes mentally, if they are exhausted, they won't be able to move. Many pros that have been practicing for years can freeze up and get all hit, not because they are reluctant to move or don't know how. There are 3 kinds of strategies for this match," continued Bravastic. "The first option is takedowns and push-ups. He's bad at those, but Huiso is also bad, so that option is out. Nailed the guy. The second, overpower him in stamina, but the feisty boy is smaller and the stamina is worse, so this one's a goner too." "What was the third option?" Sung-hoon asked. "To go out and win." The cocky athlete spread his hands. "Bingo!" suddenly exclaimed the normally calm Browstick. "Ruthlessly attack and crush his defenses until you penetrate him completely. If he were so strong, he wouldn't think about strategy. Just attack with all his might," sighed Hui. "So, such attacks don't exist," said the browbeaten. "But there is technique," he noticed. What technique the cocky kid had his ears on. "Muay Thai, aka Thai boxing," Sun Hong simply answered him. "This type of martial arts, strongest in offense, especially the elbow and knee strikes. Master it, and you can break his Hae-seok defense." "Let's start right now," suggested the browbeaten, but who to learn from wondered the cocky fellow. "Don't worry, everything is already ready," Sung-hoon praised himself. "He will be introduced now, the only Thai boxing specialist on the team," Sung-hoon said. "There he is, the great bang-headed slob Jong-hwan." There was a silent pause, and Huiso didn't know what to say and wondered if it was a joke. "Doesn't inspire confidence," he smiled strainedly at his best friend. Sung-hoon asked him to train the cocky brat with knee and elbow strikes, but Jong-hwan disagrees, surprising Huiso. "You can't hit your opponent with an elbow in a parterre, and you can't hit him with a knee when he's leaning on 3 points. At this point, Huiso's maximum is simple pushes and kicks," a friend remarked. "Because we need to study plum," said the friend. What other plum Huiso didn't understand. "One of the important grabs in Thai boxing for elbow and knee strikes," a friend replied. "There are plenty of matches in which fighters lost because they didn't know plama. These techniques need a good base. First, learn how to grab said donghuan. First, with the left hand firmly grasp the opponent by the neck. He is likely to do the same. Rightly asked a friend. Then you pull your opponent's left hand with your right in order to create the right angle. This is the palm grab. You need the right angle to hit your opponent with an elbow at close range. See, the fingers in this position are free. Whoever takes it first will win this fight. Revealed the essence of donghuan's technique. Just like now, he abruptly grabbed the neck, the defiant friend, and pulled it toward him and down. This is training, Huiso resented. Stop grumbling. How will you get out? Asked him as he closed the lock on the back of his head. I'll just grab my hands and throw him off me, the cocky fighter said. But what if he hits a knee from below? Donghuan started practicing. There is no going back. He is held firmly and only pushed harder. If he tries to go to his feet, his head is too close to his knee. Try and get out. Donghuan easily dragged from side to side the guy he had complete control over him. In the first half of the grapple, you can still shake off your opponent quickly if you have the strength and reaction is quick. He pushed his defiant friend away. There's nothing worse than getting into a plume when you're already exhausted. Now he'll show you how to get out, his faithful comrade taught him. He told Huiso to grab him, and he closed the lock around his friend's neck. Thoth pressed his shoulder hard against the brush, as if hiding his head in a shell. With a loud cry, the friend broke free from the grip, easily dropping Huiso's hands. Cool, said the comrade smugly. Quit fooling around, there's plenty to do, replied the cocky guy. This is part of the great guru's training. Praise quickly, all joked the one, but looking at his serious friend, continued. You need to get into the right stance if you're taken in a plam and tense your neck and back. If the opponent is of the same height, when the back is pulled back, his arms will straighten and the power will be gone. He will no longer be able to control the grip. Then turn your body, use your shoulders as leverage and break free of the grip, the friend explained. But if the tackle is already complete, the neck strength is not enough to break free. You can try to trip him while he's kneeing him. He asked Huiso to apply a full palm grip on him, and he clenched his hands around his neck. If you're stuck in a plume, you can slip your hand between your opponent's arms, he demonstrated. When the capture is complete, the space is very, very small, and the enemy, knowing what can be done, will actively interfere with it. But if you turn your shoulders and make your opponent look inward, Donghuan made a move. No matter how little distance is left between your hands, you can slip out here. As he does so, his hand slips inside the clinch, and he's hooked onto Huiso's arm with his right, and turning the hull again, easily severed the strong lock that held it in place. It's hard to see an open space to get out, but the situation can quickly change into different outcomes. Now that was good, praised Huiso to his friend. More praise to the god of praise cheered the latter. Who would have thought that such an unreliable slob would be useful, continued the impertinent fellow. Go here, replied the friend. Since he used to wrestle before, he should have good balance. He should learn this hold, and there will be no problem, Donghuan summarized. That's it for today. It's time to molt, Donghuan whispered quietly. Huiso finished practicing. You can grab him, waved a friend's hand. Strength coach Taeyong joyfully walked onto the stage. Fresh blood at last. The training maniac blossomed. Why, a chill went through Huiso's chest, but it was too late to run. Why is he here, traitor? He asked Donghuan, and the latter made the excuse that neck and back muscles were important for Plam, and Taeyong was the best fit. That's how, doesn't he know what kind of person this is? Shook Huisong desperately to his friend. And what a man he is! A huge boogeyman crept up behind him. Eek! Shrieked the defiant lad. So what kind of person is he, dear Kim Huiso? The gorilla interrogated the guy. The best in the world, favorite coach. Huiso smiled strainedly, letting go of his friend. Since the guy appreciated it, let him carry it back now. Are the words about love a lie? The 120-pound fighter asked, and put his hands on his shoulders. He sat down to ride on Huiso's bold horse. Gallop, faithful steed, he said to the lad. No pain, no gain, Donghuan sneered at his comrade. Who said he's staying? Taeyong asked. He'll ride him afterward. They're so busy and he doesn't want to get in the way, so he'll go train with High Bomb. But he's busy with Yujin's hottie, the gorilla objected. Maybe there's someone else, Donghuan timidly mumbled as the athletes glanced around. Well, no, the slacker athlete got their look. Save me, the hooligans are taking away my eyesight, he wailed and rushed away. But they were in a cage. There was nowhere to run, and he was pinned against the net. The perverts pounced on the poor fellow, the daring horse carrying Taeyong to victim number 2. A few weeks later, they had a light sparring session with grappling. Zhonghwan quickly threw his hand up to grab his friend. Huiso saw all the moves and easily defended himself by blocking the attacks, and even managed to counter-strike, but Zhonghwan ducked under the arm swing. They moved swiftly in a stand-up stance, attacking and counter-attacking at close range. Huiso knocked Zhonghwan's arm far away and got even closer. The one felt the grip on his neck. The friend became noticeably faster. Pinning his neck lower, Huiso shot a knee to his stomach. Zhonghwan straightened up with the force of his back to prevent himself from being caught in a full headlock. Huiso slipped his hand inside Zhonghwan's grip and held his neck firmly. A knee stabbed painfully into his ribs from the side, and Zhonghwan cried out. Zhonghwan slipped his hand between them and rested it on Huiso's chest. Turning his body around, he broke their coupling and the fighters scattered to different sides of the ring. Both landed on their feet and quickly regained their balance. Enough, Zhonghwan said suddenly. They had finished sparring. Good job, he got the gist of it and praised rather quickly his friend. Rest until next practice, he waved him off and a tired Huiso collapsed to the floor. Lucky that Zhonghwan studied professionally, Thai boxing. Without it, he wouldn't have learned it. His strength and stamina had increased. The feisty lad assessed himself, though you could usually get one thing or the other. One tired-looking cutie suddenly crouched down next to him. These days, Huiso asked the girl, referring to the days before the fight when you have to watch your weight. Die, silently, she replied. No snacks, no fatty foods, no fast food or salt. Without the juicy chicken was already hard to come by. She could afford nuts and bitter chocolate. In addition, the girl had to drink a lot of water, 6 or even 8 liters a day. It affected her morale. Less calories, more exercise, more running to the bathroom without end. No wonder the usually prickly girl turned into an irritable hedgehog. Still, he wanted to support her somehow, since the pretty girl was trying so hard. Only 10 days to be patient, he gave the girl his trademark 32 smile. Why is it talking to me? The beauty wondered. Let him watch himself better, she bristled. But how could he not care for his peer and friend? The cocky boy insisted. Get lost, pissed off, she replied, but the guy absorbed every barb. I really wanted to strangle her, but it's clear she's having a hard time, Huiso thought, as the coach brought Yujin water. The girl rose sluggishly but obediently, Huiso looking at the small of her back. He was treating her like a friend now, and it wasn't easy to watch her suffer. She wants to die now, so hard he thought when he was called out. It was time, Tian called out to him, and a chill ran down the bold athlete's back. The big man in front of him was not going to be an easy ride. Time for a fun warm-up, that is. Practice before warm-ups, laughed the coach merrily. The cheerful writing on the t-shirt only added to the oppressive feeling, I'll kill you. Read Huiso. Mommy give him back. He thought about how many heavy sets would be discharged today. Time flew by quickly. The team received 5 matches. Zhonghwan participated in the Battle of the Central League. There was no problem with the other 3 matches either. Yujin won a difficult match in the 3rd round with a chokehold and became a lightweight star. Friend the Slob almost won his match, but missed a counterpunch and was sent off for a knockout. Taeyeon was so angry that he promised to strangle the negligent fighter. He took it as a joke, and he was almost strangled. How bad is it because of the weight control? Whined the impertinent guy. Sung-hoon sternly told him to bear with it. After all, others have a much harder time. No fuss this time, the cocky guy remarked. And what did he want more fuss? Asked the browbeaten coach, and Huiso shook his head. That was fine too. He was called to the weigh-in and ran briskly there. Let's get the stuff, helped by a browbeaten Sung-hoon as he began to fuss. Fighter Lee Huisoe passed, weighing 77 and 2 kilograms. Next, Ju Ho Seok, called out by the head referee that officiated the event. Oh called out again when the fighter didn't show up. He was in place when the roll call was taken at the start. Huiso marveled and heard the sounds of a cistern being drained. Sorry, I went to the restroom. Ju Seok came out of the stall in a dirty suit. Even without makeup, he looked lousy. Where's the chaperone? The judge asked. The guy looked so bad, like he was about to fall off. Couldn't lose weight, Huiso thought. He almost fell off his feet, but the referee managed to pick up the emaciated, patched fighter. Ju Ho Seok, the weigh-ins passed. The results were announced, 77 and 5. Without a t-shirt, he looked a formidable opponent. I'm thirsty, impatiently urged the impudent guy, the coach, but he was still digging in his bag. He seems to have forgotten the bottle in the car. How many people has he been training and he still forgets the water, grumbled Sung-hoon at him. Thirsty Hui. So heard a muffled voice from the back. Take it, please. The guy with bags under his eyes spoke politely and offered his water, even though he was suffering from dehydration himself. Awkward for what he arranged, it was hard to lose weight from work, Ji-seok apologized. What's the job? Asked the cocky guy. A small role as a bully in a movie, shyly asked the patched big guy. It's not easy if you have to work part-time, Sung-hoon said sympathetically. It's a small role, but you have to work hard, Ji-seok said. I think I'll go, he said. It's not good to be overly friendly before a fight, said the patched fighter. Thanks for the water, said Hui. So goodbye. Good guy, he said. Cho Woo-chong was a real brute, right? Agreed the browbeaten coach. But don't feel sorry for him for being polite. We'll fight like a dog. Of course, he'll give his best at the match, the cocky kid replied decisively. On match day, he chewed the odd dry vegetable. How I want chicken, whined the cheeky lad. What a sumptuous feast. Her brown hair tickled her face. The sweet smell of chocolate teased her nostrils. Today is her day off. Surprised at the appearance of the girl Hui-so, helps Jung-hwan with the fight, explained the beauty. Since even she was called, it means Jung-hwan is serious, said Hui-so. Or else Taeyong will fold him in half, replied the cutie, and reached for a slice. It doesn't taste that bad, why whine? The feisty girl interjected, then pounce, Hui-so suggested. I'll eat until my stomach bursts, he grumbled, mashing the vegetables. Here, pulled the prickly cutie guest candy out of her pocket and placed it in front of him. Snacks of chocolate and red ginseng, eaten an hour before the fight. They improve blood circulation, she explained. But why the sudden concern, wondered Hui-so, just left, embarrassedly turned away the girl. Oh, really? Let her say they were lying on the floor. The daring sportsman didn't believe her. I told you, just left, hissed the angry cat. She brought them on purpose. The cheeky guy teased and grabbed a salad in the face. Fuck you, dog, the girl shouted. He thought about strangling the insolent guy, but suddenly his cell phone rang. It's time to come down, Jong-hwan. Need help with your things, the girl said quietly. Before she leaves, he told her, just think of joking around. I'll finish you off, the prickly cat warned at once. Thanks for your concern, smiled sweetly and sincerely at the cheeky guy. That's how you always have to answer, she muttered quietly in a thin voice. Come on, don't embarrass yourself in the ring there. The girl held out her fist. Of course he would win, their fists touching as he tapped her lightly. The coaches watched the fights from the strip. Another fight was over. Hui-so's fight time was nearing. Another knockout, they're doping or something, frowned the browbeaten coach. Well, Hui-so unwrapped the candy he got from the cheeky girl. What are you humming already? Taeyong asked him. The ginseng and chocolate that Yu-jin gave him, she said to eat before the match. The athlete replied. That prickle, marveled the big guy. How nasty they are, even chocolate, croaked the brash fighter. You're going to take a nap. Taeyong was even more surprised, mentally practicing, sprawled out on Hui-so's chair. Maybe he's whacked out if he doesn't care at all, the blonde coach remarked. It was the same in the first match, no worries at all, making it even more worrisome, frowned Sung-hoon's eyebrows. It was good that he was not their concern right now. One must think of his fighters, sighed the browbeaten trainer. The rascal was sleepwalking, shouted Taeyong. He was meditating, justified the insolent fighter. What kind of snoring meditation? The big man did not believe him. Blue corner fighter Lee Hui-sung. The stands were rattling, cheering. The long-awaited moment had arrived. No wonder he is so welcomed. Everyone remembers the match that was in September, said the commentator. Didn't he have too busy a schedule? Replied another. Last fight was without injuries, and Lee Hui-so could not miss the final event of the year. Means X1 expects a lot from him, they discussed. Will he live up to expectations? The host wondered as Hui-so prepared to enter the ring. Keep the zone on the edge. Don't get greedy. Don't lose control, instructed the browbeaten coach before the fight. Okay, I'll remember, promised the feisty athlete, anticipating the fight. Go ahead and rip it up. Hui-so was finally climbing into the ring. He habitually warmed up his body as if before sparring, doing light jumps. Ju-seok appeared, looking stern and massive now. There was no sign of exhaustion. The pudgy big guys stepped into the cage, their difference in size making itself felt. The referee read them the rules and gave the ready for the fight as the fighters looked at each other in the center of the ring. He's huge, although he's almost the same height. Big muscles will allow him to fight to the point of insanity, analyzed Hui-so, the opponent. Red ready, blue ready ref gave the fight command and stepped aside. At the first sound of the gong, Ju Seok rushed toward Hui Seo like a dog off the chain. But the bold guy this time kept his distance and was not in a hurry. It was not profitable for him to enter into an exchange with a large opponent. He would meet his opponent with a series of long punches and jabs to test his defense and throw off the momentum. Hui Seo shoots in with a leg kick to the thigh, but Ju Seok manages to get his knee up and block the submission. He immediately counterattacked, pushing with all his weight. A powerful body shot to the liver, finding a gap in Cheeky Boy's defenses. In pain, Hui Seo continued to dodge and study his opponent. He was practically pinned at the net, but Hui Seo managed to get out with a nifty jump and land a short jab to the head. A putz of a big guy, he kept a solid defense and wasn't afraid to get close to his opponent. Hui Seo realized after the punch that the big guy couldn't be knocked down with that punch. "Keep the pace and control the attacks," shouted the browbeaten coach from below. Ju Seok roared like a bull, putting his fists out wide. He drew dangerously close. A powerful right hook to the right side of Hui Seo's defenses, knocking him to the side. He had to stop to regain his balance, and he immediately took another series of heavy shots on defense. How tough, Sung Hoon assessed their opponent, but they had something to answer for. Hui Seo defended well against attacks he couldn't dodge. He deftly dodged punches to the head, on the cusp of a hard knockdown. A cannon shot from Ju Suk knocked his crossed block off. An explosive uppercut nearly took his chin off, but Hui Seo was able to stop his opponent's momentum in time with a kick to the chest. The direct oncoming push knocked even a big guy like Ju Seok backwards. The sturdy Patlock quickly regained his balance and prepared to fend off the next attacks. But his look became confused. His opponent was acting too cocky. Crazy what he's doing. Mad at Hui Seo's coaches. Why did he lower the defense? Hui Seo completely opened up. He stretched out like a wild mongoose, making it clear who was now in control of this field. "He's making a mess of it." The big hairy man assessed the situation. "Nothing has changed. We need to press until the enemy is exhausted. The main thing is to keep the rhythm." Ju Seok went on the attack, and instantly lands a straight left to the head. Bypassing any defense, Hui Seo easily stopped his opponent. Attacking quickly, he saw clearly his opponent's next move. The next movement was quick too, the big man noticed with a glance. A right-handed body shot lands from the side. Ju Seok didn't manage to get his guard up in time. Not done yet, he saw Hui, so regain his balance and prepare to attack again. Lu kicks off, getting ready to defend from the bottom, as Ju Seok tries to pull his leg up. No mid-kick left, he reacted as Hui Seo changed stance and raised his right leg. "Deception again," came the confused fighter, not knowing what to expect from his opponent. Hui Seo had finally confused him. He had surpassed the big guy in speed, and now he was also using deceptions. Everything has changed. He has to keep watching Hui Seo's feet all the time to know when to expect a punch. It didn't take long for the big guy to have his back against the net, himself cornered. He completely changed roles. Now Ju Seok was the victim of the hunt and looked to get out. Scornful exclamations were heard from the audience as to why he was standing and taking offense. Although he had never been hit yet, the audience did not understand his position. Ju Seok gritted his teeth. No matter how hard it was to break through, he decided. A side middle ground kick slammed right under his elbow into Ju Seok's torso while he was thinking, Hui Seo attacked. But the big guy stayed on his feet even after being kicked. Hui Seo took a step and again brought his knee in as if for a kick. But instead of a lower one, he punched the upper ones right into the big guy's face, nearly taking his head off. The strong muscles of his neck held his head in place, but the blow stunned Ju Suk. He was pinned to the net and shot a hail of blows from all positions. The big fat man went for a breakthrough again, but to the side. The mad and daring fellow stalked him crabbedly, as if inviting him in like that. Those stupid tricks again. Ju Seok was nervous. He was in for a tough time. He attacked straight and hit a clean counterpunch with a right straight. Hui Seo ruined his rhythm of attack. It's hard to analyze when your opponent does feints and deceptions. All sense of distance is thrown off completely, smirked Bravastic. Hui Seo methodically smashed his opponent's defenses, grinding them down with heavy bombardment. We need to hold out until the final blow, Ju Seok realized. He would definitely run out of steam soon and stop. Now he caught the moment when Hui Seo swung for a strong punch. If we counterattack now he went to close, the fight would turn again. But the defiant opponent dodged the oncoming blow and came dangerously close. Gad read his intentions, the hairy big man belatedly realized. A sharp knee stung him in the side on his floating ribs. Jusiok groaned in pain. The pain of the damage paralyzed him. He couldn't move. From the last of his strength, he raised his hands for a muffled defense, needing to stall for the rest of the round. Daring Mongoose sticks a knee right into his stomach from the get-go. Another monstrous blow. Even the big guy's strong body couldn't withstand such a thing. "Excellent," exulted the browbeaten coach. "Way to go," he shouted. Juseok bent down and paced backward like a cancer. Huiseo waited for him to poke his head out. Now that the enemy was immobilized, the daring fighter could approach his target with a sauntering stride. The stout stalwart found himself at the net again. So much pressure was being put on him by his defiant opponent. Huiseo hacked at his eyes with sharp, slight movements of his feet. He provoked his enemy by standing in front of him within striking distance, completely open. "He must be thinking about how much more strength and stamina he has," Huiseo remarked. "Don't worry so much. The fun time for him is already over. Now it's time for Huiseo to play." He grinned predatorily. "It's coming." The hairy big guy was completely confused. He was already completely shattered and didn't know what to do. Punch rash after punch, he missed several jabs to the head. Unable to counterattack, he absorbed all of Huiseo's strikes. Only by some miracle did he hold on through the barrage of precision attacks, each one stronger than the last. You cannot give up like this fighter held on from the last strength. Seizing the moment, he ducked under a punch and made his way to his feet, grabbing Huiseo. But the latter was not confused. His heel deftly hooked his opponent's supporting leg. Turning his body around with a slight movement of his arm, Huiseo dropped the heavy big man. Juseok regained his balance and made another attempt to take the fight to the floor. What? He managed to notice the quick movements of Huiseo's hands. "What a little lad!" exclaimed the browbeaten coach, recognizing the familiar hold. Huiseo used a plum on Jusuk, a Thai boxing move they had been learning with a friend. He gathered his hands in a lock on the back of his healthy opponent's head. The latter couldn't get out. Gathering his entire body like a spring, Huiseo drove his knee into the victim's body. The fight had turned into a one-sided beating. The damage that had accumulated over the entire round was now spilling pain all over Duj Seok's body. Huiseo landed on his feet and proceeded to break his opponent's knee. "Get out," was all Jusuk's useless coach could advise. Gathering himself, the big man cracked Huiseo through his hand to the jaw, but due to his position, the blow couldn't be strong. And he calls it a punch, So didn't even notice the poke. What a blow! He ripped Jusuk's neck to the ground and nailed a knee to the head. The big guy held the block firmly, like a turtle hiding in its shell. No matter how tough he was, it was becoming too dangerous, the presenters commented. Huiseo's leg swung back like a powerful pendulum. This time, the cannon shot penetrated the rest of Jusuk's defenses, blowing his head up. The big man slowly settled into the ring. Huiseo would not let go and went forward. When the patlak fell, he pounced from above and methodically hammered his fists on his head. Neck pressure was prompted by a caring browbeat coach. With his hand securely placed on Jusuk's neck, the daring fellow was able to throw strong punches. "Grab it and roll on the ground!" shouted the big man's useless trainer. Jusuk was shaking from the pain and the blows, but even more from his helplessness. Gritting his teeth, overpowering himself, he managed to get up and grab the defiant fellow. But the mongoose Huiseok was ready for it. Pulling his legs back, he easily broke the hold. There was payback for the desperate moves. Juseok's neck was caught in Huiseo's elbow grip. In one motion, he closed the chokehold in a headlock, placing his hand on top of hers. This technique is yelled out by a commentator recognizing a popular technique. Avoiding the takedown, Li Huiseo performed a guillotine from the top. The situation became hopeless for the big man, neither breaking the hold nor throwing off his opponent. He was quickly running out of oxygen in his blood and time to think. Huiseo pressed harder, squeezing the thick neck of the healthy opponent. The referee elbowed him under the breath and pulled him away from Jusuk. "Stop," he commanded. The fight is over, winning via chokehold. Huiseo takes a breather after a hard-fought bout. The commentators came to cheer, along with the spectators. The fight that started so tentatively ended in a rout and a chokehold. In 4 minutes, 18 seconds, Huiseo picks up his second victory in the first round. The cocky fellow threw his hands up victoriously. "Well done, little goofball." Hug time ran to the victorious bulky Taeyong. "What a guy. Only recently learned grips," said the blonde guy. "And really amazing," agreed Sung Hoon. He's acting nonchalant, but he's so fired up he can barely contain himself, the blonde noted. Good, at least someone else gets as anxious during a fight, he thought. Today he experienced again the forgotten feelings from his first fights in MMA. Great job, today the winner can do anything. So good, I'll sing now, declared a joyful Hui, so sitting on top of Taeyong. Son, enjoying the evening, his mother called him and he went out to answer while others celebrated his victory. What's with the voice, Mom? Did you really drink? Asked the worried son. Think one drink, said a grown woman. Just don't get drunk, you're bad with alcohol, Hui so worried, but his mother said she drank at home. I'm so sorry, repented the loving mother. Don't worry, soothed her caring son. After all, she didn't support him when he first started. The woman was upset, but he was the stubborn one, objected the loving son. She felt like she was making him fight over money. He had been through so much and couldn't even eat properly. Her mother almost cried. I guess she's a bad mother, a drunken woman gone to pieces. Luckily, he heard his father's voice, completely drunk, grumbled the old man. She's in quite a tizzy, don't worry, he'll take care of her, the son can rest, the father said. Calm her down, the caring son asked, and the father promised he would manage. Well done. His dad told him the most important words in any kid's life. Still working and working, so his mother wouldn't worry anymore. The boy exhaled in relief. He'll definitely do well with this team, he smiled. A recording of Huiso singing as a herd of buffalo roared throughout the restaurant. Here comes the culprit of the celebration, shouted to him by the coaches. The drinking was in full swing. He should take a couple vocal lessons. What a terrible singing. He was definitely a bear stepped on his ear. How embarrassed he was in front of the audience. The co-commanders poked fun at the winner. They met eyes for a second. He remembered the bitter chocolate and the silky hair on his cheek. Spiky made a face and covered her face with her hand. A cheeky girl, Huiso thought. One more and she would laugh at him. The last thread of patience burst in him. Now he would give them a merry drunkenness. The hall erupted into loud shrieks. A few weeks later, Taeyong was frantically yelling at his ward. Hopeless, he's hopeless, he pounced on Zhonghwan. Told to take his time, resented the mentor, the other coaches could barely contain the bulky man. Good job, Zhonghwan, don't be discouraged, the other coach told him and led the raging bull away. What a mess, the surplus fighter exhaled heavily. Refreshed, a cold can of soda rested pleasantly on her bruised cheek. Oh, thanks, said Zhonghwan. Don't worry about it, reassured Huiso. Sorry didn't live up to expectations. After all, he had helped him so much. The fighter barked to himself. At least he didn't lose, consoled Huiso. In the first round, he was doing great. He started with a straightforward start, which won him the sympathy of the audience. Taeyong shouted to him to press slower and watch his opponent better. But the slacker was too overheated and pounded into a dumb defense like a madman, ignoring all advice. Once he was tired, he opened his chin, following his bad habit. And eventually, what was supposed to happen happened. Both fighters simultaneously traded blows in the center of the ring, and both fell into a deep knockout, which amused not weak spectator stands. But since Zhonghwan again won, he will not become pro soon. You're not going to scold, the annoyed friend wondered. I was going to, Huiso admitted honestly, but the comrade had already heard enough. He's definitely a good fighter, but he's too clamped up in the ring, under the gaze of the cameras and the audience. It's very hard for him right now. You'll win next time, confidently, said the cocky friend. Would he? A shadow of doubt lay over the face of the usually carefree lad. Huiso, he addressed his friend after a heavy silence. He'd thought about it before, began the difficult conversation with a friend. Let's go, boys, called out to them, interrupting a serious conversation. Let's go now, Zhonghwan cheered up. He decided that this was not the best time to talk like this. Forget it, he smiled with a broken mouth at his best friend. Let's go before Taeyong loses his temper again, okay, snickered Huiso. He said nothing, only escorted his depressed friend with a look. That moment his back seemed small. Great news for our gym, Yong-kun, signed with SFC, told great news, beaming coach. The hall thunderously congratulated the athlete. Everyone cheered and offered to celebrate. The world is such a fickle place, muttered Huiso, and what's wrong, grumbled a thorn nearby. Yesterday, Zhonghwan lost the opportunity to debut, and today Young-kun got a contract with SFC. Rejoice or cry, the guy was lost in speculation. It's okay that Zhonghwan is already hanging on Young-kun's arms, noticed the girl. Another announcement, there will be a match in mid-June, and a person is needed for the coaching team, Sung-hoon announced. The eyes of former coaches lit up. An away match is a great opportunity to travel. Everybody rushed to him like cats to sour cream. The blonde boy was so eager that he even shoved the massive Taeyeon off to the side. Me, he asked. But a huge man, not so easily pushed around. He himself could have pushed around anyone and offered his own candidacy. Why aren't they saying anything? Asked Brovastic of the statisticians. Do they have a chance? Whined the other team members. Part of the crew, part of the ship, Sung-hoon stated. Everyone has a chance. Beautiful, blossoming rays of hope for the athletes. Those who debuted as pro, who have a match coming up, are excluded, Sung-hoon sternly stated, and the fraternity immediately faded away. This is the order of the superiors. Hui-so was enthusiastic. Even the thorn on the right wagged its tail. But then who should go? Asked everyone a logical question, and Sung-hoon wondered. Casting lots, he pulled out a board to draw stripes for the game. Great, go out one at a time and pick a number, all mixed up so no one will guess. When he was done, he immediately warned everyone that no matter who won, there should be no hard feelings, and the team agreed. The first one would be Hui-so, the browbeaten coach said, and everyone visibly tensed up. Lucky, so lucky, the lucky bastard rejoiced, noticing the upset looks around him. Luck isn't a crime, the insolent boy weakly justified. Well, accept congratulations, said the browbeaten coach, and the lad smiled modestly. Just in case, does he have a certificate? Asked Sung-hoon. What kind of certificate? Wondered the guy. A white one with a seal, replied the browstick. To be a second coach at SFC, you need a license in the sport, with a state seal. Isn't there one? The browbeaten coach asked, and Hui-so tensed up. Not one, he replied. It's a shame that he can't pass, Sung-hoon replied with a sneer. No such thing, came the defiant lad's dismay. Maybe next time, consoled the defeated insolent coach to the general cheering of the crowd. Just play one more time, he reached for the marker. Not done yet, too early to give up, the defiant fighter rose to his feet. He can get a license before the match, there is still time, said the bold lad firmly. Do you want to qualify now? Sung-hoon asked doubtfully. The match is already in June, when will he have time? But the cocky guy is already poking the phone screen, here he said. Test for level 2 athletic trainer showed he add test in May, results in a week. That's more than enough before the match, never losing enthusiasm for the feisty lad. Sung-hoon wanted to explain the details, but Taeyong interrupted him. How can they sit around and wait to see if he passes the test or not? Reasonable things, Hui-so had nothing to object to. The lonely prickle had stocked up on popcorn and was watching the battle from the sidelines. If he gets a license, he will go to the match. If not, he will treat the whole team to a banquet for 300,000, he said. It's a lot of money, Hui-so thought. He had earned for winning the last match. The jock fan insisted. A mere trifle for him. You just have to get qualified, thought the daring lad. They're waiting so tensely. Something is clearly amiss, the athlete doubted. Yi Sung-hoon didn't look pleased. Taeyong reassured his coach that everything would be fine. The cocky fighter pondered the decision. It didn't matter if it didn't work out, he'd just pay. But the cocky guy wasn't going to miss an opportunity like this. Deal, he agreed, and Taeyong accepted the bet. Then don't give a backhand, he said sternly. That goes for him too. Hui-so answered him. Free. Let's decide what we're going to drink and snack on, the other coaches conspired, as if they had already written Hui-so off. But he's trying so hard, guys. What do you think needs to be done first of all? Taeyong said sternly. We need to decide who will go in his place, he finished with another farce. Hui-so was snoring peacefully over textbooks he hadn't sat down to read since high school, his caring parents watching and trying not to interfere. The old unshaven master back in the hall after a long bender. Chief, the browbeaten coach said hello as he stepped out from around the corner. What, didn't expect to see the boss at work? Asked the unshaven foreman. Here are the appetizers. Gave him a bag. All because the foreman was working outside the hall, said Sung-hoon. There is so much here, wondered the browstick. Has the master already eaten? He asked him, and he replied that he had eaten before he came. They cleaned up the hall pretty well. So clean, marveled the old master. Sung-hoon must have made him clean everything. You can leave the hall to him since he's so meticulous, the unshaven master thought as he looked at his colleague. Who do we have here? Wondered the unshaven foreman, peering into the break room. Hui-so to prepare for the coaching test, Sang-guk found out. From browbeaten, said he can't concentrate at home. What kind of test? Asked the unshaven master. Second-level trainer shared the details Sung-hoon. He won second coach Young-kun's seat, but he doesn't have any qualifications for admission, so he's huffing and puffing, said the browbeaten. Why didn't you talk him out of it? Grumbled the old master, as if that would be easy to do with this stubborn goon. But the unshaven master wanted to object, but Sung-hoon raised his hands. Things had already gone too far. It was too late to dissuade him. Why is everything in one place? It was worth a short time away, Lazy Master lamented. He has a ranking match in May, Sang-guk said. Great news, rejoiced the browbeater. A lightweight match clarified the Lazy Master, but why all of a sudden, wondered Sung-hoon. His body is not really situated to gain muscle mass. His opponents are bigger than him, and it's only going to get tougher from here on out. You have to fight in your category. He's not that experienced in weight loss, and if he's still worried about preparing for the test, he might fail, the unshaven master worried. Let's hear what he has to say first, the grumpy coach decided. I can handle it, the defiant fighter said without a shadow of a doubt. He understands exactly what's going on, grumbled the master. Of course, confidently replied the athlete. We'll need to lose a lot of weight. It will be necessary to lose 10 kilograms from the current weight plus diet and still study. Then it will be very hard, insisted the old master. We can just start and then we'll see, the guy said confidently. He promised to make sure nothing interfered with his training. It'll work out. He's Li Hui. So proudly poked himself in the chest of the cocky guy. Is it enough to take his word for it? Grumbled the master. What else is left? You just have to try, stubbed his horns young and bold. Okay, said the grumpy master after a moment of thought. Let him do as he pleases, heard the pleased Hui. So hear the old master's approval. But there's a condition. The grumpy coach shook his finger sternly that the guy shouldn't even think of refusing. There should be no overlap, practicing, sleeping, eating, studying. You can't get up early and go to bed late for the sake of studying, the master said sternly. They will prepare for the match together, said the unshaven master suddenly. He is always on a bender, surprised the daring fighter. This time the opponent is serious. You need to know how to fight him, so he will help, said old man Hui. So, of course all matches are important, the old master continued to grumble. But this case is special. Win or lose. How he behaves during the match will affect his career, that's clear, he asked the guy. Thoth promptly and energetically replied, always ready. This match is the most important. If you do everything wrong, you can lose everything you've worked so long and hard for. He pointed his finger at the boy. Well, I'll remember that, mumbled the lad. What a weak answer, the old master grumbled at him. If in doubt, don't take it, he pressed. Ready to put my life on the line, the cocky boy shouted loudly across the room. Great, that's better, grunted the unshaven foreman contentedly. Here's your opponent's data. He held out a few sheets to Hui So. What's his stupid name? Couldn't read it, cocky guy. Mitsubishi Suzuki, fighting a foreigner for the first time, laughed the old master. Don't let the Korean auto industry down. Like the store, Mitsubishi said hello to the bespectacled, bearded salesman. Yes, rubbed his glasses on the slouchy Japanese man he kept deliberately modest. The bearded fat man scratched his potbelly. Is everything okay? He asked his employee, and he quietly replied that everything was fine. The customer forgot to take the change, mumbled the bespectacled man. Nothing, said the beard. Consider he earned some pennies. The bespectacled man wailed that if a man couldn't ride the subway if he didn't have enough of those pennies. How can a man be so timid? That's why he doesn't get along with anyone, patted Fatty on his shoulder. In any case, well done for two. The shift is over. You can go home. Let the bearded, fidgety employee go. After changing his clothes, Suzuki went outside, gaped like an underdog, and bumped into a passerby. Pardon the overly modest apology from the bespectacled Japanese man. Mitsubishi leisurely made his way to his hall. The closer he got, the more the fire flared up in him. As soon as he crossed the threshold, another man appeared, replacing the timid and cowardly one. He took a closer look at everyone in the room, which made them catch their breath. Athletes vividly parted, giving way to the unsociable fighter. Mitsubishi removed his glasses like a restraining seal. He placed them carefully on the shelf. The long-eared maniacal killer dressed up in a sports uniform. Suzuki walked over to the bag, warming up. He liked beating the punching bag the most. Again, this abnormal tensed up the other athletes, thinking of changing gyms. The sounds of heavy blows echoed through the hall, the bag swaying as if it were a toy. The blows rattled with a dry clap, as if he was hitting a heavyweight, and the bespectacled man could not be called a weakling. The doleful maniac blurted out a ghastly grin as he imagined beating living flesh. Meat, more meat, boiled the blood in his veins when someone called out to him, Mitsubishi. Told him to come to the office when you got there. yelled at him by the mustachioed coach that came to the sound of the blows. Rape the pair again, wave the papers at his foreman. Crazy, he thought. Stop apologizing, it's no use anyway, he yelled at the negligent fighter. Match in March gave him the offer papers from the association. Li Hui So. Read the maniac's name on the papers. Here comes the fresh meat, whispered the inner voice. Meat, let's have a feast. A bloody feast, a real bath. Flog everyone, whispered the voices of the madman. Li Hui. So rubbed the back of his head. Someone's remembering, he thought, as he puzzled over the exam questions. What kind of stupid questions? Gave up, he said his mother said to teach in school son. So no, did not listen. Now here is suffering, lamented the fighter. Quit pretending to possess a brain, jabbed his thin voice. Why is he sitting here and not in the recreation room? Asked his gorgeous and cute athlete. It's a better place to think, he replied. Close the door before you go, she said in an indifferent tone and was about to leave, but the guy suddenly held her back. You know what it says here, he asked her, not sure why, but he didn't want her to leave so quickly. And what's there? She leaned closer, the spicy smell of cherries and chocolate teasing her nostrils. That's the stupid question, he revealed in the book. And this one, here only to cram. The girl made her verdict. Anyway, he is too dumb to understand. This one too, she read his list. At some point he stopped listening to her and just stared at her lips. No wonder she's been dubbed the goddess of MMA, long brown hair that smells like lavender shampoo. Beautiful jasper eyes, shining brightly and appealingly in the sunlight. Velvety skin, firm and taut, lush with health due to the fact that she does sports. The perfume scent was quickly intoxicating. Why are you staring? She caught his stare. It's nothing, it just smells good, the guy blurted out without thinking. Oops, he realized he was caught in a trap, and now he didn't know which paw to chew off to get out of it. It smells nice, I like your perfume, he tried to explain himself, but it only got worse. Just got out of the shower, he said in a soft and embarrassed voice, thoughtfully twirling his silky hair around his finger. Right, that's the point. He smiled like the last fool he was. If there are no more questions, then I'll go. The girl stood up quietly. Good thing she didn't get mad, he took a breath. And what was that voice of hers? He looked after the beauty with the narrow waist. She was leaving again, Eugene. He dared to call out to the girl. He was about to go too, whether she wanted to go along with him. Then, awkwardly, he scratched the back of his head and tried to speak calmly. It completely broke their usual pattern of communication, so that the girl even hovered. He, too, was silent. Silence was a sign of agreement, but he didn't know that, so he thought he'd just been blown off. Right. Sung-hoon had given him a bunch of assignments, so it wouldn't come out whether he was saving his reputation or burying it deeper, how to look at it. How long? She asked softly, as if nothing unusual was going on. Long will he help Sung-hoon, she almost added, dumbfounded at the end, the embarrassed girl, and twisted her silky hair around her finger again. Yeah, maybe, eerily slowed down by a guy who had just lost the last bits of his mind. Why? He asked. Just asking, the beauty replied, slightly disappointed. Gone, the girl said, and he absurdly wished her luck and take care. What was it now? Had completely lost the former boldness of the underdog. Yes or no, that is the question. If yes, then yes, and if no, then no. The thoughts swarmed like bees in the young mind. The bell quickly brought him back to his senses as it crackled at full volume. It's an old master. He read the message from his opponent's video. But what was he hoping for? The heated guy asked himself. What's wrong with this patient? Experienced the defiant fellow a fit of vomiting. Hui So was deep in thought, but it wasn't his opponent who worried him. Had that feisty prickle noticed what he was trying to do, they'd grown distant again lately. He thought of the girl. What was he thinking about? The unshaven foreman appeared. The chief. The guy said hello at once. It's not like he's overexerting himself, the old coach muttered. All on schedule, confirmed Hui So. Well done. Praised the master for his efforts and asked if he had seen the Mitsubishi fight. On the whole head patted, gave such an assessment of the opponent bold guy. Apparently he is a talented boxer, furious attacks, stun his opponents and bring victory closer. But there is one problem. He has absolutely no breaks. Even when the fight is over and he is stopped by the ref, he tries to finish his opponent. At the weigh-ins he looks shy, doesn't even look his opponents in the eye, and when he beats them, he looks like a real maniac. That redhead is a naughty kid compared to this fucker. 10-win streak, only 1 loss. History in X1 starts with 6 wins. He's a pretty successful fighter. Fast, good on defense. That being said, the guy needs to box, but he's unequivocally worse at it. A nasty opponent, as their styles are very similar. And he's gotten better at noticing details. His studies have helped. He already knows how to fight, the old master remarked. But Hui So waved his hands. He hasn't learned that yet. Did you see that match? His coach asked him. I did, the cocky kid replied incomprehensibly. The match ended in a technical knockout. Victory over Mitsubishi will be based on this match, the unshaven master strictly told him. Objectively speaking, Choi Do-hee is weaker and slower than John Silly, the unshaven master explained. Despite that Choi's punches were preemptive, and even if they hit at the same time Siley got hit harder, why, the master asked. Never mind, only asked for nothing, grumbled the coach as the lad stretched out a long E. Proper timings and high precision strikes, the unshaven master continued to grumble. Choi Do was punching a little faster, though his punching speed is slower, and it threw off John's pace, though his speed is faster. Even though they hit at the same time, Choi was well aware of his opponent's movement and turned his body faster and thus beat him. The same goes for the accuracy of his punches. He didn't hit anywhere, he hit painful and vulnerable spots. If you do the same, the opponent's strength doesn't matter anymore. Now in training, they will practice these two things, but can you make it in 2 months, wondered the cocky guy. Impossible most of the time, but a guy could make it, the unshaven master muttered contentedly. Is not too much faith in him. Suddenly hesitated the fighter. It's okay, he won matches with his talent, and now you need to learn how to use it. That's it for now, old master, up for further idling somewhere. Get to work, he said sternly to the cocky kid who also wanted to relax. Hui So quickly felt like a youngster on deck, working on the ropes, instantly clogging up his hands. First, the old master told him to pump himself up before practicing skills. Satisfied, Taeyong happily accepted the fresh meat. So he also trained on Barbara's program, 15 pull-ups with a 10-pound weight, 30 push-ups with a pancake 10 on my back, 40 times on the press, also with a pancake. The stomach from this almost bursts in two. 50 weight rack, all with the same damn pancake. 70 movements with ropes and resistance bands. All of these counted as one approach, to be completed as quickly as possible, with 2 minutes rest between approaches, for a total of 5 laps. With each circle of hell, the body slowed down, and the resting time increased until Taeyong's soul killer shouted stop. But open the air intake, breathe through your nose, the exercise maniac grudgingly demanded. But what not to do for a victory? After it, he will definitely strangle him, promised himself the daring fighter. Look, my arms are falling off, Hui So complained, and it's really shaky, Taeyong said in a sympathetic voice. How much longer to do this, moaned the guy. The chief said to squeeze him dry 3 times a week, scratched the exercise fanatic's beard. 3 times the daring fighter was horrified, also thinking not enough. Taeyong approved of such initiative. He recently learned from overwork, from which you can even lose muscles when studying, Hui So said, but Taeyong promised to take care of it. But from such care, somehow the load only got heavier, finished asked their old master from afar. Squeezed like a sheet, didn't leave a drop, fairly reported the exercise maniac. Good job, grumbled the master. Well done with the warm-up. Now the real training will begin, you old bum. First, the suspended punching bag exercises, he told Zhang Huan to show how it's done. Zhang Huan lightly hit the pair, and it bounced back springily, always returning after the blow. In order to avoid being hit by the punching bag, Zhang Huan tilted his head to the side. He moved deftly left to right and landed precise blows on the punching bag. This training came from boxing, practicing accuracy and timing of punches. If he can work as well as Zhang Huan, will become stronger. A daring fellow immediately took to trying it and tapped the pair lightly. But on the return, hit not in the center, but in the edge of the pair, and it bounced to the side, diagonally. Hard, isn't it? Grumbled the master. All because he sees her as a stationary target and the guy doesn't have the right balance. He has to learn control. The next stage of tap bowl, an ideal exercise to improve accuracy and the dynamics of visual acuity and reciprocal strikes, Zhang Huan demonstrated. The ball strapped to his head. After hitting it, it kept flying into his face. If Zhang Huan shifted, the ball also flew at strange angles. He quickly kicked the ball so that it flew toward the defiant fellow, enough to startle him. It's scary, said Hui So, because small and fast it's just a sponge, muttered the unshaven master. Ho, pretty good. The feisty athlete took to trying it too, but praised himself prematurely. He immediately started fooling around as if he had gotten a new toy. What a troublemaker, thought the old master. Amazing such a size is used by the pros. Zhang Huan marveled as he looked at his bold friend. He really is a genius. Right now, Forehead suddenly shouted out the old coach, then confused the guy. But Huiso still didn't lose his coordination and clearly spelled the ball. On one of the rebounds, the ball was flying too fast when Huiso played out, so he dodged at the last second and the sponge stamped into Taeyong's face. Oops, thought the cocky guy. It seems that someone still has some strength left, the coach grinned menacingly. Hold it right there. The training immediately turned into a buffoonery like children, grumbled the unshaven master to himself. Not only is the ball moving fast, but it's flying on a curve. But the eye guy recognized it and managed to dodge it, he noticed. Now he had confirmed his hunch. The lad had special eyes, left to open them, grumbled the old master contentedly. But when this training turned into this horse circus, the unshaven master frowned his eyebrows unhappily. Due to fatigue, he arrived home by bus, no strength left to walk. What a scrap! The lad spat languidly, stretching out the stiff and woody muscles of his neck. He's still not used to the pair, maybe only singles because of its odd trajectory. But if he managed it in one day, it wouldn't be fun. There's still 2 months to go, the guy thought, as he saw a familiar silhouette. Mom, he called out to the cheerfully tired but beautiful woman. What is she doing here so late? Worried, concerned son, just meeting some friends? She quickly replied. Okay, thought the guy, but he sniffed suspiciously. I think someone was having a barbecue, he said cheekily, not realizing what was really going on. Apparently the smell had gotten into his clothes, his mother mused. Why was he coming back so late? Asked the loving mother. He has a match coming up. Lots of training, replied the son contentedly. The match is so soon. She took him under her arm. Didn't he want to pass the coaching certification exam first, and this and that? Replied his son confidently. It won't work that way. You won't be able to rest properly when the match is on. Nagged the loving mother. It doesn't matter. He will still do his own way. At first couldn't talk about it at all. She seems to have changed her mind. He looked at the tired woman. He'll be fine, Mom. Who cares about him? Let him get beaten there, grumbled the mother. Oh, hen. They passed the street food. Might as well take one, said the defiant son. He's got a mast, soon reminded his mother. No need to lose any more weight. You can have one of each. He ran briskly to the counter. Already a healthy forehead, and such a fool she looked after him. Looks like I should buy some perfume, she thought, sniffing at her clothes. Everyone was handed out sheets. The voice of the examiner could be heard. Then proceed. Huiso began the test. Back, he told Taeyong when he came in, feeling even more drained than after training with him. Normal nailed, asked the one with a sneer. Will be clear in a week, scratched the back of his head athlete. Okay, let's focus on training. Anticipated, a bet won by the strength fanatic. Huiso was showing great skills. Now the pair was yielding much better. What's up? The lazy master from lunch showed up, remarked Taeyong not badly. But too sensitive and lethargic, he said. There's nothing to be done about it since he's at that stage, the old master muttered. There are 2 of the most difficult stages in weight control. The first is dehydration. With the departure of water, a person gets weaker, no matter how much they have strengthened before. Strength will return afterward, but right now you need to strengthen your muscles properly, and he's at that stage. You can't consume creatine. It retains water in the body. You need to maintain your diet, and the loads only get more. But how he tries, Taeyong enthused. Right? He is a pleasure to teach, the old master muttered contentedly. He keeps his word and gets stronger with each training session, and listens much better than expected, the master said. He's still young. You need to keep an eye on him so he doesn't have a nervous breakdown, the old master sternly instructed. Taeyong happily ran to the exhausted fighter. Everything will be all right, he said, even though he himself was the main cause of the stress, thought the master. Dead. He's definitely dead now. Huiso collapsed on the floor 5 days before the match. Give me salt, growled his inner beast. Now he hated anyone who ate good food. Even though they'd cut back on the loads, he was still practicing with rubber bands, and his hands were shaking like an alcoholic with a history of alcoholism. No telling how many trips to the bathroom he's made. His urine is cleaner than an alpine mine. He checked in at the medical center to make sure he was okay. Taeyong knows how to keep his body toned, but the workouts were still exhausting. Soft footsteps were heard nearby. Huiso looked up tiredly. You're chilling. Put in a stiletto with a cheeky barb. Who's to say, he replied rudely, to the nice girl who was worried about him. Now that's him getting angry, Yujin thought. But she understood his state of mind perfectly. She waited a moment for him to realize the nonsense he'd said. Huh, and rightly so, muttered the boy with parched lips. Now they had switched places. He himself had felt what it was like to lose weight intensely. Here she threw like a rabid dog a bone, a small roll on the ground. "We'll help satisfy his hunger for a while," the Thorn said as he unwrapped the roll of nuts. Small nuts and even more carefully peeled appreciated the gift of a cheeky fellow. Since she still hadn't gone home, sitting in the break room and particularizing, he imagined. "Give it back if you don't want it," said sharply, as always prickly, but the guy quickly swallowed the entire contents, feeling nothing outraged the hungry and exhausted body. "But thanks for your concern." He managed to smile with lips chapped from dehydration. Nothing the damsel waved away. Gave the leftovers away as usual, smirked weakly at the cocky guy. Oh, she felt embarrassed. What a doofus. The girl stammered and covered herself with a slight blush. "Never mind," she replied sharply and turned to run away. "Let's have dinner after the match," he suggested afterward, and then the Thorn muttered and promptly retreated. "It's so cute to be angry," laughed the short guy, not understanding the reasons at all. "It's hard to even laugh. It's time to go home." He slowly rose to his feet. Who could be calling at this hour? He felt a vibration in his pocket. "Yes, Dad." He picked up the phone anxiously. His father didn't call without a good reason. "What happened?" he asked after they exchanged greetings. Where is he now? Turned cold and clenched all inside, in the intensive care unit. Hui So heard Hui So. He flew into the hospital, forgetting his fatigue and exhaustion, so anxious and in a hurry. "Patient Lee Kek Wook," he shouted to the entire emergency room. "What are you yelling about?" My father's familiar voice called from behind me, as cheerful as ever. "Some might think he's dead already," grumbled his father. "What a shame," he said to himself, sitting on his bunk bandaged like a Hindu. What happened to his head showered him with a hail of questions, son. "Keep it down. There are other people here too," calmed his father. "It doesn't matter now." The caring son dismissed all objections. "Wait, what's with the clothes?" he noticed, his father's unusual robe. He did leave today in a shirt and pants, though, Hui So noticed, and suspicion crept into his head. "Let's talk somewhere else," Dad said heavily. He clearly didn't want to tell me, but it couldn't be helped now. They took a seat away from people, in a quiet place where they could talk quietly. "What happened to the last job?" Hui So asked. "The market has settled. He knows how it is." His father smiled. "And so he went to the construction site," the son realized. "There are unpaid debts. You cannot be unemployed," replied the father discreetly. "In a few years, everything will settle down. Don't worry," he reassured his son. But how could he not worry if they were in the hospital? Another terrible guess crept into his head as he correlated past and present. The mother also works. Hui So's heart squeezed, faithfully acknowledged the father at the restaurant. Why didn't they say anything? The loving son was upset. "I'm sorry," he told his father. "Why all of a sudden? What's with the regrets?" The parent wondered. "For so many years they paid for his coaches. All parents do that. He has no talent, and the sport is not his. Should have left sooner," muttered he. His grandmother told him to quit, but his parents insisted he keep practicing, and now the family is in debt. They believed that once the spending was recouped, life would be easier, Hui So recalled. "But he still failed. I want to be someone my parents can rely on," the boy blurted out. Lee Hui So cut short his tirade, angrily and sternly father. They didn't do it so he'd whine now, or maybe he thinks it would be better if he'd made a different decision. Dad was angry. "They weren't going out on a whim with anyone. It was their conscious decision," the father calmly replied. "No one is going to blame him regardless of the outcome, especially since he used to be a high schooler and couldn't make those decisions. Son, there is nothing special about us. Every man faces his own difficulties. Put a strong and warm hand on his shoulder. It's part of life's journey. Lack of money, trauma, and all the things that haven't happened yet. Everyone is healthy and they have a responsible son. One day all the money difficulties will be solved too," the parent confidently stated. "Live with pride in your family," he said. And Hui So nearly cried, a bitter lump coming to his throat. He raised his hand to his face to wipe away the involuntary tears, not enough to cry like a girl. "How's the head?" he asked. "Calm down." He thought he would never ask again, answered his father, well, and bandaged him. He looked into the camera phone. "Mother must be going crazy," said the guy. "Do not worry. Soon the father will go on a business trip to the countryside," reassured the parent. "Enough already about that. He has to study tomorrow. Go home. Nobody dies." His father kicked him out. "There's nothing to be done about it anyway," sighed the defiant lad. "Where does his mother work?" he asked. "It's best not to go in to see her. She'll be embarrassed," his father warned. "I'll watch from afar now that I've learned all about it," replied the loving son. If you're going to go, go now. It won't be long before her shift is over, his father told him. So Huiso caught her at work. What are you thinking about, friend? Do not want to go home. Turned to the not old but still beautiful woman, her colleague. The loving son looked out the restaurant window from afar, his heart bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. Mom is working hard again for his well-being, he berated himself. So hard at work, but at home he doesn't show it at all. The guy was angry at himself. Just wait a little longer, dear mother, he clenched his fists. He would definitely win this match. Deep inside him, it was burning with the flames of hell. The next day he worked for 10 men, transfixed with cold fury. The blows exploded with dry claps on his training paws, the trainer barely keeping up. Punching, dodging, Huiso moved as if he was on the move without losing the sharpness of his movements. He saw all the blows that flew at him and easily dodged them. Bam! Followed by a powerful counterattack that nearly took down the aide. Why did he get so excited? The old master noticed the change in attitude. Taeyong shrugged, he wondered. Only yesterday he had been whining and complaining of fatigue. Don't push yourself, Huiso! The match is just around the corner! The unshaven master shouted to the cocky fighter. It is not clear how it came out, the old master noted satisfied, but the guy not only morally strengthened, he also started moving with minimal effort. Taijun's timings, or rather even reading them, analyzed by the old master. Great, he grunted contentedly, the kid's developing. Bam! The glove on Taijun's hand flew far to the side from the powerful punch. Show me what a crazy guy can do, grumbled the unshaven master to himself. On weigh-in day, threw his arms up in joy when the scale stopped at 70.5 pounds. The stocky Japanese also had no trouble getting through the weigh-in. Stir down, they took a stand. The Japanese looked shorter but more massive accordingly. Looks impressive, the cocky guy remarked after looking over his opponent. Maybe it's because he doesn't need to lose as much weight. Watching from above is even more interesting. It was the first time he fought someone below him. Only one problem, his tank is leaking. Suzuki grimaced and muttered to himself. You think the opponent is a punching bag or something crazy, said the cocky guy. Luckily, the Japanese guy couldn't understand a damn thing in Korean and stared at Hui so stupidly. That was the end of it. The referee pulled them apart, ending the stern down. Huiseo looking great in his best form and has looked confident in his opponent. Insane played up the shyness and modesty. Why are you bullying him? Sung-hoon asked the cocky guy. He started at first, he excused himself. What did he do? The coach asked, gnashing his teeth and rambling on, giving him goosebumps. Huiso stated, he really is as weird as they say he is. He doesn't seem to care who's in front of him as long as he can be beaten, the guy thought, and was grateful for that. Because that's definitely not going to happen on match day. He'll be able to focus on destroying his opponent. Good kicks, now rest, Sung-hoon told him on match day after warming up in the locker room. The cocky guy breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the bench. He was completely calm. What's on his mind? He's quiet today, the unshaven foreman asked him. For once, the lazy master paid attention to him. It was unusual, said the boy. Your tongue is your enemy, grumbled the coach. Nothing of the sort, replied the defiant lad. This fight will prove his worth as a fighter. He pondered over the old master's words. What is its value really, the daring fighter asked himself. The boy raised a finger upwards with significance. Here's a cheeky one, thought the master. No one likes spoilers, said the cocky guy to the lazy master. You act as bold as always. Yes, without spoilers, more interesting, agreed the unshaven master. Waiting for your performance, he muttered quite. 10 minutes, the organization assistant interrupted them. Their exit. We'll have a beer and fried chicken after he wins, the unshaven coach said. Dibs on the master's treat, agreed the brazen fighter, and smiled. In the blue corner, star rookie Lee Hui-soi. The crowd welcomed him with loud applause. The announcers commented on the match. He has a tough opponent this time around. He has 7 wins at lightweight under his belt. In the red corner, a live motor Mitsubishi Suzuki, wearing a honey mask, comes to the ring. He always puts up a brutal fight. The match lasts 15 minutes. That's enough time. Don't get into trouble. The more clashes, the calmer you need to be, the unshaven master instructed. Go make a chop out of him, he wished the fighter. If you slip up again, you won't get another contract, Suzuki reminded his mustachioed trainer. Fighters to the center. The referee called them and they stood opposite each other. They're both so different. It's amazing that they're in the same weight class, communicated by the leads. Suzuki won't be easy in this fight, but who knows? He's been knocking out opponents bigger than Li Hui, so. Plus, the Japanese guy has a lot more combat experience than the rookie. Matches of physical strength against experience were interjected by the leading commentators. The referee gave the command of the fight, and both fighters started moving in a circle, studying each other. Suzuki opened the fight first and landed a direct blow to Huisou's defense. He immediately came to a series of punches, judging the proper distance. The taller Huisou had to duck under heavy punches quickly. As he bent over, a powerful uppercut was aimed at his head and swept across his chin. Huisou dodged with his upper torso, saving his strength. The blows whistled, scratching the tip of his nose. Each one could be his last. Timing it right, Huisou fired a straight left to stop his opponent. Immediately, he turned the attack downward, adding a low kick to the shin. Suzuki's calf muscle went numb from the whipping blow. But the stubborn Japanese, on the contrary, took a step forward and attacked over the top. A hand slid down the back of his head as Huisou moved his head just a little to get away from the blow. Utilizing his footwork, the feisty fellow circled his opponent. Both fighters showed excellent skills on defense and offense. Huisou watched the Japanese carefully, remembering the shared historical past. Mitsubishi was like a tank with powerful right hooks. Strike, defense. He left no gaps for Huisou's counterattacks. The Japanese fired a straight punch and immediately shortened the distance between them. He never gave up trying to break through the defenses of the cocky guy, but he dodged all the blows. With each swing, the moved fighter got closer and closer to him, until he finally punched into the block with his sledgehammer. The hall exploded with applause. From a powerful hit, the feisty lad was thrown to the net. Cornering his opponent, Mitsubishi began to work his opponent over with a hail of punches. Huisou leaned his body forward and rested his hands on the Japanese man's chest. In one motion, he pushed the striker away, stepped out of the corner. But the stocky Japanese wouldn't let him go, shifting with the blow as well. What fun it is to hit people, his inner voice trailed off. Huisou is pinned down again and a hail of gunshots thuds into his body. The mustachioed Japanese trainer was worried again, although he told the fighter to keep calm. The series of strikes didn't end. Mitsubishi, definitely in good shape, noticed the commentators. Too dangerous, said Sung-hoon. Low-flying punches, thought the old master, probably for rain. No, he just lets himself be beaten. A hunch suddenly dawned on the unshaven master. Take a closer look, he said to Sung-hoon. They both saw how well the guy was holding up. Like the swing of a metronome pendulum, Huisou counted the beat of the cylinders. The shock, the defense, the Japanese pistons worked their way up his blocks. Tact, high consistency, strong and weak blows. He felt them all. Suzuki went wild. Huisou counting, spacing, and combinations. He waited patiently. Mitsubishi didn't think to tire and took wider and wider swings as if anticipating victory. He moved quickly and efficiently, like a professional, just what you need to make a read. The metronome froze mid-stroke, now felt Hui, so the right moment. A razor blow sliced the chin of a psychotic opponent. He stopped, frozen as if he'd been pinned to the floor, receiving a blow he hadn't expected. Immediately he got a deuce on 1-2, his head twitching like a toy. The Mitsubishi tilted backwards as if its engine had slammed into a pole at high speed. This is it, grunted the old master contentedly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Everything happened so fast that the audience didn't see all the punches, but saw the stocky opponent fall into the ring. Well held, praised the master of the feisty fellow. Lucky he was throwing mindless punches and was easier to calculate. Li Hui so requests a standing ovation from the audience, commentators gibbering if there is a more relaxed fighter. The cocky kid shifted his gaze to the lunatic below and poked his finger at him defiantly. No, no, he waved defiantly. Don't even think about getting up, he taunted his opponent. Get up, let's kill him, get up. The voices in my head were clamoring to get up. Kill now, Mitsubishi is completely out of his mind from the shock. Get up to the rack, commanded the referee to the Japanese, who was floundering. They stood opposite each other again, but now a very different atmosphere surrounded them. This time, Li Huisou attacked first, confident of his advantage. Maintaining his distance, he shelled the enemy from a great distance, utilizing his height and speed. What are you standing up for? Don't you want to get closer? Mentally asked his opponent, Huisou, or had already given up. A powerful uppercut broke through the defense and removed the block. The one-sided fight pissed off the Japanese even more. Unable to withstand the gunfire, he tore forward, ignoring the possible consequences. Great, here comes the punch. Catching the rhythm perfectly, Huisou counterpunched with an uppercut to the jaw. Let me get to know you better, thought the fighter. A sturdy neck extinguished the jolt, spreading the damage across his body, but the impact was still painful. The Japanese tried to counterattack himself but got a second punch, a right to the side. And the left reacher, even at close range, Abnormal could not enter an equal exchange. He earned a second down. If he gets another one, he automatically loses. The Japanese quickly tried to get to his feet despite the severe contusion. But before he could do so, a sharp knee strike was already flying at his head. A knee could be driven into his head and he flew backward again. There was nowhere to retreat further. The backhand hit the net and the match unfolded in a mirror image. Clenching his teeth, the crazed Japanese could only wait for the next attacks. A second jumping knee strike on a stationary target wrote out the verdict. Hui So didn't even give the psychotic opponent a chance to respond, smashing his turtle defense. Each blow was heavier than the last. The cocky guy was punching with all his body weight. Nailing with his hands from below, Hui So moved his attack to the top, writing out a high kick to the head with his foot. Even with his defense exposed, the opponent was taking damage. The Mitsubishi's body skidded to the left from the inertia of the impact. As if that wasn't enough, his opponent froze in front of him. Hui So raised his hands and stood in range of his opponent's strikes, taunting him. "Kill, kill, kill, kill quickly!" The voices tormented the freak with anger. The daring fellow smiled wryly. He was in complete control of the battlefield. The raised arm shot out sharply, but Mitsubishi managed to dodge. He tried to immediately strike in a leap, stepping towards Hui So. A wide swing slid past the defiant fighter a few centimeters away. Of course he'd duck. The psychotic fighter expected it. Here's the real kick. He fires a long, straight right. How timely at the last moment Hui So just got his head out of the line of scrimmage. Even such an unexpected feint didn't work on the eyed fellow, worried Abnormal. Hui So easily slipped into range, from where he could once again throw a lot of punches with impunity. Hey, what a ridiculous thing to say. Hui So looked contemptuously at the helpless Japanese. No, he shook his finger again, signaling that there was nothing he could do. The punctured tank whistled thoroughly. The Mitsubishi couldn't take the embarrassment. In that instant, he sprang forward without any plan or calculation, hoping for a blind chance. Hui So could clearly see the swaggering wide movements of the abnormal man and deftly dodged. The smile never left the face of the defiant lad. He was completely unafraid of his opponent's destructive moves. All attacks fail. The stocky fighter panicked and couldn't understand why. Hui So dodged as easily as if he was dancing. He moved flexibly and resiliently. The middle kick chopped the torso of the crazed Japanese with the speed of the wind. Hui So has his foot in for another mid-kick, and his opponent has clenched up in advance. But instead, just made a few haphazard foot movements to confuse his opponent. "Now he's just having fun, won't even let me take a step," grumbled the old coach. No, this was the third time the defiant lad had mercilessly taunted his opponent. "XO," screamed the Japanese man, and his valves finally blew off. "Don't fall for the provocation," the mustachioed coach advised, but there was no point. The stocky freak went on a spending spree, forgetting his defenses and everything but his hate. Hui So moved easily along the line of a wide, drawn-out hit. A counterpunch smashed through the skull with a leaking roof. The Mitsubishi took double damage. He piled in for the third time, and Hui So was no longer letting go of such an opportunity. The Japanese man's broken face was blistered like a beet from bruising. Suddenly he felt a fear he had never felt before. Hell had emptied. All the demons gathered here. They were coming for him. Hui So's elbow sliced from above. Angry. Good. Get even angrier, thought Hui So, destroying his opponent. He got to feel with his whole body what it felt like to be beaten to a pulp like he likes, chopped down by Hui So's blows. All the while, Freak was doing just that in the ring. The fight turned into a bloodbath. Mitsubishi let go of the defense. He lay completely stunned and his eyes rolled back. The referee shouted a stop. The final hammer blow slammed into the ring next to the Japanese man's head. Hui So Demon has recovered, and the fight is over. The referee has closed in on the defeated fighter. Another fight, Hui So wins by knockout in the first round. The commentators went crazy. A fighter who hasn't even spent a year in the ring has broken into the lightweight rankings. Hui So won at the 3rd minute and 38 seconds of the first round by technical knockout. Just look at those headlines. Taeyong was leafing through the news feed. You bet the audience didn't appreciate such a colorful fight. Song Hong also changed and allowed himself to relax. He hadn't been like this before, the old master noticed. Seeing the always stern and picky browbeater merrily spinning a match winner was unaccustomed. "Great," heard the unshaven master exclaim to the defiant lad. What happened already? Grumbled the old master. The test results came back, replied the excited fighter. Went through. Pretty much declared a cocky guy, 2 wins out of 2. It seems like it's time to look for documents and find out what the weather will be like, the cheeky guy said, not noticing how Sung-hoon and Tae-yong slowly pulled away. The cheeky lad started calling his mother and chirping excitedly about his victory and future trips. What are we going to do? The trainers whispered conspiratorially. Not his concern, the old master muttered. I didn't think he would pass, Tae-yong lamented. Hui Seo didn't realize that after the written test, there would be an oral and practical exam, so he wouldn't have time for Young-kun's match. What do they know about pain? Hui Seo is sprawled out in the middle of the ruins of an air castle. The dream of traveling abroad just crumbled. What's wrong with him? Looks like a dead fish, asked Young-kun. It will be a long time, reassured his comrade. Sung-hoon dared to approach the athlete who was disillusioned with people and life. Oh, mister, what became the second coach in the end, said Hello without hiding envy and resentment of the impertinent guy. Of course he was a fool for believing he could do it all in 4 months, whined the insolent fighter. Anyway, since Sung-hoon is busy, goes to Yoo-jin now instructed, the main slacker of the hall. The girl is sick, lives alone, no one to take care of her, explained the trainer. But why him? Sourly replied the fighter. There are plenty of other guys. Go to Yoo-jin's place. The other guys came to life and offered themselves as guardians. It is precisely because he doesn't feel like it that he has to do it, Sung-hoon said sternly. The others will just eat her up. Since his match had just ended, he didn't have anything to do anyway, so he could go out to unwind. Sung-hoon held out a corporate card for expenses. I see, the impertinent guy accepted. I can buy something for myself, he asked, and Sung-hoon gave the go-ahead. The main thing is to bring the receipt. Counting on you, Sung-hoon escorted him out and the guy headed in. The apartment is on the top floor, and the girl knows how to live successfully, envied the cocky guy. Coming to visit a friend, he said hello to the concierge. This door, he quickly oriented himself with the address in his phone and rang the bell. A sickly sparrow crawled out. What a look! At least she should have combed her hair, said the cocky guy. Ah, defended by a worried sparrow. The girl didn't expect to see him outside the door at all. She slammed the door loudly right in his face, the mouse hiding in its burrow. That's how she receives guests, grumbled the tactless guy, while she was going crazy, trapped in her own home, breathed heavily the girl. Did he follow her? Squeaked the gray mouse. No, just Sung-hoon gave the address and told him to check on her, the guy explained. Why didn't you warn her? She squeaked angrily. Didn't Sung-hoon call her? The guy weakly excused himself. So what if the house was a mess? He'd come for nothing, the guy grumbled, and she told him to shut up, thinking of ways to minimize the disaster. And they said she was sick, but she made a mess of it, grumbled the impertinent fellow at the door. Come in if you're here, the sickly gray mouse frowned. Don't look around. Don't look under your feet either. You'd better poke your eyes out, grumbled the confused mouse. Oh, familiar methods. He appreciated the towel-covered mountain of unwashed dishes in the sink. Don't lie down yet. Eat normally. But the mouse hurriedly burrowed into the warm nest. Even in times of illness, you have to move and eat, insisted the feisty fellow. Where is the portable table, he asked. Behind the kitchen one, muttered the mouse. She was so weak she had no strength for barbs or embarrassment. And he likes to eat, the sickly cutie remarked, watching him gorge himself on the porridge he'd brought. As I watched, my stomach rumbled too. Now that he was being so quiet, Hui Seo smiled. Mousie slowly brought the spoon to her mouth and began to eat. In other circumstances, she would have bristled with barbs and wouldn't have been allowed even on the doorstep. He'd thought about eating lunch together, of course, but who knew they'd eat like this, the cheeky lad remarked, and the mouse smiled sweetly too. How long had she been sick, he asked the girl, and she told him that 3 days ago, yesterday was the worst. Wait, so she hasn't bathed since. That's why she has a nest on her head, taking advantage of her unarmed brazen boyfriend. But she was washing. Here's a sniff. He plugged his nose picturesquely, though the scent of chocolate and cherries intoxicated him. Exhausted even more by the goon, the girl leaned back on the side of the bed, her eyes closing on their own. But it was good that someone visited her, the sick mouse said in a moment of weakness. It's just a shame it's him, but it'll do, she returned his barbs. Saw the match, muttered the girl, which is true, stretched a smile guy, even when sick watched not me. Stand down, she stated softly. Well done. She congratulated the athlete sincerely. The fight surprised her. She knew he wasn't bad, but this was a whole other level the mouse shared. How unusual to hear compliments from her. Even embarrassing, he scratched the back of his head. She's definitely sick. Is it? Wondered the tired mouse at such insolence. Why would she do such a thing? Sneered the girl contemptuously. She has something to say, though. The cutie looked away embarrassed. She really thought he was an idiot, the pretty girl stated stiffly. That kind of directness made even a cocky guy freeze to the floor. That's some claim. Huiso paused, thinking of how to respond. In principle, she did not hide her attitude. Even a dumb person would have guessed it. Oh really, the girl repented weakly. But since she confessed, it's not so bad at this point. The guy cheered up. At first she thought he was taken unfairly, so he's doing what he wants and acting like a self-centered piece of douchebag, pinned Huiso. But it turned out to be a different matter altogether, her voice becoming timid and soft again. Still, he has the skills and the work ethic, and the swagger is justified in places. Although he's still a bragging peacock, she continued. No sense you're praising. Go on, insisted the cheeky lad. I beg your pardon, the girl humbly said. Come on. The athlete waved her off. It would only spoil their relationship. She didn't do it to please his ego, but to keep herself from feeling worse, the sickly mouse mumbled weakly. What is it, he asked when the mouse had finally abandoned all strength. His firm, cool palm rested on her forehead. Great, she thought for a second, so good. What's that he's doing? The hot mouse asked languidly as he touched his forehead for comparison. Stop grumbling. He slapped her lightly on the forehead, putting her in caring boyfriend mode. It looks like she's getting worse. She was so tormented before, and she's still sick, Huiso realized. Heavy loads, strict diets, weaken the body, which makes the risk of getting sick higher. 2 matches in less than a year, meetings with fans, etc. It wasn't easy for her. Huiso gently took her under his arm and helped her up. Take the pills. He gave her the antipyretic, and the heated cutie didn't argue. He gently wrapped the mouse in the nest. The girl quickly fell asleep. Quickly he looked at the cute little nose that stuck out from under the blanket. Now we can put the kitchen in the living room in order, the guy decided. Bully, she subtly squeaked his name. Li Huiso, the guy listened. Still awake, he asked. Thank you, the sickly mouse whispered softly. I don't hate you anymore, he heard him honestly say, the relationship level raised from negative to neutral. Though he's still a fool, she added sweetly yawning. Huiso smiled. Even through sleep, she's saying the same thing, so she's being sincere, he realized. Having done the kitchen outfit, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Great with that part, finished, said the caring guy. The forbidden door, the lonely girl's room, grew before him. To be or not to be, that was the question. Pondered the impertinent lad. She's locked it securely, there can be no doubt what's in there. He scratched his beard. There was no way. He risked opening Pandora's box and looked inside. In the closet accumulated mountains of unworn clothes. What a pigsty horrified the guy who at 23 years old lives with his mother. It is impossible to distinguish clean from dirty. Everything is mixed up. He estimated the work front. I'll wash everything. When he had finished with his chores, he returned to the hall, tired from the household chores. Just as he was being looked for, one of the coaches called him, which had already happened. Huiso was surprised. Hurry up and go to the master. There's a tall guest there to inform the sportsman. I had a couple things to do, so I stopped by, just for a minute. A whole director of X1. Why are you frozen, as if you were guilty? Asked his bearded grandfather. No, just surprised that the director came in person, apologized the athlete. He had come to discuss the contract, in person, with the athlete. But the unshaven master insisted on being close by. It's some other contract. The boy rubbed the back of his head confusedly. He hadn't really been to school. It's about changing his current contract, said the wily director. SFC want to take him away, stunned the lad with such a powerful statement from the director that he didn't look much surprised, the wily principal stated. They contacted out of the blue and claimed Huiso for themselves, and after all, he barely made it through 3 matches. But why didn't they contact directly, he asked. Cocky guy apparently decided to act politely. After all, the organizations exchanged many fighters. Still, he hopes that Huiso will refuse the offer. It's hard to survive in SFC, even the domestic champions, and to attract the attention of the viewers too. It's more profitable to get a foothold here, the director said. He won't stop him from leaving, but he'll be glad if Huiso refuses. They're making good money off him. Of course the conditions in X1 would get better, the director promised, and the cheeky lad perked up his ears. A permanent salary of $8 million, plus a 100% bonus for winning, rounded the eyes of the fighter when he was voiced the amount. They had already discussed the matter with the old master, but only Huiso himself would decide. Then let's trust Master Sanguk, said the guy. Do not have anything to say, surprised the unshaven coach. If I could, I would have signed everything at once, admitted the fighter. SFC are not only good with monetary offers, what about their reputation and prestige, which are important to them? Sanguk asked. They are a world stage. Any fighter that is as good as Hui, so will want to participate in it. The unshaven master bent his line. Nowadays, the competition is very high. There are a lot of fighters, and they are exhausted to the pulse. What is the prestige? Objected the director. These are the words of the spirit of the old men. But what will the other fighters say to this? Replied the unshaven master. Opinions may vary. Just state your terms, the director suggested. Starting conditions of 10 million and the same amount for winning, heard the director their demands. Isn't it too much? Huiso looked doubtfully. Such a fee being offered to national-level athletes. They really have enough of this, heard Principal Huiso's surprised voice. They seem to be cautious in front of him, discouraged the athlete's director. 12 million, and as much for victory. He stunned them with a new offer, raising the required bid. 12, the athletes muttered in unbelief. The sum had increased by a third of the starting sum. So he'll also introduce them to a sponsor, so they'll get about 30 million more a year, the wily director offered thoughtfully. Of course, everything is not free. He will get that money if he wins the match. But what if he loses? Huiso clarified. Let's make do. 10 for participating and 10 for winning. Just as Sanguk suggested the principal reasoned, they are still in favor anyway. What's the catch didn't believe such generosity of the old master, but the headmaster raised his hands. For now, he can't reveal all the details. But now he's getting ready for something, and hope Huiso will be a part of it. The headmaster squinted slyly. But what is he talking about? Sanguk asked. The market is about to expand, but it is a risky bet. Everything will work out if it goes according to plan, the director said. He couldn't say anything else, but they definitely weren't losing anything, the headmaster assured them, and Huiso was already wagging his tail to sign while the master thought. They agree, heard the principal, and shone like a saint. He didn't come here in person for nothing. He'll send a rough version of the contract tomorrow. Terms change, so they'll get the final version after the match. The director politely said goodbye, and Sanguk volunteered to walk him to his car. Huiso, he addressed the athlete last, and the latter listened attentively. Be sure to take care of your master. It's hard to find such a person, he said. And even the old master was embarrassed. Of course, he would always be grateful to him, replied the impertinent fellow. That's good. Waiting for new achievements from him in the next match, the director said goodbye. That's the luck, exulted the self-confident guy. Lucky or unlucky we'll know only in the future, grumbled the unshaven master. Something doesn't feel right, wondered the naive kid. Something doesn't fit, grumbled the master. They wouldn't have been offered such a deal if it wasn't favorable to the association. The director is definitely not the kind of person to miss out on profits, although they don't know what the future holds. It's not clear how he'll use the guy. Is he a bad person? The fighter asked. No, shook his head Sanguk. He would definitely not bully and pressure his athletes. No problem then, rejoiced the carefree fellow. He trusts so easily, grumbled the old master. Of course he trusts the master wholeheartedly since they've come so far together, smirked the cheeky fellow. He shouldn't be so gullible, so he will definitely be cheated, grumbled the coach. But does he have anything to be cheated about? Asked Huiso. Anything could be, grumbled the old man, so he'll still trust this time, replied the carefree lad. He'd gotten this far thanks to the master. He could take a chance once, the kid flattered. Don't laugh, you fool, slapped the boy's shoulder with the master, as if his flattery might work, grumbled the coach contentedly. Keep your mouth shut until it's official. If he blabs, there will be chaos on the team, the coach sternly chastised. That was taken care of, grumbled the unshaven master. What about you, Jin, he asked, and the guy laid out the details. At this, the old master dismissed the impertinent lad and took up his papers. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Love my master, sent to him by a brash boy. The inner financier was jubilant. Soon he would be receiving a huge sum of money for the fight. Also a sponsor for just 2 matches a year, drooled the cheeky lad. Climbing to the top really isn't easy. He grew up fast, the daring lad pondered. But even putting all that aside, there's news even cooler than these. Now the SFC turned their attention to him. He threw his hands up contentedly. No matter how things turn out in the future, if he changes his mind, he could become the second fighter in the International League, along with Young Kun. A golden ticket to the arena, every fighter's dream, and he got it in just 1 year. He's definitely got a good foothold here and can keep it up, the kid thought. Then he'll pay his parents what he owes them over the years. A sudden call tore him away from his air castles. A prickly Min Jin was calling him, apparently awake recently. He walked into the room, the mouse squeaking vigorously, apparently relieved. It's great that she's feeling better, he told her, but the fierce mouse wouldn't stop. He came in. The confused girl shouted. Unpacked the things and boxes, threw out the trash, calmly replied the guy. It's not like anyone asked him to get mad at the prickle. He'd washed his panties and bras too, all hung separately, he said in a mundane tone. The crazy asshole squeaked she was angry and embarrassed. What's the big deal here, he wondered. He didn't consider it much. She might not care, he reassured the girl, but it only got worse. Why, he kept squeaking for the umpteenth time. This conversation was going nowhere, the cocky lad decided. Just get better faster, the impenetrable kid replied to her. Maybe I shouldn't go to the gym today. I might as well die, the carefree athlete muttered. Hurry up, the match is about to start, they shouted to him from the hall as he picked up the delivery. The pizza and fried chicken arrived, the sassy guy arrived, a perfectly happy friend. It was quickly laid out on the floor, now all ready for quality viewing. He's more worried about this match than his own, Huiso said, and Jung Hwan agreed, his heart jumping out with excitement. In the blue corner is undefeated Bob, the middleweight champion with 12 wins, Ricardo da Silva. In the red corner, a fighter with quite a few wins from Korea, Kang Young-kun, announced the announcer of the match. Blue is ready, the ref points to the fighter and Ricardo pulls guard. Red is ready, he asked the same thing to Young-kun, and the latter took a stand. Fight, gave the ref's command and the fighters came into action. Young-kun was tearing towards Ricardo from the start and he missed a kick. Without slackening his pace, the Korean grabbed the champion and threw him into the ring. Teammates cheered. Yes, they shouted, way to go! But the tough champion was able to get up and counterattack. Now Young-kun was missing punches. He missed a lot in the second round, having lost his fuse in the first round, and the Korean was taken down. How so? Tensed the team in anxious anticipation. The outcome. Young-kun held on until the third round, both opponents breathing heavily. The champion looked exhausted and hesitated to attack, the cocky Korean. Gathering his strength, he roared forward to seize the initiative in this round. Ricardo executed a pass to his feet, instantly closing in on his opponent. Young-kun had a hard time keeping his balance to avoid falling down. He had lost a lot of strength from the last round. At the last moment, he managed to execute a chokehold, clamping down on Ricardo's neck. The one quickly ran out of oxygen and patted the mats. The match is over. Kang Young-kun's first win had the spectator stands roaring. Things are really quite different. Assess the duel by the cocky lad. Both fighters, champions of their organizations at home, but in that arena, they are merely contenders for a world title. That means there's plenty of monsters out there that outnumber them. Extending X1's contract was the right decision, Huiso realized after watching this match. He was still too inexperienced. There was no point in rushing. He should start by conquering the home arena, the lad decided for himself. The phone in the team's office rang loudly, but no one paid any attention to it. Everyone seems to be too busy reliving the matchup of a fighter from their gym, the guy realized, and went to answer. Tim Attack, Huiso introduced himself, and the voice on the phone asked why the coaches weren't answering. Today is Young-kun's debut match, the guy explained. Everyone is too absorbed in the match. How was the match, asked him. Winning in the third round with a chokehold, voiced Huiso's impressive results. It wasn't exactly smooth sailing. He was pretty exhausted for 3 rounds and almost lost, the guy boasted. Anyway, there's news for him, said cheeky lad. There's a possibility of competing in the main match in September. It was obvious from the look of him that he was attacking, so he took him in a tackle, boasting victory to the sturdy Korean. Huiso sipped his beer thoughtfully and remained silent. Sung-hoon noticed this. Why did you hang your nose when you got an invitation to the match? He asked the dejected boy. He had a good time in the States, the cocky guy interjected, but Sung-hoon dismissed it. He worked there. And how are the American girls? Asked the sly boy, very open, blushed the always reserved coach. So it's not so bad, realized Huiso. Rascal, better let him tell about the invitation. He poked at the fighter's shoulder. No exact date yet, the lad said. Has the opponent been determined? His browbeaten coach asked, and Huiso said not yet, and that worries him. The choice was 2 fighters, but recommended Pereiro, heard a familiar name by a browbeaten trainer. Tough, yeah, said the cocky guy. He's number 1, and the other Kim Ji-hyun number 3. They're both tough guys. frowned Sung-hoon's eyebrows, and the kid got worried. Very strong opponents. First, let's start with Pereiro. He has a nasty temper, reported the bearded coach. The oblique kick, the barnstormer, the jumping elbow strike, all of these techniques incapacitate opponents, and quite a few fighters have not returned to the ring after it. He's notorious among fighters for doping, steroid injections, diuretics. He's been caught on just about everything. Plenty of organizations have abandoned it after high-profile scandals. If the fight gets out of hand, he risks not returning to the ring. Sung-hoon frowned his eyebrows. Kim Jo-hyun is not easy either. He has been dubbed the keeper of his weight class, the browbeaten trainer continued. He is well trained and is a ruthless monster to newcomers. Even in the pro environment, he has gotten quite a few nicknames. Based on what we heard, Kim Jae-chin will be easier, the guy asked. It's not that simple. It's the main event, Sung-hoon clarified. Jahan has had most of his wins by judge's decision. The guy is even more confused now. The judge's decision means that Jahan will hang on until the last round and score points. A rookie who hasn't fought more than 2 will quickly give up. He needs to win the fight in 2 rounds, but no one has succeeded yet. He's like an armored train, thought Hui So. In terms of pain, Pereiro is more suitable. But in any case, you have to analyze both, advised the meticulous coach. Watch the videos of their matches first, okay? Sighed Hui So. Now he was even more worried. Even late at night, he still couldn't sleep. His thoughts revolved around the future match. He watched the video for hours and still hadn't decided anything. Both opponents were formidable to him. He should have chosen without thinking. Now he's only more confused, sighed the guy. Who's writing at a late hour, he wondered, and looked at his phone. The unshaven handyman decided to text him. Finding out the guy was awake, he called him. Sung-hoon told the old coach everything and that the guy can't make a choice. Let him not worry about it, and choose the one he would like to fight the most, the master advised. Not too presumptuous, Hui So wondered. Trained athletes like him can rely on flair. Both are not easy opponents. A master will be able to train him for any match. Or he doesn't believe and thinks he'll be allowed to lose, grumbled the disgruntled old master. The guy was able to laugh in relief. In that case, there's no point in getting worked up, the cocky lad decided. So much time wasted on speculation, the fighter smiled. Then the answer lies on the surface. He already knew who he wanted to fight. Of course he chooses him, smirked the bold fighter cheekily. I'll go get my sword, squeaked the boy and ran after him. The boy picked up the ball and saw a grown man in front of him. The one sat sternly with his eyebrows furrowed as if he were a complete stranger. Daddy, shone the boy, recognizing a familiar face, the man who pretended to be a passerby. Son, the long unshaven man suddenly smiled gently. And he's early, the boy remarked, coming in early to see his progress, his father stated. He was able to play much better and even managed to score a goal, the boy boasted. Wish he could have seen it, the man said. That's okay, he'll show him next time, the boy promised cheerfully. Give me the ball, shouted the boy's friends, and he replied that he had to run. He'll be here to watch him, so let him play as much as he wants, Dad promised. His dad is so scary, the boy's friend said, but the son denied it all. Dad can't be scary. The man looked contentedly at his son. He loved him dearly. The boy had really grown a lot. The other man noticed his gaze. Why is the phone disconnected? The bald-bearded man asked him. Long time no see Costa, said hello reluctantly to the fighter. How did he know where he was? Grumbled the athlete. Asked his ex-wife, his manager simply replied. Did the old man follow her? Resented the fighter. Should have just taken the phone, answered the bearded man. He sees his son once a month. Couldn't he meet another day? But the bald bearded man insisted. An invitation from X1 came, the manager said, and the fighter grimaced disdainfully. September, Korea, Seoul. His opponent liked him more than the other guy. He might take the offer first, but the fighter turned up his nose. Another substitute match, I refuse, grumbled the unshaven athlete. He has already won 9 fights in this league. Constantly gives some newcomers. Why put up with it? Resented the fighter. All because he's done wild things before, and he's been abandoned by other organizations. Just doing whatever it took to win, frowned the stern fighter. How fortunate for them to be broke. He looked thoughtfully at his son. You know how much kids demand, grumbled the disgruntled athlete. Let him stop doping and start respecting his opponents. He'll get more offers. There are other details of the proposal, said the bald, bearded man, still brushed off the fighter. He will not fight. Even if he is given a title fight if he wins, the slyly bald manager asked. Pereiro snatched up the contract sheets, barely hearing those words. That's a good place to start, Pereiro was pleased. He was interested in the proposal. One, he called to his son to come up for a moment. He really wanted to share this joy. "I'll see you at that cafe after talking to my son." The fighter tossed the papers. "All the paperwork is now as chewed up," resented the bald manager. "Soon he will be a champion," said the father to his son. "Daddy will be the strongest," rejoiced the boy. "Yes, and he will be the son of the strongest," raised the boy in the arms of a fighter. They both laughed and goofed around for a long time, rejoicing at the news. Surrendering, Huiso wheezed in pain. He began to train hard again. Just pressed, and the bastard is already slamming. Indignant blonde. He almost used his technique. Why waste time? The athlete lied. How he was going to fight high-ranking fighters was resented by the trainer, knocking to learn faster. The fighter nonchalantly brushed it off. So what to do with this lazy brat, wondered the blonde coach. "Let's do this," he suggested to the cocky boy, and Huiso perked up his ears. "Once, if he defeats him once, the coach will buy lunches for a month," the blonde challenged. Free sparkled the eyes of the defiant fighter at such offers. A month of free lunches in the off-season when you can gain weight, calculated all the benefits of a cheeky guy. Great, jumped to his feet, the defiant fighter. Now he was fired up to train. The blonde frowned at the change in the guy. Huiso only looked forward with the gaze of a true assassin. "Great, now he sees his fortitude," said the blonde coach and responded in kind. The blonde master started first and moved forward. He leaned lower, aiming for the defiant boy's legs. A tackle, he realized, but didn't have time to react in time for the defiant fighter. Damn, he realized when the coach's hands reached for his neck. Deceptively, he aimed for the neck, the trainer's hand resting below the back of his head. In that case, Huiso would repay the favor. Huiso also entered the plan with the blonde man. The bold fighter's foot slipped and hooked the blonde under the supporting leg. With his other hand, the bold fellow slid under his opponent's leg and easily lifted it into the air, then quickly threw it in one motion. Grounding the coach against the mats, he pressed his body on top of his. The blonde lay quietly. He gave the initiative to the fighter as he grabbed his arm, to what a quick transition into the parter surprised him. Huiso rushed to finish the hold and take his opponent's back in a clinch. Naive was too hasty and didn't lock his legs. The coach smirked and threw a leg over the fighter's back. He made a U-turn, clamping his hand firmly between his legs, coming out for elbow leverage. In the blink of an eye, the daring athlete was at a severe disadvantage. "Damn, changed the position of his arm in a second. Gotta get out," the guy decided. Clamping his arm with his foot, the trainer took control of the fighter's friend's arm, and the latter was unable to rise. How unfortunate, grinned the blonde trainer. He'd done it all too quickly. "He's really good," admitted the cocky guy. "Let him go now and they'll talk again." "Reward motivation alone is not enough," the coach said. He must feel the pain of the reception to avoid it even more vigorously. "Great talk, let's play like this and next time," said the blonde boy goodbye. "Good job," praised the meticulous Sung-hoon as the guy stood up. "You saw it yourself, it's not very good," the guy mumbled. "In fact, it's fine," Sung-hoon reassured him. "Couldn't do anything," he said. "Almost beat Lee Soo with his 4th dan in jiu-jitsu," praised Sung-hoon. "Couldn't even beat him once," bemoaning the missed freebies cocky guy, not knowing that most can't even bring down a coach. He was able to do that even when under attack, the browbeaten man noted to himself. Lee Soo has the same physique as Huiso. If even he couldn't beat a fighter, there are only a few in this weight class that can do it. Maybe it was because of past Korean wrestling lessons, Sung-hoon pondered. This sport is quite rare. It is hard to master. Few people learn it. You could say it's part of Huiso's unique skills, a special set of skills. He only lacks the experience and understanding of how to properly utilize everything he already knows. An impressive stature, Brovasny noted. Precisely remembered something important Sung-hoon remembered and changed the subject. Tomorrow he will be tested for doping. People from the association, Pereiro, will also be tested, asked the cocky guy. "I have no idea. It's a randomized test," shrugged the browbeaten coach. "Too bad, frustrated kid. He definitely wouldn't have passed it. But something is worrying. Supplements that he takes, after all, do not contain doping," asked the defiant fighter. "Their team has never been caught doping. There's nothing to worry about. It's not like he's going to fail for fried chicken," the athlete chuckled. Of course, what nonsense. The meticulous Sung-hoon brushed aside, and only then did he realize the extent of the crime. "Ha ha!" scratched the back of his head awkwardly, the cocky guy thinking he'd get away with it. It didn't work. The meticulous browbeater glared at him. He ate the chicken, asserting rather than asking the meticulous coach. The boy turned away. "Repeat the question." The meticulous coach lost his temper, and droplets of sweat appeared on Huiso's forehead. Lee Soo, he saw the blonde boy. How about practicing some more? The torture of lecturing from Sung Hoon looked scarier than choking. Soybean at least tasted good, Song Hong asked calmly, but he ate in the spicy marinade, easily caught by the naive guy. Yes, really, spicy marinade means the suspect is confused about the statement, noted the meticulous Sung Hoon. The match had been announced long ago, and he was still eating that kind of food. Heavy hands rested on the defiant lad's shoulders. To exaggerate, he ate just a small bite, the defiant fighter dismissed. If you've tried it, you've already given in to temptation. The chicken is good, and there's marinade. It's good to eat it in secret. How can I lose this weight? Sung Hoon exploded. 3 pieces in all. Huiseo sprinted away. 3. Just now he was alone. Now the number is growing. The meticulous coach chased after him. Stand still, we'll have to skin him to make him lighter, yelled Sung Hoon. Everyone who works with this guy is going crazy, Lee Soo remarked, and it's Sung Hoon who suffers the most, Taeyong agreed. Huiso could not escape retaliation. Sung Hoon made him sweat to the point of exhaustion. Keep chasing him like a beaver and make sure he doesn't eat anything, frowned the meticulous trainer. Huiso puffed on his morning jog the last few days before the match were not easy. Inhale and exhale 3 times, keep running. Sung Hoon cycled beside him. Shadow fight, he said sternly, and Huiso paused to wave his arms. Great, now from the top, grumbled the stern coach, who had not yet forgotten about the hen. Huiso was taking a breather under the shower, the only place besides the restroom where he could rest. His diet was sparse: fish, rice, sprouted greens, no salt or spices. Again, he looked at the dry and tasteless food under Sung Hoon's strict supervision. Something doesn't feel right, frowned the browbeaten man, and Huiso quickly replied, No, sir. It's only been 2 weeks since the beginning of this week. It's not easy for him now, thought the browbeater. Perero is extraordinarily developed, so to narrow their weight difference, the guy has to get to 82. Plus, he needed to keep his body fluid ratio the same. He doesn't eat carbs or salt. When an animal is stressed, they become aggressive. Humans are not far gone. They become sensitive but can deal with it. Even though the guy hadn't objected once yet, but even so, Sung Hoon wouldn't regret it. Bring some water, said the cocky guy. Stop sitting around useless coach. And Sung Hoon immediately regretted praising the creep. He went to the cooler and got a call from the lazy handyman. Resting after practicing, Sung Hoon relayed to the chief. Really, we'll be ready, he replied to the lazy chief. What is such a thing, asked the impertinent fellow. What's up early in the morning, you cocky fighter? Perero arrived in Korea, sternly looked at the fighter by the browbeaten trainer. You need to prepare for the interview. Good thing they arrived on time. Sung Hoon brought the feisty guy in for an interview. On such an occasion, the boy had dressed up in a suit and was now fiddling with his tie. Such an uncomfortable suit, unhappily muttered the guy. Always was like that, answered him, browbeaten coach, let's go. The bearded principal was already seated behind the podium, center stage as he was supposed to be. Li Hui so arrived, camera flashes clicked, the event attracted a lot of attention. The director Huiso waved his hand, ignoring all official etiquette as usual. Good practice, the principal asked and responded to the handshake. This is his first conference, can he handle it? The director asked. Huiso replied that he will do what he has to do, or maybe there are recommendations for him. No, he can do what he wants, just don't let him swear. The principal smiled. What do you mean he won't swear? Assured the headmaster the defiant boy. Since he's so sure, he can sit down, the wily principal suggested. Everyone who was supposed to arrive had already arrived, but the opponents still hadn't arrived. Huiso tensed. The aide walked over to the principal and whispered something quietly in his ear. Please understand, the director made a statement. Athlete Perero is now stuck in traffic and therefore delayed. Beginning the interviews of the participants in the joint event, a whisper passed through the room. Seems like it's hard to find your way here, especially for foreigners, thought the daring lad. But even after 20 minutes, the athlete did not show up, which finally pissed off the old principal. So no manners at all, no excuses will help, the guy decided. The interview with the other athletes was already over, and the microphone was finally handed to the defiant athlete. Here he is, the great one. For all to fall down and praise, Huiso introduced himself. The first question, as if in school, the first hand went up in a race. His past is undisclosed, the reporter asked, and many judge him as a rookie. What can an athlete answer to that? He started MMA in July last year. The match against Cho Woo Chong was his debut, confirmed Huiso's rookie status. So he made his debut without going through the league, the reporter wondered. At that time, Jung Woo's opponent was injured and the guy acted as a substitute. So he trained for the first 3 weeks without knowing his opponent at all, the journalist wondered. That's right, the guy replied, and gave the floor to another journalist. Since his first match, he has been able to dominate his opponents and win in the first round. How does he train? The reporter asked. He had some tactics from the beginning and he stuck to them, the cocky fellow replied. So simple, wondered the journalist. Yes, so simple rubbed the cheek of the defiant fighter, not knowing what else to add. The stream of questions did not subside, and they pounced on him again like piranhas. The kid is holding up well despite this being his first conference, not crossing the line and staying confident, the director noted. He definitely knows how to work an audience and knows how to get attention, the wily director pondered. The interview was stopped briefly because the long-awaited one showed up. The Pereiro fighter arrived at the conference as if he had just flown in. He was dressed in light clothing as if he was from the beach. Sorry for being late guiltily excused himself for him by the manager. Now that's an outfit, thought the guy, and what was so possible he wondered. Huiso, a swarthy and bearded fighter, approached him. As if nothing had happened, he was the first to extend his hand to his seated opponent. Nice to meet a good fight, translated Pereiro's words by the manager. The daring fellow squinted at this phenomenon in no hurry to react. Still deciding to extend his hand for a shake, his opponent squeezed his hand hard. He looks like a pretty girl, nothing special, Pereiro muttered contemptuously. The translator was numb, wondering how to translate that and come across the pitch. Let's give it our best shot. He smoothed the edges a bit. Pereiro sits down like he's the chief guest here, and only now does the real show begin. A hail of insignificant and boring questions rained down on him too. The fighter even yawned, so bored he was bored. Better to sleep in the hotel, he thought. Does anyone really care about his suspension, or any more ridiculous rumors? He asked reporters. Why he agreed to fight the kid, or what the association offered him, is what they should really care about. He made the statement. But on the other hand, there's no mystery about it. At first he really didn't want to, because of the big difference in age and experience. But Principal Young offered terms that couldn't be refused, and the principal heard and thought what a dumbass. He will get a title shot for winning this match. The fighter provocatively stated that he was running his own game. A title fight will be next, that's the news. Surprise the guests. Please be sure to post about it, but first he will of course smear a cute little snot face. The director made a statement to end the conference quickly and save the day before the madman said too much. Wait a minute. Huiso didn't agree. Is the fight already over? He asked. He also had something to say. Before discussing the title shot, first we need to discuss this fight. Except he intends to win, stated the guy. So you're so sure? Asked the reporter. Why else participate in a fight if you are not sure of its outcome? The athlete answered defiantly. The opponent may be thinking about pipe dreams. Here's a suitable headline. Pereiro failed to get the gold belt. The fighter defiant. You think you got a chance, punk? Pereiro took the mic. We'll see when we fight. The old man has plenty of weaknesses, and he knows about them sassy fighter. Just padding his price, stated the fighter in shorts. Everyone here knows it's a bluff. Oh, you need facts, they are, grinned the cocky fellow slyly. How long can this wedgehead last before he goes back on steroids? Huiso issued a prepared provocation. The stocky and experienced fighter grimaced. The cocky guy was out of line. Nobody seems to have taught this brat good manners. I'll have to teach him, the swarthy athlete replied. The rogue will teach manners, snarled Huiso, who doesn't know of his predilections. Director Yang asked the guy not to be so impertinent and not to criticize the opponent. Nothing like that let him unravel his hair, asked the insolent guy. Because seeing the old man's face die laughing, a water bottle flew past. Water splashed everywhere, and Huiso squinted at the frantic old man. I'm gonna rip your fucking tongue out right here, the old dog growled. Almost bald himself, but he barks like a young, cocky fellow plugged his ear. Repeat, Mecky bastard. While he was walking under the table, he had already handicapped people, shouted Pereiro. Huiso addressed everyone's concerns about his opponent. He's always fought as a rookie, but no one has lasted longer than the first round. The only thing that sets his opponent apart is his passion for doping. Can an aging fighter protect the rest of the hair on his head from a younger opponent? The cocky fellow concluded his speech. That was the end of their press conference. The director turned to him, a cocky athlete. He hasn't left yet, surprised the cunning director. He wanted to make sure he hadn't messed anything up first, scratched the back of his head at the cocky guy. If he's so worried he shouldn't have started, the cunning principal caught him. The topic of doping can hit the whole organization, warned Director Yang. I'll be more careful from now on, said the guy. But since Pereiro blabbed about the title shot, this match will be a sensation. He did it so no one would renege on their promises, the director said. Don't worry. The cheeky boy waved his hands. He wouldn't let the principal do it anyway. That's how surprised he was. Because he's going to win the match. The cocky kid poked himself in the chest defiantly. How cocky? The match is only a day away, shoved him in the side by the sly but satisfied director. Sure, nodded a cheeky fella goodbye. See you later. Waved him off to the principal. Does the kid realize how hard it is to be number one? Doesn't think about defeat for a second. Looked at the fleeing kid, the principal. The events are going their way. The match looks like it will be very interesting, but the guy shows a lot of willpower. Now that the stone has been cast, the only thing left to do is to watch until the end, smirked the wily headmaster. How far this lust for victory would take him, he pondered. The scale showed 73-2. Great, there's still plenty of time to spare, Sung-hoon said contentedly. Let's continue to watch the diet. This time he had to lose a lot of weight, but the methods were simpler. They used salt baths rather than the usual sauna that takes away stamina. Hold on for another day, supported the browbeaten trainer. Huiso nodded calmly. He had long since gotten used to the exertion. There was the sound of a fall in the hall, and the bold fellow turned around at the noise. Taeyong was lifting Jonghwan up, just slipped, justified the fighter struggling to get up. The match is close, be careful, his coach worried and held out a water bottle. Jonghwan has a fight in a week's time in the league, the browbeaten master clarified. Preparation takes a heavy toll on the nerves, Huiso remarked. He's already 26, should make his debut soon. Huiso remembered his friend's hesitation after the last fight. Let's hope that he doesn't miss his chance, Sung-hoon said thoughtfully. This guy is not one to give up easily, the bold friend said confidently. Let's try our best, showed a fist to the defiant friend Jonghwan. The latter replied in the same way, promptly, lest there should be any doubt as to his disposition. After weigh-ins, they did a little warm-up on match day. A feisty fighter, dodging all the punches, crisp and unfazed, and managed to counterattack with accurate strikes. He was at his best. Huiso easily avoided a deceptive leg kick that turned into an uppercut. He responded to a direct arm lunge with a lightning-fast leg kick to the ribs, and immediately added a straight left, each movement cutting like a razor. After the hand, worked the mid-kick again, in a combination of low tops low. Huiso stopped with his defenses up, signaling that the warm-up was over. How exhausting, he exhaled tiredly. Take a break. Good job, the coach told him. As relaxed as ever, would he ever see him tense? Sung-hoon wondered. He glanced at his phone to see the latest news headlines. Almost all of them were about Huiso, and almost no one was talking about Tittleshot. No matter how well they prepared the guy, Pereiro is still number one at his weight, and very dangerous, worried the browbeaten trainer. This kind of attention proves how much people rely on Huiso and expect a change in the rankings. Most athletes can't get that much attention for years, Sung-hoon reflected. Every movement gets so many reactions, even though he doesn't even aspire to be a star. But he is destined to shine. He looked at the relaxed fighter. Judging from the way the preparations were going, the KO main match would start soon, Lee Soo said. And Sung-hoon felt that it was time for them to get ready. Get ready. He called out to Huiso, who had been relaxedly listening to the music all this time. What's with the indifferent look? His browbeaten coach asked. When someone is under pressure, shouldn't they say something encouraging? Why, wondered the browbeaten. They say it, and they say it every day. It's sad that everyone takes his calmness for granted, stated the feisty athlete. For him it spells victory. Well, well, scratched Sung-hoon's chin, thinking of magic words for the occasion. They have prepared a lot of things, from jiu-jitsu to grappling from wrestling, the bearded coach stated. True, it wasn't easy to endure that pain, agreed the defiant fighter. He can forget about all this now, Sung-hoon said to the surprised guy. With that, he walked to the ring, demonstrating shadowboxing, sharp punches slicing the air to a thunderous applause. Just 1 year after his first match, this fighter got the main event fight of the evening. A record for MMA, commented the hosts. It seems that someone has become an unabashed fan of this athlete, a colleague of the presenter said, without comment. The latter replied. And now Pereiro's exit. He walks menacingly with his hands in the air, the announcer said. He's bigger than Huiso, asked the bespectacled one. Right? Agreed the other. According to official figures, his weight is 83-8. Whether the athlete Li Hui-soe can cope with a difference of almost 10 kilograms, Pereiro recovered perfectly. Now that they're facing off, you can see that both have strong stamina, and Pereiro is like a different weight class. It's a tough call for Hui-so. A typical wrestler's body, assessed up close by opponent Hui-so, short, thin waist and ankles, but stocky. And that wedge haircut never unraveled his hair, the cocky guy noticed. To the corners, the referee in the ring gave the command and they separated. Ready, checked by the referee, fighting, and with the sound of the gong, the fight began. Pereiro extended his fist. Let's start with a salute, thought the defiant fighter. So basic etiquette he knows after all, the cocky fellow held out his hand in return. But instead of an easy shove against his fist, he noticed a flying full-force punch to the head. Bam! The match started with a sharp kick to the face. Hui-so flew backwards. The unexpected blow shook him. His head rattled, and he lost his coordination for a few seconds. What is this? Jumped the bespectacled presenter. The pros should not use such dirty tricks. After the gong, the fight began, said the second. Pereiro rushed as if from the start, leaving his opponent no chance to come to his senses. Pull yourself together, shouted the brash lad to the brow-beaten coach. Pereiro fires a right cannon of a shot through the glove's defense. Hui-so could only stand in a stance and hold his defense like a turtle. Punching punches bombarded him relentlessly. Why is only defending worried Li Su? It seems to have received a stun blow, nervous, brow-beaten coach. With all his might, the daring boy held the block. But even through it, he could feel the full power of his opponent's blows. He was quickly pushed back and backed into a corner under such one-sided pressure. Get out of the defense, shift to the sideline, the brow-beaten coach commanded him. The boy heard and immediately took his advice, taking a step to the left. But Pereiro, an experienced fighter, pursued him, immediately shifting. With a powerful hook on defense, he again jammed the cocky guy to the net. Working with straight punches, he charged under the ribs with an uppercut to an uncovered area of the body. Instead of trying to finish, Pereiro acts for sure and looks to land more strikes first, Sung-hoon noted. Unlike Mitsubishi, he is calm and in control of himself. Hui-so held firm. But the situation could not be called stable. He was losing strength. With a sharp move, Pereiro executed a takedown and grabbed the cocky guy's leg. Hui-so immediately retaliated and stopped this attempt. He tilted his body, stepped on his leg with his left hand, and stopped his wedge-headed opponent with his right. After a long defense, Hui-so opened the faces and the commentators gasped. He received a slight dissection, and his face was covered with abrasions. This was the first time this had happened to the feisty lad. How tenacious, Pereiro remarked, realizing there was no way to throw the guy off. Then he let go of his leg and straddled the body for a throw. Pinned to the net, and again put a few into the side where there was no defense, the heavy Pereiro had the strength advantage. Hui-so was able to move away from the net, but the boogeyman continued to press him with punches. That's it, you stupid brat. You liked pulling the tiger's whiskers, gloated Pereiro. After defeating this milksop, he would take the belt and become the champion. Blood splatter flew everywhere. He will make a colorful comeback, prove to this woman and to his son that he is the strongest man in the world. The daring lad was not feeling well at all. He could clearly see all the crushing blows coming. Jeb Pereiro cut through the arm guards and walked right into the cocky guy's face, head bobbing backwards. For the first time in his match, the young fighter was falling from a punch, Hui-so sliding down. That's where it ends. Well held. Pereiro has already put his hand in for the takedown. But Hui-so had time to regroup and do a dive, moving to the side of his opponent's head. He deftly slid right under the swarthy fighter's blow, avoiding it at the last moment. Despite missing punches, Guy got out and kept good footwork. He was now closing in on his opponent open after the blow. Hui-so clenched his fists tighter. The old insolent man had made him very angry. What? Wondered Pereiro, belatedly noticing a flying counterpunch. The defiant fellow's back unclenched like a steel spring. An uppercut to the head reached its target, fitting tightly into Pereiro's face, this for the stupid hairstyle, knocked the burly man backwards by the defiant fighter. The loon! Pereiro tisked, bloody goo dripping from his broken nose. The cocky kid took off with a knee strike. The injury sustained didn't hold him back. The defense, Pereiro thought, reacting to the rushing offense. But he did it too late. A bone-on-bone impact was heard. Pereiro collapsed backwards against the net, unable to stay on his feet. The angry guy stood over him and took a breath. Since he's been beaten so badly, it's his turn now, the guy said furiously. Didn't he say the old wreck had too many weaknesses? The defiant demon took a step towards his enemy. The daring demon went on the offensive, raising his defenses as he fearlessly approached his opponent. Huiso swung left as if he was preparing a broad hook. Hits Pereiro with a right straight right to the jaw. Clean punch gets through the defense. The old fighter tensed up. He had lost his sense of punching distance. First need to recover, thought he. What an incredible reversal of the match, shrieked the delighted commentators. The bold fighter's blows cleaved the air. He struck accurately and quickly. Huiseo made a quick move to grab Pereiro's block and pulled guard, tossing his opponent's arm aside. He immediately hit his old adversary's face with a sharp elbow. Pereiro also suffered a badly split eyebrow and bleeding. With a light and imperceptible movement, Huiso kicked out his supporting leg, which made the massive boogeyman lose his balance and slump forward, only to get hit again with heavy punches to the face. Pereiro climbed into the shell, lifting the block from his hands closer to his face. Huiso immediately took advantage to land an uppercut to the uncovered stomach. The swarthy old man cringed with inner pain, abruptly wanting to show everyone his breakfast. 3 punches to the body. Li Huiso is unstoppable, roared the commentators on the speakers. Pereiro's defense fell. He couldn't hold his hands up anymore. Immediately, he got a straight right to the face. The top-down combination worked again. Huiso seized the initiative. The ego attacks are incredible, each reaching its target, the presenters enthused. Don't get cocky, brat. The old man still had something to answer for. Pereiro went on the offensive. Huiso deftly dodged the wide hook as if he was just waiting for it. A right middle ground kick clanked against his exposed ribs instead of counterpunching. The old boogeyman groaned in pain again. He had been beaten on his most sensitive spots. But overcoming the pain, he struck again with a right hook to throw off the brat's attack. The daring mongoose saw all the movements as if in the palm of his hand. Over reflexes helped slip away at the last second with a slight movement of the hull. Left foot charged at his liver. No one is forever. Huiso counterattacked again. Another counterkick had him bent in half. The cocky fellow raised an open palm over his opponent, and he slapped the old man, his head spinning from the blow. Stunning in his ear, the commentator shouted with excitement. Huiso raised his hands triumphantly, like a gladiator in an ancient arena. He was not at all afraid to show his opponent his back. The referee immediately issued a warning and demanded compliance with the rules. The old man became furious, his face turning purple with anger. Fine, let her get mad and go crazy, smiled the cocky guy. The kid's got the pace. We need to break him down, Pereiro thought. Now he lunged forward like a swimmer in a pool. His hands gathered into a lock around his leg before he even landed. Thanks for opening up, smirked the cocky guy. He'd been waiting for that move. With a deft turn, he made the old fighter fly past, out of inertia. Waiting for a capture means, Pereiro realized, he immediately grouped up. The now defiant boy was reaching his hands toward his knee. Great, he'll be able to get out quickly. His grappling technique is better than the brat's, the old fighter thought. He had hoped to take advantage of the hiccup to rest, but instead he sniffed the insolent guy's feet. A high kick from the cocky kid nearly cut the old man's jaw off. His tackle was just a ploy. Angry Pereiro fell for it. He lost his sense of balance. The impact damaged his vestibular apparatus. Need a foothold, thought the old fighter, and noticed Huiso rapidly approaching. The daring fellow leaped like a gazelle, a flying knee strike landing on the old man's head. The ringing in his ears nearly made him pass out, his face looking like a chop. As he fell, the old man tried to climb on top of the defiant fellow, wrapping his arms around him. How to hold on, smirked the defiant demon, so the strength is still there. He's really glad about this, Huiso thought, tucking his legs back so he wouldn't get knocked over. Hands interlocked around the old man's thick neck. The guy didn't miss an opportunity. A knee strike tries Pereiro's defenses to the body. Biting like hell, the old fighter shrank back like a turtle, the blow reaching even through his defenses. Holding up well, that means he can be beaten even more, gloatingly smiled the defiant demon. The old man falls to the side, and Huiso rushes to help him. He threw Pereiro away from himself, straight to the net. The devil, thought the old sportsman. He had never been hit so hard in a fight before. Jeb saw the old man the faint flicker of his opponent's left hand, or a hook, and a strong one at that. Guess the experienced athlete reacting to Huiso's movements. He covered his head, expecting a powerful punch from the cocky guy. I'll block and counterattack, he thought, but instead of hitting, he felt a grip on his neck. The sharp knee flew to meet him again. Even the veteran was having trouble. A sharp knee strike whipped him so that it pierced even his defenses. The old boogeyman's head snapped back. He had already accumulated so much damage that he began to float, everything blurred in his eyes. Huiso shot the old man from long range with powerful frontal kikakas with impunity. He won't even let the bastard recover. The old veteran gritted his teeth. Pereiro took a front point stance. Commentators explained his actions, with knee strikes and kicking prohibited in that position. Is his kicking really that strong, the guy thought, since he hid? But unfortunately for Pereiro, the guy knew how to fist bump as well. Like a hunted animal, the old fighter drew back in search of a safe corner. A blow to the back delayed the fleeing man, and a loud slap sounded. Whatever he does, he still gets beaten up. Even defending himself is useless. Pereiro grimaced. Needing to get away from him, he took a step to the side, mirroring the beginning of their fight. "Where are you going?" The cocky fellow shook his finger at him. Pereiro is not being allowed to leave. The first time he himself has been trapped. The commentators got excited. Huiso pinned him to the net with side kicks on defense to pin him in place. Everyone makes mistakes sooner or later. Pereiro was patient and waited for the cocky kid to make a mistake. After waiting for the blow, he abruptly retracted his body, causing Huiso to fall forward slightly, losing his footing. Nice head open. Pereiro has his arm loaded up for a punch. A sharp overhand suddenly shot out at the cocky fellow. It was too late to dodge, the guy realized, and instead counterattacked with an elbow. The fidgety loon clenched his teeth at the old fighter, missing the unexpected poke. Successful elbow attack, yelled the bespectacled commentator. Impossible, who called this monster with the reaction of a mongoose, a rookie. Horrified, Pereiro looked at his opponent. A clean uppercut cracked his exposed head again. He had long since lost sensation from the intense pain. That's how he would lose a match that should have brought him closer to the championship, ran through the veteran's mind. Huiso didn't stop and beat up his old rival. All the hard work had gone to waste. Pereiro realized the near end. He would surely make things right, the last of his hopes frayed in his soul. Arrogant jackass, his ex-wife whispered in his subconscious. O sighed disappointedly to the old fighter as the sentence was already whistling in his ears. High kick Huiso cut him down like a tall tree. Even the coaches' mouths dropped open at such a tumultuous and dramatic denouement of the fight. The back of his head snapped far back from the piercing blow. Pereiro went limp, and he collapsed like a man down in front of his opponent. His hefty body collapsed with a deafening thud into the ring. The referee closed in on the defeated fighter and called an end to the fight, via knockout. The veteran who had won 6 years in a row was worn down and knocked out in the first round. The stands going crazy, the announcer shouted. He did it, beat off the old meat properly, boasted the daring fighter to Hun's son. A good fight praised the latter. Today he will do whatever he wants. Let them not even think of stopping him. The defiant winner, Sung Hoon, nodded and promised to cover in case of anything. You promise exactly, rejoiced the daring athlete, and the browbeaten coach immediately regretted his decision. He's got to clean up this mess tomorrow, the cocky guy smirked. The winner was immediately approached by reporters a couple minutes after the fight. Congratulations on the win, it was an entertaining match, the journalist said. Above all, everyone is interested in the brave counterpuncher who changed the course of the fight, how he dared to make such a strike. The situation wasn't critical, he needed time to recover, and while he was being beaten, he mapped out his opponent's vulnerabilities. Huiso replied. And when the right moment came, he just hit it, the boastful athlete stated. Unbelievable, said the reporter. The odds were 9-1 against Huiso. They bet so much against him surprised the guy. All correct, confirmed the journalist, and the guy sighed disappointedly. Doesn't anyone believe in him? What he wants to convey to the match spectators today, asked him by a journalist, will be briefly answered by the bold guy. I hope everyone who bet against him and lost a lot of money will make the right bet next time. Especially when it comes to his matches. Let the rascals think properly, shouted the defiant athlete. Unbelievable. Let's all support the winner, the reporter replied. But Huiso raised his hand to say another word. I want to say something to Director Young. He turned to the wily old man. Only quickly, sternly replied the cunning headmaster. What would he pull this time, he worried. I apologize first. He robbed them of the opportunity to promote their next match with Pereiro. The guy brazenly apologized. But everything can be fixed if you give it to him, he said. Stretch a finger and he'll snatch his arm off his shoulders. The wily principal was horrified at the unbridled insolence. The headmaster pondered the answer while an excited clamor built up through the hall. What the hell is he doing? The meticulous coach went ballistic. The excited crowd chanted his name and pressed the principal, but he was slow to respond. "He's so confident. Tittleshot. A whole other event. Can he handle it?" asked the wily principal. "Who knows?" the defiant lad replied evasively. But since the headmaster asked, he might as well answer the question himself. He won all 4 of his matches in 1 round, the lad declared smugly. He switched 2 weight classes and passed all the tests with flying colors. And tonight, he cut the man everyone feared to death, the cocky fighter boasted as Pereiro came to his senses. "Please reconsider whether he deserves a tittleshota," the brash athlete boasted in a blaze of glory. "Just look at him, let him frolic, it's not a bluff," squinted the wily headmaster. "Mr. Director, everyone here is a busy man. Can he give an answer?" The fighter was already sassing non-stop. "He's too cocky," muttered the browstick shadow. "Let's see where this goes," thought Principal Young. "He can't give a definite answer right now," said the cunning principal. Even though he is in charge, the opinion of champions and veterans should also be taken into account. He should consult them first. Today was the first time he fought someone with a high rank. No shame in asking for a title shot right away. The headmaster asked a sly question. Wouldn't he lose his reputation? And what if everyone started asking for the same thing? The wily director continued. However, fighter Li Hui Soe has his reasons. He is worthy of this fight, the director said firmly. He can't say anything else, but has promised to promote the title match. The crowd exploded upon hearing such amazing news for Hui So fans. Hui So was jubilant. He got what he wanted, proper audience attention and promotion of the match. The director also smiled slyly, anticipating future earnings. Taeyeon and the browbeaten coach clapped their hands together in joy, for the cheeky lad had gotten away with it. Hui So sat in the half-empty bleachers and watched the other athletes fight. He was looking forward to his best friend's fight tonight, and relaxed watching ringside. Is it really number 1 in X1? The manager wondered pictorially, as if he had come here completely by accident. It's been a while, said the guy, saying hello to the manager who brought him into the world of MMA. That's right, it was a long time ago, laughed manager Jang Young-kun. How are the wounds? He asked, waiting for Jung Hwan's match, clarified the manager. Everything is fine, replied the cheeky guy. Amazing fight, to beat Pereiro like that, congratulated the manager. The smug guy was outraged. Was he the only one who believed in his victory? Someone chewed more than 1 cigarette out of envy for not taking the guy in, said the manager. Should have done a better job of coaxing, said the cocky athlete. So if they try hard enough, he will go to them. The manager was interested. First see how much better they are, the guy answered evasively. What a bastard! Now all the time will remember was, cracked the manager of the athlete. How is Jung Hwan? Has he prepared well? Of course, confidently replied the guy, not doubting his friend. It's a shame he's not performing so much. He's not having much luck in the ring, the manager remarked, and Hui So was worried too. Jung Hwan had 4 opportunities in 1 year. He's a promising fighter. Even pity a little thought Hui So. Don't worry, he said firmly to the manager next to him. Lee Jung Hwan is one of the few who will do anything to achieve his goal, the feisty fighter assured his manager. In the blue corner of the ring, Team Attack fighter Lee Jong Hwan, the announcer announced. In the red corner, Team Mountain fighter Park Chan-sik introduced their opponent. Taeyong watched his ward closely and felt strongly for him. He remembered their conversation in the locker room before the fight. Jong Hwan checked to make sure his gloves were fastened properly. Slacker, the hardcore workout enthusiast, called out to him. Come over here for a moment. There's something we need to discuss, Taeyong told him sternly. Does he know why he gets yelled at almost every game? The coach asked him. Apparently he's not good enough. Jong Hwan looked down. Of course not, you fool, because they're worried about him, Taeyong said. I'm sorry I brought him on the team and coached him until he was blue in the face, the big man said with difficulty. He did it because he saw the kid's potential and wanted to see him make his debut. But in the ring, it's like he becomes a different person, constantly making mistakes and failing to prove himself. Jong Hwan squeezed even harder at those words. It was hurtful to hear such a thing before a fight. But the words were true. But that was Taeyong's own fault. He grabbed his ward by the shoulders. He yelled, pressured him, and worse yet, didn't believe in his victory, and the result showed itself. Taeyong admitted his guilt. He guessed he was ruining the guy's career, but the further he went, the angrier he got, and the harder it was to think about everything. Sorry for acting like a child, Taeyong apologized. He won't repeat his mistakes in this match. Now let him do what he thinks he needs to do, and he as a coach will back him up. Give it your best shot, the big guy told him, and the guy responded decisively and cheered up. The two fighters collided immediately after the gong sounded, the commentator said. Zhang Huan's opponent was closing in despite counterpunches. Zhang Huan didn't back down and accepted the exchange in the center of the ring. Zhang Huan's opponent got overexcited and rushed into the fight rashly, but Taeyong's fighter also lost his rhythm. And it happens every time. The big guy coach got nervous. Zhang Huan's opponent was rushing forward like a madman, sending punch after punch. Even though Zhang Huan knew how to move, his feet felt like they were burrowed into the ring, and he felt like he couldn't keep up with his opponent's rhythm. So he would lose again, Zhang Huan suddenly realized and felt clearly. Stepping back, he heard through the noise of battle Taeyong's advice. Zhang Huan took a step and saw a wide kick being swung at him. He tried to dodge, but the blow still reached him on the outstretch. Zhang Huan rolled into the ring, his opponent rushing to follow. Damn, pissed off fighter, gotta get out, he thought. As soon as he stood up, his opponent grabbed him for a throw. Zhang Huan blocked a shot and got a break, but now he was pinned tight to the net. He could hear Taeyong's voice now, and his encouragement. The fighter took a breath. All right, take a breath, take it easy, the big guy coach shouted to him. Zhang Huan cleverly stamped his opponent's supporting leg. He lost his balance. Zhang Huan held his breath and pushed the heavy opponent away from him. With one throw, they reversed the position. Now Huang has his opponent pinned. Taking advantage of the hiccup, he sliced his jaw with a left hook. Also felt it was a great opportunity for Zhang Huan. Dodge, shouted Taeyong to him, and the fighter managed to dodge at the last second. That one opened up, and Zhang Huan immediately took advantage of it. His opponent lands a powerful right counterpunch to the jaw. He's exhausted, keep pushing, shouted Zhang Huan to his coach. Zhang Huan did just that and broke through his opponent's defense gradually. Well done, he completely destroyed his opponent's rhythm, the manager remarked. He's putting his best foot forward on purpose if he keeps it up, the guy thought. Everything will work out fine. Zhang Huan lunges in with an uppercut under his opponent's breath, sending him crashing down with pain. The red-headed man jerked to the side to escape the attack of the persistent Zhang Huan. And he succeeded. He swiftly burst out of the corner. But Zhang Huan clearly calculated the direction and the moment to get closer, and immediately landed a terrific uppercut to his opponent's exposed chin. Zhang Huan pinned his opponent to the net and worked a hail of punches. His opponent weakened. Zhang Huan smelled the flavor of imminent victory and sped up. To think he wanted to go and leave his younger friend behind, the athlete berated himself. But that's in the past, he's bound to win this match. Zhang Huan swung harder. His opponent cowered like a hunted rat and saw the knockout coming. Desperate, he instinctively moved to meet Zhang Huan with a punch. They both hit at the same moment, the fate of the entire match hanging in the air. But the opponent was a bit faster. Zhang Huan missed a powerful counterpunch that crumpled his face. They only separated for a few moments. If Zhang Huan hadn't hit so swingingly, he would have succeeded. His opponent threw him back, and now the fate of the match was once again uncertain. Zhang Huan, pull yourself together, yelled the big guy coach at the top of his voice. But the fighter didn't hear him and fell on his back, stunned by the blow. At the cost of tremendous effort, Zhang Huan managed to stay on his feet, which made his opponent distraught because he thought he had already won. He decided not to miss such an opportunity and immediately rushed into action. Would he lose this time too? No way. Zhang Huan gathered all his courage. He didn't back down and lunged at his opponent as well. Way to go! Now's the time! The big guy coach shouted to him. Zhang Huan has prepared a jumping knee strike. The precise strike simply smeared his opponent with a deafening thud. The redhead's eyes rolled back and his head fell back. Zhang Huan executed a perfect knee kick and rushed in for the takedown. He got on top and swung to hit his opponent hard. Furious punches sealed the red-headed man to the ring. The opponent's defense shook, and he started missing a lot of face-offs. Zhang Huan was hammering away like an anvil until the ref told him to stop and stop the fight. Zhang Huan was having a hard time catching his breath and couldn't believe it was over. He looked up, gulping greedily for air, and came to his senses. He had finally won. The fighter threw up his hands in triumph. Holy crap, you got me worried. The big guy climbed into the ring. Taeyon, shouted almost crying fighter. Won the devil. Spread his arms, coach. Good battle, said Huiso, happy for his friend. The manager looked discouraged at the results. Two grown men were hugging in the middle of a huge hall and crying. In the evening, they went out for a walk and some fresh air. This was the first time seeing Taeyong so happy, Huiso remarked. Now his dream of making his debut has become a reality, the defiant friend declared. He only survived because of him, Zhang Huan replied. But what did he do? Asked a surprised Huiso. He was going to quit the team. Everyone knew it, Zhonghua said, and the cocky friend pretended not to understand. Each loss distanced them from each other. He kept thinking how to live on and what to do, because fighting was all he knew how to do. But the thought of leaving his friend alone bothered him more than anything else, and so he didn't give up. And now he's a little calmer and can look his friend in the eye, even though he's still a long way off, Zhonghua said thoughtfully. No, Huiso disagreed. His friend is much cooler than he is. He was so afraid that he wouldn't succeed in Korean wrestling because of his injury that he just ran away. The injury was minor. He could recover in 2 months. But when it was time to come back, everyone was successful, and his friends just forgot about him. He held on at first, but then he just couldn't take it mentally and physically. But he's different, Huiso said. No matter how hard it was, his friend never gave up, and always met difficulties face to face. That's why he's the one who should thank his friend, the feisty lad said. Because Zhonghua didn't give up, that's the only reason Huiso was able to survive everything. Therefore, he has nothing to be embarrassed about, Zhonghua's loyal friend stated. Of course, when it comes to skills, he has room to grow, the cocky guy stated. Judging from this fight, Zhonghua has about 60% of the skills of a feisty fighter, Huiso boasted. If he hadn't panicked, he would have easily won. Good thing he won in the end. Even though it wasn't the main match, Zhonghua was barely holding back. Come to think of it, he did get his debut earlier, so he's a mentor for Zhonghua, Huiso stated. Would he call him mentor? The cocky kid teased. The last thread of patience broke, and Zhonghua lunged at the defiant guy. Huiso stood alone in the middle of the movie set where people were bustling about. Everyone's busy, so that's how the tittle shot goes, thought the cocky guy. He was sponsored by a tasty chicken to the tune of $4 million a year. Plus, he starred in a reality show that showed the everyday life of MMA fighters. Let me die. That's what he looked like on screen. Today, he's here to shoot for the cover of Fight Club magazine. He was pondering when someone called out to him from behind. Huiso turned around. The pudgy big guy said hello as he came closer. The guy got the part and was now constantly busy on set. He's a star, you have to sign up to meet him, Huiso said. He's not at that level yet. The shy big man and the welterweight star himself poked him in the side of Huiso. After the fight, they began to socialize more. His first impression of the big guy proved to be correct. He was a good man. He scored 2 knockout victories and became an action movie star where he gained popularity. A couple of photographers recognized them and offered to take a photo together. I can't say no, Huiso agreed, and they had fun chatting with the photographers. And so, all in all, greeted their wily principal and they turned around. Pleased to meet you, the cocky athlete said hello, and there was another man with him. And they started seeing each other more often, Director Yang remarked. Good fight, despite Pereiro's dirty moves. Huiso brushed it off. Nonsense, he said. Sung Chan. The director turned to his companion. They are seeing each other for the first time after all. Why doesn't he say hello? The director asked. Kim Sung-chan, pleased to meet you, extended the man's hand to the reporters. Huiso frowned. It was hard not to recognize this man. The lightweight champion looked much friendlier than expected. Seok Ho also saying hello. The atmosphere seemed casual. Li Huiso was the first to introduce himself to the cocky guy when his turn came up. Sung-chan looked directly at Huiso, but he didn't put up his hand. He glanced contemptuously at the outstretched hand, as if the plebeian had allowed himself an extra. Kim Sung-jong, he called his name again, stunned at the insensitivity of Huiso. So that's how it is, thought the bold fellow, and he panted like a wild cat. Clearly he pierced Song-chan with an aggressive gaze, so even he felt threatened. Dangerous, the photographers suddenly became agitated as the 2 professional fighters stared angrily at each other. The cocky kid wasn't even going to smooth out the angles and openly challenge the champion. Thank you all for your work. Let them eat meat to the brim, issued the director toast at the corporate party after the shooting. Director, the clerk addressed him, and his steak included in that list. Of course, assured the generous boss. With the exception of Mr. Kim, everyone can order their own steak, he replied to the clerk. Everyone present laughed at such a cruel joke. Huiso took the opportunity to eat a lot of fried meat. Would have eaten a little more. Sung-chan nudged the cocky guy, but he refused. He has a match in 3 weeks, he said. What a pity, sneered Huiso. When is he going to shut up already, replied the champion irritably. Perhaps never, shaved his guy off defiantly. Does he really think anyone would believe it's such a coincidence that they're eating at the same table right now? I will, the defiant boy replied. If he would listen, Huiso stated. As he sits puffed up like a turkey with his arms crossed, it gives the impression that he's a bastard, said the cocky guy to Sung Chan. For what reason does he refuse to match him, Hui So asked, and put his chopsticks aside. He's just not worthy of it, and he's new to the fight, the champ said firmly. Worthy or unworthy, fed up with what it has to do with qualifications, grumbled the cocky lad. All ranked fighters are afraid of Pereiro, Hui So reminded. He was the only one who could come out against him and win the match. According to him, he should target those below rank and forget about the title shot. Isn't that strange? Objected the defiant fighter. Pereiro is a hardened fighter, and he only has 4 wins, and therefore should be accepted for the match, replied Sung Chan skeptically. Does that give you the right to choose your opponent? The cocky guy grudgingly replied. But Sung Chan stood his ground. Unconvincing argument, he said. What strange nonsense, snarled the defiant fighter contemptuously. There's some special ceremony to become a champion, he sarcastically said, and Sung Chan grimaced at those words. Even if he gets a chance, he will have to wait his turn. Is it true that others follow this principle? Hui So said. It's misplaced emphasis from the start, he continued. Honestly, he's just scared, stated the straight-up defiant athlete. The champion jumped up sharply that his drink flew from the table. He could have been called anything but a coward. There was silence. Even the guests at the neighboring tables tensed. He was babysitting him like he was a junior, but that's going out of bounds, raged the champ. Big deal. No big deal, the cocky guy continued to provoke. Both of them stared at each other with angry looks, neither one wanting to back down. A worried whisper ran through the banquet hall. Everyone was now looking at the 2 fighters. Director Yang calmly watched the scene as if it was part of his plan. Seoko jumped into the conversation, wanting to quiet the athletes. Still no need to swear. In front of the principal, he said. Looks like he was wrong about him, Hui So, spitting on all the big guy's attempts at reconciliation. First, he didn't give him a hand, and now he's looking at him so arrogantly. Good thing he saw with his own eyes. The guy was cocky. Does he really think he can agree to a match just because of a simple altercation? Sung Chan said angrily. I don't want to fight anymore, so forget it. The cocky fighter defiantly brushed off. Now he's sure it's Sung Chan who's avoiding the fight because he's afraid of him, Hui So said indifferently. Sung Chan held back as best he could. He really wanted to punch the insolent, ill-mannered newcomer. Excuse me, director, turned to him suddenly Sung Chan, having made up his mind. Even though he told them to eat to their heart's content, Sung Chan apologized for leaving before the director. Is everything all right? The wily director asked him. In full, Sung Chan replied and squinted at Hui So. He just doesn't see the point of staying here, he replied discreetly. And the defiant boy defiantly spread his hands. Sung Chan promised to come by personally later and apologize. The director nodded and let him go. What about him? The principal turned to the cocky guy. He's not going to leave. Not at all, replied Hui So. He's not being a bad guy, he interjected as Sung Chan walked away. The champion left in a somber mood, and the fellow athletes returned to meat and booze. The impertinent boy gloated after successfully provoking him. He's a drunken guy who should have looked at himself in the mirror first, the wobbly big guy replied. The guys were out for a walk and some air after a nice drink. The cool sodas were pleasantly refreshing after the alcoholic libations. What happened between them? The patched big guy asked. Sung Chan usually doesn't act like this with others. He acted selfishly out of a few words, directly answered the cocky guy. Since he's the champion, he thinks he now determines who should or shouldn't be champion. Said he won't wrestle because of the low ranking, snot Hui So. That would make anyone angry, agreed Sung Ho. That's right. Fist-bumping cocky guy. Let him just go out and fight with dignity. It is not an easy head to wear a crown, said the bold fighter, and the big man added that it was about Henry VII from Shakespeare's play. Who cares? He had to take it, lost his temper, and shouted defiantly. Hui So, the fellow athlete, calmly addressed him. What's his hurry? He asked him an honest question. Every time he looks at it, he sees a stallion in front of him who sees a goal with no obstacles in front of him. Though they rush fast, not noticing what is happening on the sides, ordinary life, people rejoice and make mistakes. Don't waste your time. Arena fighting is far from all that life has to offer, a wise friend remarked. When there is no money, he admires nature. When sad, he looks at the sky. When lonely, he looks at beautiful girls passing by. Sung Chan is the same, the big guy remarked. Whether it's victory or defeat, he should realize how hard it is. You should respect those you are competing with. No one is trying to belittle the champion's merits. He achieved them with sweat and blood. Calm down the cocky guy, right? He is a good man, said Sung Ho. Although it's about the one who was beating him in the ring with a devilish smile on his face. Oh, sighed the fighter. Those words hurt to the heart. In any case, he's right. The harshness is unnecessary, Hui So agreed. But now is not the time to stop, he thought of his parent. Everyone has their own reasons for doing what they think is right, the big guy remarked. Just don't overdo it, he reminded his friend. It's not just about fame and money, the feisty athlete said. In 10 years in the sport, he's never gotten any recognition, but it's different here. So much attention for every fight. It's especially satisfying to be on a team where everyone supports each other, Hui So said. Zhang Huan debuted recently and they cheered with the whole team, laughed the cheeky guy. He made it through 4 matches and still marveled at the mats like he did the first time. The big guy smiled and figured people would always like it. I don't think Hui Seo realized how happy he looked right now, Sung Ho thought. He remembered the last time he had looked so joyful himself. Got emotional after drinking, the athlete apologized. The patched comrade answered nothing. He likes to listen. Thanks to him, he realized something. Sung Ho smiled. What are we talking about? The cocky guy asked. But the big guy stood up and said he had to go. Since it's time, there's nothing we can do about it, so I'll see you later, Hui So replied. Be careful, said a cheeky farewell and bade him farewell. So grown up, Hui So smirked, looking at his older comrade's back. Sometimes he is truly indispensable. Come to think of it, he really has been busy. Match preparations, coaching exams, helping with training, needing a proper rest before the battle for the title. But what if Sung Chan still refuses to fight, numb the defiant fellow, realizing the consequences of his shenanigans? A stupid ringtone played in his pocket. Who could it be thought the guy? Director, he picked up the phone. Already at home, the wily director asked him. He seems to have a lot of free time on his hands, the wily principal remarked. Just want to pass on the good news, Director. Sung Chan wants to meet in the ring as soon as possible. Hui So has his coach's ears perked up. If he becomes champion, what position will he hire them for? To Yan he'll assign as a guard, the cocky kid said. Li Su will be the driver, and the boxing coach good at correspondence will be the manager, boasted Hui So. What about him? Zhang Huan's loyal friend asked, pointing a finger at himself. Oh, someone would have to feed the dog at home, the cocky guy stated, and Zhang Huan frowned. Let him say that again, he said. Now the whole neighborhood will know about the tittle match, grumbled the meticulous Sung Hoon. How quickly rumors spread, feigned surprise at the daring guy. He's the one who blabbed the whole thing, grabbed him by the beard. And no one shut him up. He looked sternly at the other coaches. Those quickly slinked away. The conversation with the director is over. How does the schedule of preparation for the match look like? The meticulous coach asked. What's the rush? The match hasn't been announced, Sung Hoon asked. Sung Chan wants to hold the match as soon as possible, Hui So explained. Sung Chan was originally scheduled to fight Lim So Hoon, but he pulled out due to injury and was replaced by 14th ranked fighter Baek Hoon. He's young, started recently after winning an undercard match. He hasn't had much time to prepare. On the other hand, Sung Chan is recognized as the best fighter in his weight class. It is unlikely that their match will last long, or Sung Chan will get injured. Now that he explained everything, said Sung Hoon, he knows what to do. He looked sternly at the impertinent guy. We'll begin preparations for the tie-in soon, the meticulous brow sticker stated. No, the defiant athlete's jaw dropped when he heard the verdict. The last match was 2 ago. Hui So said pitifully. The meticulous coach correctly agreed, and he had already recovered. No, he has 3 more weeks of rest before the fight is scheduled. Hui Seo protested like a child. But he's already blabbed about the fight, Sung Hoon pointed out. Think carefully. We need to properly prepare for the match, frowned his eyebrows coach. In a tittle match lasts 5 rounds. Can he win if he fought always to 1? What if the fate of the fight is decided in the 3rd? The higher up in the rankings, the more cardio the athlete is subjected to, and the harder the workouts, nailed the fighter's eyebrow-raising coach. Or he would just miss such an opportunity to become stronger, Sung Hoon said sternly. No way. The daring athlete lit up with fighting spirit. Then let him stop whining. It's not just about the upcoming fight. It's about all the fights that follow, Brovastic reminded. And the director asked him to come to Sung Chan's next match. Sung Hoon said, the seats in the VIP area are already reserved and he can't refuse. I don't want to say that stubborn fighter Sung Chan wants to show off in front of him, and he can't stand it. At the last conference, he did a good job praising him, Sung Hoon. Just speaking from the heart, boasted the guy. Just go like a school field trip nudged by a meticulous coach. How I'd like to punch. The cocky kid gritted through his teeth. Why didn't they consult with him first? Whined Hui-So. It's a requirement of the association and everyone will benefit, said the browbeaten coach. Hui-So was not satisfied, and the brow-bearded master stubbornly turned away. He's coming, right? Asked Sung-Hoon Fighter. How do you know? Cardio in the summer. Training. Now he will go to rest. Remove the cocky guy. Make sure to call afterwards, Sung-Hoon droned on, and the cocky guy defiantly plugged his ears. What a kid! The browbeaten coach looked at him. Director, said a polite hello to Sung-Hoon when they arrived at the tittle match. Good of you to come, he said. Sorry for being late, apologizing to the burly browstick while the cocky guy didn't show a gram of regret. He was afraid they wouldn't come at all, said the director. How could they refuse him, replied Sung-Hoon politely. He was glad to see him too, Mr. Surliness, joked the old sly man, the lad spitting on all propriety as usual. It's hard on him, the director asked sympathetically. They fight every day, agreed the browbeaten coach. How about a drink after the match was suggested by the boss? But Sung-Hoon had to refuse. They had already started preparing for the match, and he was keeping an eye on the guy. Even on vacation, surprised the director. They are going to make the most of the time, explained the meticulous coach. We can't relax while the youth are suffering. The coach in charge declared his solidarity. So we'll put it off until next time with Sang-Guk and Yu-Jin, shrugged the principal. They bowed out and hurried to their seats in the box. The match was about to begin. That's why he loves the attack team, the director told the aide. This team is good from management to training and coaching, so they produce good fighters, he said. Is this upstart so good? Questioned Young's assistant. They looked at the athlete and the coach, who had just started teaching the kids some manners. Just take our seats, the wily principal evaded. The main event begins, roared the voice of the announcer on the podium. In the blue corner was Baek Hong, a 14th-ranked fighter. In the red corner comes out the champion Top Gan Sung Chan, number 1 in his weight. The crowd of fans exploded into the stands, those cheering fiercely for their champion. Sung Chan waved his hand to the loyal fans, looking calmer now than when he was talking to the cocky guy. So he came and noticed an insolent boy in the close seats. Doesn't recognize his leadership, but himself came to see his skills, scumbag, thought Sung Chan. In that case, he will show the difference between them. A wrestler fighting a boxer, interested to know what the outcome is, the commentator said, as the fighters glared at each other in the center of the ring. The referee gave the command to fight, the gong sounded, and the fight began. Sung Chan started with a confident 2 to the head and got the first points. A punch combo throws Baek Hoon off balance even as he gets into guard. Now Sung Chan was crowding in the ring, his opponent with pure power. They traded straight punches at long range, probing each other's defenses. Both watched each other intently and were in no hurry to finish the fight. Sung Chan started with flickering jabs to confuse his opponent. Instead, he applied a low kick to the shin. The deception worked well. After the first, a second flew in, stabbing painfully into his leg. Baek Hoon is having trouble moving. His leg is numb from the impact. He froze in place and immediately got a 2 right-left on defense. Following the hands, flew a high kick to the shoulder to score a muscle up on Baek Hoon's arm. Baek Hong flew back to the net, the blows penetrating even the defense. Sung Chan cautiously stepped on, pinning his opponent down. He is not only strong, but also very fast, analyzed Hui-So's future opponent. From the beginning, the audience knew the outcome of the match, and few people bet on Baek Hoon to win. But the ring is such a place where the outcome of a fight can turn at any moment. Baek Hoon stood over his defeated opponent and smiled gloatingly. Working as number 2, Baek Hoon moved around the circle, avoiding Sung Chan. A few seconds passed, and Sung Chan calculated the distance and executed a jumping hook. The punch went perfectly, crushing Baek Hoon's defense and knocking him back. He staggered and began to slump against the octagon netting. Sung Chan didn't miss this opportunity and continued to attack. But he couldn't know that it was all a trap set by Baek Hoon. Their punches flashed crosswise, but the opponent was faster. Sung Chan got a straight right to the tip of his chin. The well-calculated blow immediately damaged his vestibular apparatus, and Sung Chan lost his balance. He collapsed in the ring, out of the blue, and suffered a massive shock. He tried to get up quickly, but still didn't make it. Out of the corner of his eye, he could already see a punch flying at his head from above. Baek Hong took him down with a powerful mid-kick, sending him flying again. One clever ploy turned the tide of the match, and Baek Hoon pulled it off. After that, Sung Chan came under a hail of punches and couldn't defend against them, as he hadn't yet recovered from his past injuries. It was as if Baek-hun had dropped his mask and showed his real abilities and complex techniques. If Song-chan were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago, but his hardened body was still holding on. He was even able to land a few light counterattacks. But he couldn't succeed in disrupting Baek-hun's pace. He only smirked and continued to press on. Now that Song-chan's defense was weakened, he found himself pinned to the net. The match ended when his trainer threw in the towel, thinking it best to avoid major damage. Song-chan was never able to pull himself together for the rest of the match and looked completely defeated. After this match, the main event title goes to Baek-hun, the announcer cheerfully announced. A few words about the match, the host asked Song-chan. The latter regretted that he did not study his opponent better and poorly prepared. It was a shame to give up halfway through, but such a decision is not unreasonable, the defeated champion said. However, this is not the end. He promised all the fans that he would get stronger and get back in the ring and apologize to the fans again. That's how this match ended unexpectedly, the announcer stated. Now moving on to the interview with the new champion, the announcer stated. He gave him his word, Hui So seeing off the defeated champion with a glance. "Let's go," said the cocky fellow to the brow-beaten coach. "Don't you want to finish listening?" the latter wondered. "The match is over. If we don't hurry, we'll be back late," said the guy. "Okay," agreed the coach. "Just talk to the director." "They will go." Sung-hoon said goodbye to the headmaster, but the headmaster just froze as he was too discouraged by the outcome of the fight. "Director!" The brow-beaten coach called out to him again, and he finally turned his attention to him. "Sorry they traveled all this way to see this loss," the old principal said. "We'll eat next time," he suggested. He had business to attend to now, and they bowed goodbye. "An unexpected result," Sung-hoon remarked. "That guy didn't expect this either," replied the cocky guy referring to the champion. "Who would he like to fight in a defense match?" the host asked Baek-hun. "It's already decided," he replied. Lee Hui-so heard the cocky lad his name from the arena. The director promised him a title match, and as luck would have it, the opponent here now stated Baek-hun, and Hui-so turned around sharply. "How about you speak up?" Baek-hun stated, addressing the defiant fellow directly. "Get up, for he has something to say. Challenge the new champion." What a creep! The cocky guy got angry and exhaled heavily. He stepped up to the cage, and there was an immediate high-voltage atmosphere between them. "What does that mean? What do they want to hear from him?" the defiant fighter asked. "Just a straight answer. He just challenged him to a fight," Baek-hun said. "Or Hui So won't participate, sarcastic champion. "The provocateur is always one, and it's him," Hui So stated. "That was the case before Sung-chan was the champion. Now things have changed." "Why?" asked the champion bluntly by the cocky lad. "Just giving him a chance," the newly cunning champion stated. "Why doubt you just have to say thank you, don't you?" He cheekily poked Hui So. "Bullshit! You think you deserve the belt when all you've done is become a substitute and luckily won matches," the cocky kid stated. "Stop pretending to be nice. You think everyone here is stupid," he continued. "That's what he thinks." Hui So made a statement. He didn't let go of the microphone from his hands. Now that he won, he needs more attention, and what he did was call up Hui So, who is quite popular and ended up by his side. He was in such a hurry, calling him out before Hui So left, and now telling him that he's the one giving the opportunity, pissed off the cocky guy. "No one will fall for such cheap provocations," the defiant fighter declared. "If he wants to compete, let him make an official request instead of putting on a show for the kids," shaved the brash champion Hui So sharply. "There seems to be a misunderstanding here," Baek-hun said, but the cocky guy quickly shut him up. "What pisses me off the most are idiots who assert themselves at the expense of others," Hui So replied rudely. He took the first step and violated personal boundaries, poking the champion Hui So. "If he wants to discuss any misunderstandings, let him do so after he wins the match," Hui So stated. Having said that, he simply turned away, not giving his opponent even a chance to respond. "However, he won't be able to do that anyway," Hui So said defiantly at the end. That was the end of it. He tossed the microphone and walked away like the master of the situation. The crowd chanted his name. In an instant, he won the attention of all the spectators. Taking the attention away from the champion in a flash, the old headmaster remarked. "Excuse me, wait," heard the principal in a familiar voice. "They're together," he tried to explain himself to him. Yeah, in his dreams the guards didn't believe him, mistaking him for a regular onlooker who wanted attention. "What a down-to-earth guy," the assistant principal said. "He's a boxer," the unshaven master stated confidently as they conferred. "Boxer, one fell out, Hui Seo and browbeaten coach, right," continued Sang-guk. Such a counterpunch is used by pro outfighters. Look carefully, said the unshaven master. Long-range fighting style, said he. The video clearly showed the former champion being deftly shot at from long range. This is a midway strike. If it were Sun-chan, anyone would have fallen, stated the unshaven master, those light and rhythmic steps. This is where Sung-chan slackened, the master noted. He defended himself against the hook and shifted to the left. Baek-hong took advantage of this and counterpunched with the left. He has fast hands. The plus side of boxing fundamentals is that he is always focused, no matter how he changes position. Even if he knew about it, it wouldn't help him. Pondering aloud to the guy, Song-chan had a hard time answering that. Of course it's difficult, but there was a moment when it opened up, Sang-guk said. That was the moment when Baek-hong took an uppercut to the solar plexus. Let's start from that moment, explained the master. After the punch, he froze in place and waited for Song-chan. The champion counterattacked quickly, and Baek-hoon seemed to grow attached to the ring. And then he missed a clean punch to the jaw they saw on the tape. See, paid attention to the unshaven master. Why do you think Baek-hoon suddenly froze, and as if he had lost control, he asked. Sung-chan thought his opponent would go back to defense after missing, but in boxing it's the perfect moment to counterstrike. This guy won't be able to last long, said the old master, so we need to finish quickly, smiled Sung-hoon. Since he tasted everything, they will need a new coach, said the master. Who is it? Quickly asked Hui-so. What do you say after watching the video? The old master asked as suddenly a patched coach appeared on the stage. That's right, master. It was an outfighters fight. All it takes is to bring down his theme. Hui-so heard it and resented it. Was he eavesdropping? Can you imitate? Asked the unshaven master. Let it be one of the many styles in boxing. There should be no problem, replied the trainer. Okay. Make a training schedule, then organize sparring twice a week based on the schedule. Start little by little, said Sang-guk. Maybe we should test his boxing skills first, the Bang's coach suggested, and the unshaven master gave the okay. As expected, things are going well, said Sung-hoon. Always learning new things, he said. Learn faster after 20 years, grumbled the foreman. How much does Tai-chun earn, the master asked, with tax deducted 220,000, the brow-beaten coach replied. Add 500,000 as long as he trains Hui-sung, for the harmfulness of the work, muttered the old master. He's doing well, so it's the least they can do, Sang-guk added. But why choose Tai-chun? Wouldn't wrestling be a better help in this case? Sung-hoon asked. No, Sang-guk shook his head. Wrestling did not help Sun-chan hold the title in any way, he stated. From the video, it didn't seem like he was even trying to move to wrestling. Veterans like Song-chan don't act like this for no reason, grumbled the old master. But then what's the reason? The brow-beaten one asked. That's what they should find out first by studying Baek-hoon's style, grumbled the unshaven master. So let's go look for every possible option, he said. He got together to spar. Don't beat it to death, asked Tai-chun. The same thing Hui-so said. They fought according to the rules of boxing. 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Use light blows, but not to spare, so that there is an effect. Below the belt, do not hit, reminded the brow coach. All the athletes and other coaches became animated and gathered to watch the sparring, wondering who would win, the boxing champion or the tough guy. The gloves touched, and Sung-hoon began to give the command. Don't kill each other, asked the meticulous mentor. He gave the command, and the fighters got into a stance. Hui-so fired a punch as soon as the command sounded. Tai-chung dodges a 1-2 punch from Hui-so with a swinging hook to the body. The shot slid past within a couple of millimeters, Tai-chun making minimal movements. The speed of the punches corresponds to the weight class, he analyzed Hui-so. We need to shorten the distance and press on, the cocky kid realized. Bam! Sparks sprinkled from his eyes as he ran into a counterpunch. Following that, Tai-chun poured another handful over the helmet, and misses a right punch to the side of the head from Tai-chung, even though it was sparring decent. Experienced trainer immediately stepped back with good springy footwork. Fast and light, the damage from the blows is very different, Hui-so realized. Punches in MMA are heavy and penetrating, while in boxing they are whipping elephant blasts. That's how boxers punch, he realized. Something in him changed, and Tai-chun noticed it. Hui-so concentrated and kept his watchful eyes on his sparring partner. Became calmer after a couple of blows. Not bad, Tai-chun noticed. Before he gets used to it, he needs to attack, he thought. Unfortunately for him, it will be difficult, thought the experienced boxer, and moved forward with a rhythmic swing of the body like a pendulum. The cocky guy tensed. He couldn't read his opponent's movement, not even with his keen eyesight. Forward, backward, left to right, Tai-chun swung. making it impossible to determine the distance of the strike. The blows seemed to be flying from all directions, and Huiso tracked each one of them. After a few of these moves, he himself could dodge with a body swing. Wow! Surprised Tai-Chun when the cocky guy was able to quickly close in on him and counter-attacked with a left jab. Dodged and even attacked with a jab, surprised at this reversal by the audience. Sang-Guk also looked surprised. He thought that the kid wouldn't be able to dodge Tai-Chun's punches, but he was even able to counter-attack. Tai-Chun adjusted his helmet. He paused for a moment while the cocky guy kneaded his slumped shoulders. Now a little warmed up, the cocky guy stated, "If you don't try hard enough, it would be humiliating to lose," Tai-Chun replied. Baek-hun was sweating jumping rope like boxers do. He stopped abruptly when the timer on his phone rang. "Don't load yourself up in the morning, it'll be hard later," came the coach's voice. "Why is he so early?" he asked his bespectacled coach. "He got a call from X1, he replied contentedly. "The fight is at the end of January," his trainer told him. "It's not even 3 months away. They want to do it fast," the trainer said. As expected, the team that brought the rookie to the top of the rankings was quick to react. Baek-hun worried. "Except the match was recently," asked the coach. "It does not matter, you just need to prepare," the athlete replied. Plus, he remembered their conversation in the arena. The fight was becoming something personal. "He's the first to challenge after all, and he can't back down," he told the coach. "If that's the case, let's go to breakfast." The bespectacled coach patted him on the shoulder. The guy looked at the shelf of awards with deep regret. Winner Hakuna Matata read the inscription in Japanese. The daring fighter lay in the ring, breathing heavily from exhaustion. "Is he okay?" asked Tai-Chun. "I didn't think there was such a difference between them," replied Hui. "So disappointed. He is good, so he stopped giving in," replied the coach. "Even though it's just words uplifting, the daring athlete jumped up. He really did well," praised Tai-Chun. "He just didn't understand the mechanism of counterpunches yet," the coach remarked as Huiso marveled at this. "Isn't it about weight transfer and reflexes?" asked the fighter. "Human reflexes won't allow it," Tai-Chun explained. "Remember how Baek-hun got from Sung Chan," said the patched coach. "Baek-hun is a counterboxer. He reads his opponent's muscle movements. That's why he reacts so quickly. However, his counterpunch has a major weakness," Tai-Chun remarked. "The point is to hit the timings perfectly. The body reacts unconsciously. This is a major dilemma for the counterboxer." "So it can be used against him," rejoiced the cocky fighter. "Spot on," agreed the boxer's trainer. "It's not about bragging, and there's nothing to compare, but his fists aren't slower than Baek-hun," Tai-Chun said. "You can dodge those punches, and Baek-hun's punches won't get you either," stated the boxing coach. "That's the end of it. We'll train for 2 hours every day," Tai-Chun said, and Hui so thanked him for his work. Tai-Chun looked after the able-bodied guy as he left the ring. "Good imitation of Baek-hun," praised the grumpy master. "It's hard to replicate everything exactly," remarked Tai-Chun. "How is Hui so?" the unshaven master asked. "Fine, much better than the arrogant professionals." "And you saw for yourself that counter-strike was delivered with perfect speed and precision," Tai-Chun noted. "Just keep working. This role is very important right now," grumbled Sang-Guk contentedly. Tai-Chun was also motivated. This time, training would bring even more options to his fighting style, and since it was about a star, he would take advantage of everything, the master pondered. Preparations for the tiebreaker began, with Young Kyung tightly pinning Huiso to the net. The heavier fighter outweighed his lighter opponent. The daring guy didn't panic. With his knee, he rested his knee on Young Kun's knee. A quick slip and a shove, the bogeyman flew backwards ridiculously. Next, they practiced in a circle, changing opponents every couple minutes. Jung-hwan started with his favorite hand grip and guided it to Huiso's neck. The daring fighter was extremely focused and saw every move. He counterattacked, but Jung-hwan managed to dodge from the blow. Friend ducked under a punch and tried to make a pass to his feet. He managed to clinch thanks to some calibrated moves. Huiso grabbed him under his arm and pressed himself against Jung-hwan with his body so he wouldn't fall. He swung down powerfully and landed on his forearm, holding Jung-hwan down. The ceiling is grey, wondered Jung-hwan. But why isn't he looking at it, he thought. With a deafening rumble, he fell in the ring after a throw. "Get him out!" shouted from the audience when Jung-hwan couldn't get up after a powerful throw. His friend didn't feel sorry for him at all. A moment to rest, and a new command was given from the audience as Jung-hwan's body was removed from the arena. "Great!" roared the defiant fighter. He was eager for battle and his morale was at peak form. Huiso started by working on the paws that Sung-hoon was holding. Scathing volleys struck as if from cannons with a dry pop. The strength increased, felt on his palms by Sung-hoon. The cardio exercise had made itself felt. Intensive workouts were put together to increase Huiso's endurance, running 10 kilometers in the morning and other exercises. He used the method of training circles, sparring against 5 men after a break practicing punches. Strike practice was also used against Baek-hun's counterpunches. Huiso clenched his teeth and took a kick to the body, but his breath hitched. He instantly responded with a low kick to the leg, browbeating coach. Then came hand strikes to the paws with explosive combinations. Again, the kicking of the body area. The constant alternation of legs and arms required tremendous stamina. They used a lot of low kicks to control Baek-hun's quick movements. Great on this one, hearing the command, the guy immediately dropped down for a rest. "Practice isn't over yet," grumbled the meticulous trainer. "I know," grudgingly replied the defiant fighter, taking a seat for a couple minutes. Sparring with Tai-chung, Huiso stepped forward confidently. "His punches have gotten better from the mentoring of his boxing coach," Sung-hoon noted. "But he's still slow to respond to counterattacks," noted the beamy coach. Right now he's watching Tai-chun's punches, the browbeaten coach looking away for a second. Tai-chun worriedly called out to him defiantly as the trainer sat down to breathe with dizziness. "Is he okay?" asked a browbeaten Sung-hoon as he climbed into the ring. "Run for water," he asked the defiant athlete. "Be careful," said the browbeaten Tai-chun. "It's irresponsible to let yourself get beaten up like that," to which the boxer only laughed. "It's not irresponsibility," he replied confidently, much to Sung-hoon's surprise. "This imp is a true genius," Tai-chun declared admiringly. "He beat him," Tai-chun said, looking at the defiant fighter's back. In the beginning it was business as usual as he worked the body and kept Huiso in check. During the combination loses rhythm, noted to himself Tai-chun. If attacked at that moment, he would definitely hit, the boxer calculated. By doing a jab, he will destroy the rhythm, read and destroy the rhythm, Baek-hun style. All too easily Huisung, Tai-chun's hand shot out for a counterstrike. But instead it hit the air. Huiso was able to dodge. Missing during a counterstrike means counterstrike yourself. Tai-chun missed a powerful right. Read his moves and ended up getting a midway strike himself, Tai-chung explained. He really was able to do that, Song-hong wondered. That's right at the time of the punch, Tai-chun replied. The feint is a very difficult technique that even experienced fighters can't handle. The guy was able to trick and knock Tai-chun himself off his feet. The first day, he barely dodged a punch when he first started. The change came not only from sparring, but also from cardio exertion. 3 rounds of 2 minutes turned into 5 on 5. Since Tai-chun said such a thing in the 3rd round, no matter what Baek-hun did, he wouldn't be able to defeat their fighter, Sung-hoon pondered. Maybe even Huiso will find it easier to fight Baek-hun than the former champion, Tai-chun remarked. But don't tell him he'll get cocky, Sung-hoon said. What is it? They asked the fussy guy, water brought by the one who answered. What a polite coach stated. Tai-chun walked out of the locker room with a towel over his head, catching his breath. There it was. Huiso popped up and scared the hell out of the coach. The ghost wailed the man. Why is he still here? Wondered the boxer. Just wanted to talk a little, asked the cocky fighter. If he's worried about sparring, that's fine, Tai-chun answered him. It's the other thing, Huiso suggested, sitting down. He'll be 24 soon. Time flies so fast, Huiso remarked. It seems like his first fight was just recently, and now he's getting ready for a title fight, the boxer agreed. What does he do after work? Huiso asked. Play games, see friends, or at home, Tai-chun replied. On weekends he goes out with a girl, on holidays he travels. He has a girlfriend, surprised Huiso. Prove it, yelled the defiant boy. This is some kind of joke. Tai-chun took out his phone. Wow, exclaimed the enviously cheeky guy after looking at the photo of the cute couple. How so? She's too pretty for him, wondered the guy, now insulting the loon, grinned Tai-chun. What about him? Asked the boxer counter-question. After the army he lived like a monk, sadly recalled the bold fellow. Then maybe there's someone on your mind, Tai-chun asked. It's hard to date if you already have something you're crazy about, the fighter replied with annoyance. Looking for girls in this sport is not easy and will affect the reputation of the gym, pondered the bold guy. There's also Yu Jin, Tai-chun suddenly remembered, and it caught the cocky guy off guard. Why on earth would he remember a thorn? Resented the embarrassed lad. Isn't she a cutie? Wondered the young coach. Come on, I'd rather be with a tree, the naive guy retorted. They look good together. Tai Chun replied slyly. There should be something more exciting and passionate between a girl and a guy, said the blushing athlete. It's impossible to talk to her. Insolent, prickly, rude, shut up and lose the two main words, resented the kid. He stammered for a second, remembering a couple of cute moments, and gave himself away. Now it's clear what he thinks of her, Tai Chun remarked with a smile. He thinks nothing. The cocky athlete denied the obvious. It's definitely not her anyway, exactly, repeated the man, and Tai Chun agreed. But it's a little surprising, the boxing coach said softly. Bold guy is usually polite, but was always so distant and never spoke to anyone in private. I'm such a lowlife. The guy cringed at those words. So what did he want to talk about? Tai Chun reassured him. A friend reminded him that it's important to look around and stop flying around, the guy replied thoughtfully. At the time, he thought it was a bad idea to stop since there was a title fight ahead, but after Sung Chan was defeated, the fans' reaction surprised him. No one will tell you when it's time to go dark, even though everything is great on the outside, but really you're completely empty on the inside. After this experience, he realized what he had been missing all this time. Partners who are always willing to help you after hours of training, and help each other even though they have no particular reason to. And he's not the only one involved in the fight. They're all in it. Come to think of it, he has a lot of people to thank, the cocky guy revealed. He never thought he would get support every day. At first, he didn't know how to respond to it. After this match, I will try to communicate with the team more openly and be the initiator myself this time, the feisty lad said. He is counting on his seniors in this match, Hui Seo said. Just accept defeat, Tai Chun suddenly prodded him after such a sad speech. The end of January came quickly and come weigh-in day. Sports reporters were already waiting for him. Fighter Lee Hui Seo has arrived with his dream team. The flashes of dozens of cameras blinded him for a few seconds. The level of attention is completely different for the title match, Sung Hoon said. That's right, look closely. Korea's most anticipated star, Lee Hui Seo, the cocky guy, struck a spectacular pose. And he knows a thing or two about recklessness, Sung Hoon remarked. Wouldn't be himself without it, grumbled the old master. He's here too, the reporters exclaimed when they spotted the second fighter. Current champion Baek Hoon arrived at the weigh-in with his team. Both fighters are determined to win and stared each other down squarely. Fighter Lee Hui Seo, the weight is counted, announced the judges when the scales showed 70 and 2/10 kilograms. Baek Hoon, weight read out 70 and 4/10 kilograms. Sturdham, both got into a stance for the photo session and kept low-key. A couple of questions for the fighters before the match were asked by the announcer. The first question was addressed to Hui Seo, whether he is having trouble changing his opponent in the battle for the title. No problem at all, just have to consider different options as everyone prepares, confidently replied the cocky guy. Question for Baek Hoon, he shone brightly in the title fight. But what about his past? Nothing is still known about him. Since the age of 18, he has performed for Japanese organizations like Gladiator. They don't know much about him because he hasn't gained popularity. He doesn't hide his past, Baek Hoon stated. If they wish, he can tell. Very strangely scratching Song Hun's chin. What exactly did the master ask? He checked all of Gladiator's records. The fighter Baek Hoon wasn't mentioned there. How exactly he was looking for him made the old master guess, by name of course, answered the brow-beaten coach. He couldn't have lied to everyone in the open. Sung Hoon hesitated. An alarming hunch dawned on the old master. Could it be him, thought Sang-guk. The unshaven foreman said he'd go back to the car to check something. Why would he do that when the interview isn't over, Sung Hoon wondered. The unshaven master took a long look at his phone and searched for the right data. Oh shit, he grabbed his head suddenly, realizing the reason for their ignorance. The day of the battle had arrived. 11,000 spectators had gathered to watch the arena. The applause is like an endless rain, said the bespectacled presenter. Keep going. Finish with a kick. Hui Seo was warming up before the fight with Brovastic. This is the end of it, praised Sung Hoon after a successful low kick. Excellent positioning. Now we just have to sit back and wait for the fight, he said to the unshaven master. Glad to see they're doing well, grumbled the restless old master. Hui Seo sat down to catch his breath after warming up. He looked completely relaxed like he always did before a fight. Still, he was studying the walls thoughtfully, and Sang-guk noticed it. Aren't you nervous? Asked his old master, a.k.a. Lee Hui Seo. They know it, bragged the guy. He's grateful to have gotten such an easy win in a title fight, the cocky kid said. That's right, that's what he wanted to hear, the old master said. There's no one calmer than Hui Seo on the mast. Just a few words, the old master put a trusting hand on the shoulder athlete. MMA is a sport for versatile fighters. There's no reason why Baek-hoon wouldn't use wrestling, or grappling, or kickboxing, if not all at once. Because once you get in the ring, forget about strategy, and don't be surprised by what your opponent will do. Be yourself and fight properly. Stay calm and listen to the coach, admonished the boy in a serious voice. There's no need to worry, shouted the defiant athlete loudly. Huiso walked out to the arena, proudly raising his arm above him. The stands roared with excitement. The cheeky guy sent his trademark smiley to everyone. He put his palm to his ear, letting him know he still couldn't hear the roar of the bleachers. In the red corner, triumphantly raising both arms, the champion came out. Baek-hoon is a third-generation Korean from Japan. There he was known as Hakuna Matata. He has 19 match wins. Korean from overseas, 19 victories. Discouraged Sung-hoon asked the old master. Sang-guk made inquiries. Baek-hoon is a variation fighter, knows jiu-jitsu, wrestling, other styles, should have told Hui. So about it, the browbeaten man got nervous. For 3 months they had been developing him exclusively in one direction. Give them something new would only confuse the guy, grumbled the old master. Then he wouldn't have been able to use our strategy and would have simply burned out. The unshaven master shook his head. Don't worry, this guy is trained hard, and his ability to adapt during battle is incredible. They can have faith in him, the master confidently grunted. These fighters have never fought against each other before, and yet both are confident but cautious, the lead commentator said. The bespectacled coach was watching his athlete closely. He too was concerned about the fight. Huiso is a talented fighter. Not many can beat him in that, Baek-hoon told him in the locker room. Is he going to lose? The bespectacled coach asked. Nisa, what? It's a good opportunity to eliminate a strong opponent before he gets even stronger, replied Baek-hoon. He's going to prove himself properly this time around, the champion stated. Show them what an incredible fighter he really is, thought the bespectacled coach. Blue is ready, asked the ref in the ring. Huiso took a stand. Red is ready. Baek-hoon also stood up in the rack and showed his readiness. Fight! The gong sounded and both fighters came charging into the center of the ring. The match began, and an anxious excitement gripped everyone. The fighters were in no hurry to attack each other. Huiso was the first to open the fight. He started with a left jab. Following him, a low kick abruptly flew out. Baek-hoon, frozen, not knowing how he should react. And the champion missed that shot because of a feint. Huiso opened the scoring. Low kick nonsense, thought Baek-hoon. He was used to such kicks. He immediately responded with a kick of his own to the thigh of the defiant fighter. Abruptly shifting forward, he raised his knee for a high kick. But Huiso, with the reaction of a mongoose, he deftly dodged the sharp blow. And he himself responded with a swift kick to the thigh of his motionless opponent. Baek-hoon unexpectedly executed a takedown and caught his opponent's leg. He pushed Huiso forward like a bulldozer to take him down. As expected, he used more than just boxing. Tilt the hull forward, shouted the advice, Sung-hoon to his fighter. Huiso reacted and managed to shift his body weight forward to avoid falling. Realizing this, Baek-hoon let his foot down and moved to throw. He wrapped his arms around Huiso's torso. Shifting farther back, he reached behind him and grabbed the defiant fellow firmly. Maintaining his spinning inertia, the champion ripped Huiso away from the ring. The crowd roared just a little more, and the cocky guy would be thrown into the ring. Huiso reacted. He turned his hull slightly. His foot went between his opponent's legs and hooked under his knee. After gaining a foothold, he was able to press his elbow into Baek-hoon's chest. Losing his balance, the champion collapsed into the ring with his opponent. A second, and both went to their original positions to prevent the other from gaining an advantage. How unexpected to see a fight from Baek-hoon, the announcer commented. He knew it all, thought the champion. Huiso showed excellent throw defense skills, the announcer said, and the cocky kid thought about how well the champion hid his skills. Huiso again attacked first to seize the initiative in the fight, his kick clanking on the champion's thigh. Baek-hoon counterattacked with a high kick to the head but was too late. Huiso dodged it easily. More they low kick to the shin found its target. Baek-hoon's leg began to go numb. He popped forward and punched through the cocky guy's defense with a powerful shot. An uppercut under the breath caught up with him, and the defiant lad bent over in pain. Another successful punch combo broke the cocky guy's block. Huiso tries to break the distance, but Baek-hoon is already pressing forward with a straight punch. He abruptly changed direction and suddenly counterattacked Baek-hoon. But the seasoned veteran boxer was not a slacker himself, and struck earlier, changing the direction of his fist. His direct turned out to be a feint. Huiso grimaced painfully, receiving a clean punch to the face. The champ didn't bother to stop the combination and fired off another straight. But this time already he got a counterattack, a right to the head. Huiso swung for a right kick as his opponent stalled. The swing turned out to be a feint, and Huiso jumped to cut the distance between them. The leap turned into a powerful punch, and this attack passed the champion's defense. Baek-hoon was forced out from center, a troubling sign for the outfielder. Sensing Lee Huiso's weakness, attacks, the words of the host roared through the speakers. A quick counter jab knocked down this attack by the cocky guy. Stopping him, the champion made a mid-kick to the open body of the defiant opponent. Huiso put up a well-timed defense, preparing to meet his opponent's leg. Baek-hoon's leg twisted snakily, twisting his thigh. He shifted the blow to the head area. Huiso hurriedly ducked down to the rig, nearly folding himself in half. A sneaky blow with a shifting trajectory brushed the back of his head. The guy was saved by his over-reflexes. A Brazilian punch from Baek-hoon, the commentator reported. Huiso calmly stepped aside. Even dodging this one, the champion regained his breath. He had hoped for this blow. There's something he doesn't know how to do. The cocky fighter's head was spinning with the number of options to fear now. Incredible match. What combinations. It was like a movie being made, and those reflexes, the announcers were going crazy with excitement. He's good at everything, Sang-guk muttered. But Huiso isn't embarrassed by that, the beaming coach noted. He was responding well to all the blows, but the real trouble would start now, worried the unshaven master. Huiso had taken a lot of damage and was already tired. It would become more difficult to dodge all the blows. If he continued like this, he would waste all his strength. Huiso struggled to evade the champion's light but very sharp shots. Cheeky lad misses the pace and misses a clean punch. Egos can be completely so shattered and exhausted, the defiant challenger suddenly realized. He responded with a long left. The champion dodged masterfully. Baek-hoon's left hook exploded on the cheekbones of the defiant fighter. A combination lands flush, and Huiso grabs a straight right. They stood in the center of the ring. No one wanted to back down. Punches flashed with lightning. At one point, both missed a powerful blow to the head from each other. Their counterattacks crossed, but for a split second, Huiso took the damage earlier. As a result, he once again had to dodge furious attacks. How unnerving. Clenched his fists. Sang-guk, although the guy was holding up well, he was slowly forced to the net. Baek-hong switched from hands to leg kicks and brought his knee up. The challenger barely dodged a high kick to the head, Baek-hoon no longer holding back. He showed incredible skills and the feisty guy had to survive in the ring. He should say something, the unshaven master said nervously, but the right ideas weren't coming to mind. What is the fighter Lee Huiso trying to do now? The announcers roared, and the unshaven master looked at the ring. Huiso lowered his arms wide and became frontal to his opponent. He completely removed the defense. Baek-hoon stepped back and analyzed Huiso's actions. Part of a strategy or extreme desperation, commentators guessed. Maybe a secret technique, they thought, while the Defiant Kid's bewildered coaches just slid down the wall in terror. Baek-hong decided to check with a straight punch to see if it was a bluff or not. Without raising his hands, the defiant lad ducked with a slight movement of his head. Still, it's not a bluff, the presenters noticed. Huiso read all of the champion's attacks and dodged them in advance. The match is getting unpredictable, the commentators said, and in that same instant, the cocky guy missed a kick. Hook from the fake jab, Sung-hoon remarked. What is this madman doing? Why isn't he defending himself? Baek-hong pounces and quickly moves into range with a straight punch. He showed a jam, which he quickly converted into a hook, and punched at Huiso's jaw. His neck stretched hard as if his head might fall off. Baek-hong was dominating the match, but suddenly stopped his progress. His face expressed grave concern, this kid. He pressed his lips together. At the same time, the battered Huiso smiled cheekily. Could it be the bespectacled coach realized the bad news for the champion? The lad was deliberately letting himself be beaten, said the unshaven master. How so? Wondered the brow-beaten coach. He missed the first strike to calculate distance, the second to figure out his dodging tactics, and took almost no damage from them. Besides, the opponent's reading didn't end there, the unshaven master realized. Now the cocky guy was taunting in the center of the ring, inviting Baek-hoon to attack. But Baek-hoon showed the control and poise of an experienced fighter. Huiso was now moving easily and freely, swinging his body in the manner of Tai Chun. The champion responded in kind, trying to adjust to his opponent's rhythm and impose his own. The excitement in the stands reached a peak. No one could know how it would end. Baek Hong was the first to take a step and fired a lightning-fast straight punch to the head. He missed and immediately got a backlash from Hui So. Perfectly perfect counterstrike, impossible to avoid, exulted the unshaven master. But the champion made an incredible body movement and dodged the blow. Impossible whispered to himself to the old master. Even that didn't work against the champion. So he was expecting a counterstrike from the bold guy from the start, Sang-guk realized. What an experienced guy. He had time to calculate everything. The unshaven master admired their opponent involuntarily. Baek-hoon moved to the top hook. Hui So didn't keep his guard up and risked a knockdown. A fist swiftly flew towards Hui So's exposed head. With a sharp rotation of his body, he was able to avoid a dangerous counterattack. He ducked sideways from the blow, Baek-hoon's fist slashing his cheek. At the same time, the feisty fellow imprinted a straight overhand into his opponent's nose. The devilish counterattack knocked Baek-hoon down as if he had hit a barrier. Even experienced craftsmen were stunned by such an explosive denouement. Baek-hoon, that looked invulnerable, found himself in the ring. He was beaten at his own game. He didn't just calculate all the movement, but also the possibilities of Baek-hoon's attacks and rhythm as he framed his face, looking for a window to strike. Sang-guk marveled. The champion lay heavily knocked down and could not get to his feet. Like a true gladiator, Hui So performed a theatrical gesture, dedicating this victory to the audience in the stands. "Who can stop this fighter?" The stands exploded with applause. "Now is not the time," grumbled Sang-guk unhappily. "Finish the match," he shouted to the cocky guy. Baek-hoon finally gets to his feet. He still hasn't recovered. The champion was breathing hard but got into a defensive stance. He wasn't giving up. Hell, sure he expected difficulties, but he was confident in his counterpunch. Reassessed the cocky fellow champion. He trained in grabs but got beaten. He was better at boxing and worked harder than others, but it all went to shit. Hit drop. It's been that way with every opponent before. With diligence and discipline, he went on to defeat his opponents. Gradually, it became hard to survive in the team. No one stood still. After moving to X1, Baek-hoon hoped that he had finally snagged a chance to be the first. But even after winning a title fight, people would quickly forget about him. You needed someone very popular. And that fighter was Lee Hui-sung, who everyone knew well from his past victories. If he won, people would definitely recognize it. Baek-hoon was sure of it. As expected, the opponent accepted the challenge, and the fight was scheduled very quickly. He has more experience, more skill, breathed heavily on the champion. But it was worth making one big mistake, and that's how he felt now. This is what it means to stand opposite a star fighter, the champion thought. From the very beginning, he brought this misfortune upon himself, realized Baek-hoon. Hui So raised his defenses, preparing for the final act of battle. Both moved on their opponent with the best they had. There was a rumble of a blow. The bold fellow was quicker, his fist embedded in his opponent's skull. He instantly lost consciousness, accepting a dignified defeat in battle. The defeated champion collapsed in the ring like his predecessor. The fight is over, and the referee has stopped the fight by standing between the fighters. Hui So was overcome with a wave of joy, along with everyone in the stands. He bowed to them in respect. The crowd roared with delight. New record, winning the first round in the 4th minute and 2 seconds. Hui So sat confidently on the champion's throne and raised his arms in triumph. Hui So allowed himself to rejoice with everyone else. Coach, he looked at the unshaven master and browbeaten. It's victory. Victory ran the new champion up to the old master. Now he's number 1, the old master, hugged the cocky kid tightly. He did a good job. The hug went on for a bit, and Hui So turned to the unshaven master with embarrassment. "Great match," the man said and patted the feisty champion on the shoulder. Even the grouchy master was taken aback, the feisty fighter remarked. Bravastic embarrassedly rubbed his face with his finger. He too was incredibly happy to have won. "What antics!" exclaimed the unshaven master as the lad made a pass at his feet. "That unshaven man made him a champion. His name is Sang-guk," shouted the cheeky boy. "He's in his 40s and looking very much in his 40s today. Sang-guk is in the crosshairs of many TV cameras. Just a master at blowing up any attitude," Sung-hoon remarked. The new champion, Hui So, put on the belt and stood in the arena for an interview. "A few words after the fight," the bespectacled announcer asked. Throughout the fight, said host, he knew that one day he would take it from the champion. "Let them get used to interviewing only him," said the guy. In this match, he was hanging by a thread of defeat. How he himself felt at that moment asked the reporter. Bak-hun used skills he had not shown before. It took time to study him, but eventually he recognized his fighting style, Huiso said. Every move he made was astounding. Baek-hun was indeed proving to be a difficult opponent. Of course he wasn't stronger than him, the defiant lad declared. Then what will he say now as a champion, a reporter asked him. Just a year ago he was just a regular clerk at a convenience store, Huiso said. He's wasting his precious time without even thinking he's going to make it. But then he joined Team Attack, met Master Sanguk, and the other guys that accepted him as an equal. Then he paid little attention to them because he focused solely on results. He would like to take this opportunity to thank his team, to thank them for the dream they gave him. One last thing, he raised a finger to the sky. He would accept the challenge of anyone without prejudice if they wished to fight in a battle for the title. The hall exploded with thunderous applause again for Huiso. Lightweight champion Li Huiso ended the interview on a good note by the journalist. Late in the afternoon, he went out to get some air and meet Chebam. Drinking alone, a bad sign, he greeted his friend. Life is like that, it's not his fault, the classmate weakly justified himself. He wrote to Huiso right after the battle, when they had barely reached their neighborhood. One drink, suggested the usually meticulous Sung-hoon to the champion. What? More drinking with old people, the cocky guy stated boringly. He had plans for today. He has a bad tolerance, he's already drunk, Hui. So said to a friend, 1 can of beer. He said it won't be a disaster. So what's up? Huiso asked, opening a drink for himself as well. It was still worth celebrating the match. He quit his job, Chebam sadly stated. That's news surprised the feisty friend. How long ago? Huiso asked. It's been a month since the unemployed comrade answered. I mean, he's only been on the job for 7 months. What's the big deal? The guy wondered. Painful to listen to, asked to stop Chebam and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag, the words coming out hard, his throat sore. Chebam exhaled. The cocky guy waited patiently as he promised himself he had more of an eye on the others now. Huiso, a classmate, turned to speak up. In high school, they dreamed of driving a Ferrari, Chebam remembered, and Huiso nodded as well. When you're young, you think you're going to live a fancy life, said the classmates dreamily. After deducting all taxes, he received only 2 million won, the friend said. In the beginning with that paycheck, it seemed like he was posh in his 23, the girls, the swag. But after 3 months, the balloon ran out and he began to barely make ends meet. Even if he gave up everything and worked for 10 years, it would barely be enough for a down payment on a mortgage. But does he have to think about housing? He grew up in a well-to-do family, the defiant friend wondered, and Chebam laughed and denied everything. His family failed to cope with the crisis and went into debt. They have only 5 years to pay it back, the comrade said. His father also lost his job. Now he too. It's strange to live in a world where even a Seoul University graduate can't make money. Huiso apologized sympathetically. He didn't know his friend was in such distress. He patted him on the shoulder. He had recently realized it himself. Anyway, he thought about what he could do and found this. Wow, wondered the cocky guy, and asked what it was about. Barber, said a classmate with significance, naming an unexpected profession. How unexpected, said the daring fellow who would say he himself had recently become a fighter, Chebam stated. It will be fine, not that he has no other options at all, the classmate said. Recently, he wandered aimlessly through the streets of Seoul. Through the window of one of the establishments, he noticed a girl his own age working as a hairdresser. It was obvious she was new, nervous, and so was her client. Watching her, he involuntarily fell into his own thoughts about how he would do the job, and stood like that for several hours. So after doing a little digging on the net, he suddenly became very interested in this profession. Maybe this is his last chance, sighed Chebam. Come on, said cheeky friend, they are only 23. And what to do at 33, thought Huiso. If he were older, he would hardly even try it, because while he is young, he wants to try himself in what he is passionate about, the friend said. Doesn't it make the grey everyday life brighter, said a classmate. You're already drunk enough to enter the philosophy, said Huiso. You'll have to work hard, except to listen he can't help, said the feisty friend. And that's all it takes, said Chebam. And they clinked cans. Both of them drained fresh cold beer in volleys late at night, and exhaled loudly like 2 old men, the alcohol quickly getting to both of them. The story got him thinking about how long he himself could remain an MMA fighter, Huiso thought. He's young now and full of energy. He can definitely do this until his 30s, but what then? Given a career of 15 years, 2 matches a year, he would have 30 matches in total. Not as much of a chance of being in the octagon as he believed. The season matches flew by like fleeting snippets of life. It's 11 o'clock. It's time to go home. Got up from the bench Chibam, really? Wondered the impertinent friend. He does not need to go anywhere, he asked. But don't relax, a classmate remarked, and Huiso agreed with him. Thanks for meeting me. See you later. Chibam waved goodbye. Hey, unemployed alcoholic, the drunken fighter called out to him. Pull yourself together and let's give it our best shot, his cocky friend suggested to him. What an insolent asshole, Chibam thought, but said another thing out loud. Relaxing well is the first step to working hard, he shouted to the entire neighborhood. His parents stared at him sternly, and it wasn't because he'd come back from the fight last night a little tipsy. What the joint could not withstand their stern gaze was the timid son. He kneeled down on his knees and slouched his gaze, but he still didn't realize his guilt. Why, the timid son asked his parents, and he still doesn't understand, the father replied sternly. He just transferred some money to his mother. That's the problem, shouted the woman showing her savings book. She asked for some for pocket money, and he sent 100 million. Where did he get such money from? Cut without a knife by her mother. Huiso tried to excuse himself, but his father prevented him from doing so and put his hand on his shoulder. He can trust them. They'll take it as it is, even if he committed a crime, said his father, spouting off, shouted his mother. Let them listen first, declared the discouraged son, who realized what the matter was. He calmly told them everything until his mother returned the money to the government. He made 60 million in his last match, more than he made in the past 4 matches combined. The association sold a lot of broadcasts, and for that the director slapped him with a generous bonus. He also got another sponsorship contract from Abibas. Now he has 4 sponsors, plus a contract with the gym, totaling 12 million a month. He had accumulated 120 million in his account, and the 100 he earned from the matches he sent to his mother. The mother breathed a sigh of relief. Since her son wasn't a criminal, she didn't care about anything else. But you couldn't say that about my father. He didn't say a word. Now one can live without worries. Although they had to wait, their investment paid off, said the joyfully loving son. They could pay off their debts, move to a better house, and leave all the hardships to him, the naive boy continued. Isn't that great? Exclaimed the joyfully loving son. Aren't they happy? He asked after a long pause. Of course, yes, replied the mother discreetly. Our son has done a good job, added the father just as discreetly. Huiso still didn't understand their reactions, and just remained silent with a strained smile to his ears, waiting for the raucous joy. Clearly they seem uncomfortable accepting money from him, but he hopes they will, the loving son gushed. He's the reason their family is in debt, and he has to help them get out of it, the boy said firmly. Huiso, the father said. It's not his fault, he reminded his son, but the defiant lad didn't agree to be the one responsible for anything. We need to be pragmatic in this matter. If there is money, there is no reason to avoid payments, debts. It will also make him feel better, stated the loving son. He understands what they want to tell him. It's just that his father is embarrassed right now, the responsible father said, and closed his eyes. Let me think it over first. My father got up to go outside and get some air. It was getting very stuffy. Father pulled out his down jacket and got ready to leave. Huiso wanted to stop him. It's cold outside, worried the loving son. Nothing, it won't last long, excitedly replied the father. What's wrong with his father? Exclaimed the simple-minded son. He just needs to think. It's okay, his mother reassured him. He is no longer a child, the loving son firmly stated. He wants to help the family too. Mother gently ran her hand, rough from years of labor, over Huiso's cheek. They know, said not young, but still a beautiful woman, and proud of him, but his father needs a little time. It won't be for long, okay? He rubbed the boy's cheek. He was silent. A lump came to his throat, and the boy could hardly hold back the tears that came from the excess of feeling. The tired father put his face to the cold wind and chewed a cigarette with his lips. Old man is crazy. It's so cold here. You want to catch cold, grumbled the faithful wife. If it's cold, why did you go out yourself? Her husband asked. She just wanted to air her head too. She wrapped herself deeper in the plaid, and should have started smoking after he quit. He was a bad actor, nagged by his wife. And it's so clear what he's thinking. After they've turned a quarter century, she can tell by looking at the back of his head. He's his son. Sooner or later that day would have come anyway, she remarked, but not as quick to resent the responsible husband. Now he can't do anything else, the distraught father added. The old fool found something to worry about, thought the loving wife. Father Huiso, he addressed him confidently. Stop fooling around. She took him tighter under her arm. He would always be his father, and only he could bring the defiant boy down to earth if anything. And this beauty will always be with him, soothed the loving wife's wounded pride of a responsible husband. He should be immensely happy about it, he added, and Huiso's father smiled. He laughed out loud. Indeed, what was there to worry about with such a wise wife by his side? She really is the real miracle in his life, thought the old husband. Since the mood is so good, maybe they should have a second child, suggested the feisty husband. No way, his grumpy wife was quick to tell him off what the old geezer was up to. Huiso sat quietly on the steps leading up to the roof and listened to their bickering. Now he understood why his father reacted that way, thought the defiant boy. Again, he's only thinking of himself, sighed the boy heavily. They do need time for him to understand his father better, and for his father to be able to recognize him, smiled the defiant son. On this one can go down, he left his two parents on the roof. Let's start the meeting, said SFC Los Angeles branch manager Douglas Mack. How many matches do they have, he asked his subordinates. They will prepare in the first half of the year. 4 in all, 3 already assigned, 1 in preparation, the officer reported. The composition of the teams, the general manager asked, is missing the main card, another staff member noted. Found someone, McDouglas continued. Most of the big-name fighters have already gotten contracts, the staffer excused himself. Enough, shouted the general manager. What's with the pathetic excuses? If they know the nature of the problem, they should already have a solution. SFC is the largest association in the US, attracting on average they play 60 matches a year. The most popular squad is awarded from HQ. The City of Angels branch has been severely reprimanded. After a series of setbacks, they are having a tough time. One employee had an idea and raised his hand. He made a complete list of everyone they could hire, the blonde man stated. New faces have emerged in small and medium-sized organizations around the world, he reported. McDouglas decided to take a closer look and demanded a list. The young assistant laid out his laptop in front of his boss. The first fighter from Japanese Gladiator and linked to Underwood, he turned on the presentation. But this champion did not arouse much interest in the head of the branch. "Ho!" he exclaimed. "Asia has such a fighter," his eyes rounded. "That's right, he's only become a champion in X1, but there's one problem with him." They had already turned down the offer from HQ. It was about money, the aide said, as McDouglas always stated. He got $60,000 for the fight. If they want to bring him in, the bid has to be at least 50, and that's at the start. And he's well informed, the general manager pronounced contentedly. Thought the boss might be interested, the blonde man said. That's the way to work always, nodded McDouglas contentedly. Let him contact the first 2 on the list. Let him send the details of the second one to him separately, the general manager asked. It's good to have someone who does the work for everyone. The boss looked sternly at the lazy people in the office. Just like when he wasn't there, he was scolding the negligent employees. The blonde man walked over to the scanner to quickly make a copy of the report. A photo of the fighter and the Korean Association appeared on the report. Today is the Lunar New Year, Sung-hoon announced solemnly. From tomorrow the hall is closed. You want to rest. You want to train, said the meticulous coach. And the hall shouted with glee, rejoicing in the vacation. Those with matches still need to show up. The coaches will be watching them. A few poor souls sighed heavily. No need to force yourself. It's okay if they don't show up. The gym will just break their contract with them. The browbeaten coach gently warned. Do you have anything to say, he asked, and the hall responded in chorus. No, not at all, 2v0 Germev. Everyone except Huiso ran towards the cafe. The cocky boy sighed. He had no one to spend this evening with. What's he doing here? Sewing to relax, the loyal Zhonghwan offered him. Reluctant now, apologized the impertinent friend. Another time, Zhonghwan asked in surprise what was the matter. I'm going home, it's no big deal, said the cocky friend. Sorry, said Zhonghwan. Nothing to worry about. Let him catch up with his elders and entertain them. Let's relax next time. Zhonghwan tossed him a farewell. The daring fellow looked after his faithful friend. He deserved a rest. Huiso came to his station to drive home. On the way he pondered in all sorts of ways. Where is it? He felt around in his pockets and couldn't find his wallet. His wallet wasn't there, his phone wasn't there either, and confusion overwhelmed him. It's good to be young and in love, the bus driver teased him. He ended up having to stay at the bus stop, and the cocky guy was frustrated. What a nasty thing to do, thought the defiant lad after a few minutes. Closed, he read on the hall door when he decided to go back in there and look for his wallet and phone. Shit again, he thought. Now he couldn't even call or leave or wait in the hall, with no money and no connection. Oh, you idiot, he shouted across the street, furious. Too loud, totally freaked out, he heard the familiar voice of a thorn. What else is the phenomenon? She followed him, surprised the cocky guy, looking for him, directly answered the cute girl. Picked up earlier on the floor in the hall, and the impertinent guy immediately changed his anger to mercy, wagged his puppy tail. "Thank you, noble maiden," he said, and reached for his things, but the prickly Yujin took his hand away. "Just thank you?" questioned the damsel in the usefulness of such an exchange. He was just about to treat her to a meal at the restaurant, agreed the guy. "It's not necessary," the prickle replied sharply, as the impertinent lad was so surprised. "I want a drink," offered the cute prickle, lifting the phone to her face. Huiso froze like a statue, not knowing what to do when a girl asks him out. They came in for tea and were silent for a while, not knowing what to talk about. Huiso was the first to start. What was the sudden urge for tea, he asked. "I just felt like it," the girl replied calmly, pouring a flavored drink into her cup. "Then she should have gone with Zhonghuan," said the cocky guy, too noisy, she simply replied. Here he held out the teapot to a goofy monk who'd never had a girlfriend. "Just relaxing so he can leave the formalities behind," stated the swaggeringly cute girl. Wait, the cocky guy took the cup from her. "If that's what she wants, you have to do the right thing. A girl shouldn't pour her own drink." He remembered an ancient superstition. "Now we'll drink properly." He held out the tea bowl to her. The prickle smiled slightly. They drank the strong green tea in a volley. The first drink went down well. They both exhaled noisily, the drink immediately spreading warmth through their bodies. "So what happened after all?" the brash lad asked the usually unsociable prickle straightforwardly. "Nothing," she denied, but the defiant fighter still stood her ground. "They have no reason to drink, and it's the Lunar New Year. Wasn't she going to visit her parents, peppered by a naive guy? No one to visit, numbed the goofy guy when he heard the truth. "No, mother, my father has been living with another woman for a long time," the prickly girl answered easily. She hadn't heard from him in a long time, and the cocky kid was covered in sweat, realizing how tactless his question had been. "Sorry, quickly apologized," he apologized. "No worries," replied the girl. "It happened a long time ago." Even though the prickle had said so, the defiant lad still couldn't get those words out of his head. Talking so calmly about family must not be easy. What kind of life she lived before, wondered Huiso. The girl caught his steady gaze and frowned, realizing what he was thinking of her. "Don't tell me he's going to feel sorry for her," the prickle said sternly. But Huiso started to ramble on. My, you don't get it." "That's totally tactless," the cocky guy stated. "She should have just turned the tables on him." So instead of thinking about her, he could now reply that he was going to relax at home after all the stellar events. Saying this for the future fooled the guy. It was her fault, so he wasn't going to be held responsible for it. The girl could barely contain her laughter. Does he realize? He cracked his fist on the table. What a fool, the pretty girl laughed. So that's what he's like when he doesn't hold back. Talking non-stop to hide his embarrassment, laughed the cute prickle. It doesn't bother her at all, but when someone hears about it for the first time, no wonder they react like that. Huiso heard. What a stare, recoiled the thorn from such attention. It was the first time he'd seen her happy-mouthed the cocky guy, slightly embarrassed. "It's so beautiful," he admired the girl involuntarily, and she flared up at such directness. Said aloud it came to the defiant lad, but it was too late. Just wanted to tell her that she had a beautiful smile. But in the wrong way, in the right way, but in the wrong way, he was totally confused by the statement. Just made another attempt to justify himself, but they were interrupted by the waiter. Meat on order, he placed the food on the table between the couple. Those were embarrassingly silent. Even the tea house worker became uncomfortable around them and hurriedly removed himself. They just laughed at the end, realizing how childish they looked. Unable to believe she was having tea with him now, the beauty leaned back. "She's the one who asked him out," protested the naive guy. "Why is it her? Didn't the cute, prickly girl say yes?" "So far she'd handled it well," the girl mouthed. "Handled it," thought the cocky guy. "Get over it," said Yujin. "What is he going to do this weekend?" She changed the subject. "Rooting around playing games on a console or something," the cocky kid replied. "A console?" wondered Spiny. "Playing World of Sword and Magic?" she asked. "She knows this game," exclaimed Huiso. "It's a very difficult game after all, yet she passed it." "Crazy," said the guy. Then they started chatting about different games, and the conversation took an easy direction. Spike was always smiling. They talked carefree about all sorts of trinkets. Yujin was so tired from the tea party that they had to carry her on their backs. Whether from the tea or not, the night city looked particularly attractive, thought the daring athlete. Hui So, the prickle sleepily called him in a gentle voice. It smelled of chocolate and cherries. Thanks for today, said the languid beauty in her soft voice. What's she? Waved the guy away. She scrambled to her feet. You'll fall! You'll fall! He shouted to her. Hui So, after tea, the lovely prickle was drawn to conversation. What was he thinking when he got to her house, the blushing cutie asked him. Just wanted to take care of her because there was no one else to answer the guy, and all demanding asked her what else she would want, he wondered. How about her? She took care of him too, though they didn't really get along. The guy remembered the nuts and chocolate. I just wanted to, the cute prickle replied and laughed. Time flew by as they walked home and chatted further about various little things. But what is he doing right now? Breathed heavily on the defiant fighter. Why she was so nice, why she was so close swarmed questions in his mind. Here we are, exhaled the cocky guy heavily. Though the girl didn't weigh much and he was a trained athlete, it wasn't a long way to go either. Sleep, he threw the luggage down on the bed and took a breath. He was slightly intoxicated by the smell. And it looked so small, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, catching his breath. What a mess! The guy looked around the athlete's room full of scattered things. Apparently the single life had relaxed her. Spike rolled over on her side and sniffled quietly. Lying in her clothes was not comfortable. She sweetly opened her mouth like cats do when they're deep asleep. A good opportunity to shoot some dirt. An interesting idea dawned on the daring lad. But first we must undress, and he pulled off the girl's coat and socks. That's better, Hui. So laid the prickle on the pillow, her silky hair sprawled around her in a circle. Something felt hot, whether from the tea I drank or from the aroma of cherries and chocolate. Taking care of a sleeping girl is not easy, Hui So exhaled. She should thank him later. But why put off the reward until later? Suddenly the devil inside woke up. Sleeping so peacefully you can hardly hear her breathing, the boy thought, and moved closer. Completely open and defenseless, and so relaxed, he watched her face. Might actually take a picture. The devil child wouldn't relent and demanded a prank. Spike suddenly turned to face him, so close he could feel her breath on his cheek. And she has long eyelashes, beautiful, the cocky guy remarked. Moonlight streamed through the window and gently touched the sleeping girl's face. Somehow his trained heart lost its rhythm when he looked at her. Silky, soft hair tickled her hands. The boy's mind went blank. Why is she so beautiful now, he thought. He was inexorably drawn forward to the solution. This mystery. The girl beneath him moved in her sleep and let out a low moan. What an obsession! The defiant fellow drew back as if scalded. His eyes blurred with excitement and he felt hot and cold. If only a little more, and there would be no turning back. The guy was covered in sweat. No matter how much tea he drank, it's not like he's crazy to do that to a sleeping person. Time to kick the slippers. He made a firm decision to flee the scene of a possible crime. If he stayed here another minute, who knows what other thoughts would come to mind. She jumped up, barely a click of the front door lock that slammed shut. The girl got out of bed, still dizzy, but now for a completely different reason. His face was so close it burned her skin with hot, intermittent breath. Ah! Screamed an embarrassed prickle and burrowed into the pillow. What a chump, thought the cutie a little calmer. After that day, they didn't connect until the very end of the weekend. A puzzled guy back at the gym. They bumped into each other barely as he entered. Her eyes also rounded when she noticed him. Thanks for seeing me off that day, the prickle said in her usual tone. About this, the cocky guy wanted to talk, but Yujin instantly retorted. Is this running away? Wondered Hui So. It can't be, he thought. Or she remembers everything, which means she wasn't asleep then. It dawned on the defiant fighter. He shouted after the fleeing spiky-haired girl. Congratulations, interrupted the guy at once 3 coaches, and shattered the morning silence of the hall. She'd already told everyone. A cold sweat broke out on the guy as he misinterpreted their appearance. Offering he SFC on equal terms, stunned the feisty fighter when he heard the startling news. That's right, said Brovastic. If he wins a title defense, can go straight to SFC, super shouted the athlete. Oh, he wanted to talk to Yujin. He almost forgot about the important thing, impertinent guy. What a great time for these two. The coaches spoke strangely. What was it about Hui? So asked restlessly. They both have matches in the main card, Sung-hoon stated. He will defend his title. She will fight for the belt, Lee Soo explained. They are both participating in the same event, also the same age. I can't believe it, Lee Soo said enthusiastically. Support each other, Sung-hoon said, and the bold fighter looked at Yujin, who had reappeared in sight. Instead of looking at him as usual contemptuously, the prickle looked away. So that's how they reunite. The guy rubbed his cheek, wondering if everything was going to be okay. Director Young leafed through the papers reporting on the affairs of the association. The biggest sales come from fighters who didn't even become champions. He looked at the reports. The number of new fans has quadrupled since Huiso joined last year. If this trend continues, they will be able to form a new profit model, the wily director pondered. Got a minute. His chief assistant entered the office. There's a report on Pereiro. Apparently he didn't inject anything into his veins, he said, suddenly surprised by the director. Instead, he uses drugs that increase blood cell production, an enhancer, the director realized. Gaseous xenon, the assistant named the active ingredient. Excess blood cells oxygenate the body, consequently increasing stamina. The introduction of an artificial hormone is detected by tests, but xenon is not noticeable to them because it affects the endocrine system indirectly. This illegitimate will be doping until the day he dies, sighed the principal heavily. Just find out if there are any legal problems with it. If not, just ignore it, he ordered, already getting a headache from it, the old director complained. And something about Huiso, the assistant said, and the principal immediately perked up his ears. The team says that after the next match they will leave the association, reported the manager. This is expected, replied the director. Are they just going to let the chicken with the golden eggs go? The aide wondered. If they don't, it will only get worse, the principal pointed out. Too many variables that if he doesn't come back worried the aide. Such is the investment. High risk, high reward, replied the wily director. Even without the talented Huiso, they won't die. Just take care of the other matches, he ordered his assistant. There's something else that needs checking. The aide stepped closer and handed over the paperwork. Huiso has chosen his opponent for the next matchup defense. The cocky guy sighed and still couldn't get himself together for work. Don't overwork yourself, Sung Hoon warned him. It's rest time. I'm doing what I can, replied the athlete. Chief Song called. The brow stick reported. Can I pick? Asked the fighter. Of course he can. As champion, all the matches are already scheduled for May. Let him pick a date later. Mid-July is best, Sung Hoon suggested. Less than 4 months is harmful. More will reduce his motivation. All right, let's do it, agreed the feisty athlete with his reasoning. Don't regret the choice, the browbeaten coach inquired. There are many light fighters, remarked Sung Hoon. Then everyone will think he just ran away, replied the cocky fighter. That's right, agreed Sung Hoon. But the risk is high. He can't leave if he loses the fight, I know, replied Huiso. But you have to keep your promise. Okay, but don't relax too much, the browbeaten coach said, and a familiar silhouette flashed to his right. Stretched out the pretty prickle, not knowing where to start the conversation. Since that night, he himself hadn't been comfortable talking to her, but it was necessary to set the record straight, the straightforward guy decided. But how to do it, he tensely thought, and an awkward silence hung. First you need to say hello, realized the guy, but the prickle stopped him. She will ask first, seized the girl's initiative. It's not like he did anything, directly attacked by a nice prickle. Of course she was asleep. How could he take advantage of that? The feisty fellow assured her, though he pretended not to remember anything. She doesn't remember anything, the naive guy asked her. She would have asked, the girl replied. So what he meant to say, she rolled off the subject that their matches are at the same time. She's fine with that. The naive guy thought of the question. 4 months she has free time, the girl reflected. That's all he wanted to say, she asked, and caught him off guard with that question. Hui. So hesitated for a second. I'll see you then. The Thorn said goodbye to him in his usual tone of voice. Good thing she doesn't remember anything after such a tea party, and only he knows about that mistake, thought the cocky guy. Thank heavens, he sighed in relief. Thank heavens he was so naive, relaxed, sweet girl. Sung Chan swung the bat properly. They agreed to meet on the court. And missed. The ball bounced defiantly off the net behind him. Mozilla, even baseball doesn't suit him, snarled the defiant champion. Or maybe he's not good for one sport. Huiso smirked. Then show me what you can do, dummy, the former champion replied sharply. Let's have a look, said the cocky fighter. 10 out of 10, said he when he fended off all the balls. Why is he so good? Asked a discouraged Sung Chan. It's just that he's a genius, bragging cheeky guy and still doing elementary school. Are you going to SFC? Sung Chan asked, changing the subject. Only if I win the defense match. Nothing can be said for sure, the champion replied. But why did he choose him for the match? Sung Chan asked in surprise. Because the oldest is the one most suited to be beaten. Baek Hoon was already skipped. The 3rd rank was sick. Skip, the 4th lost to Baek Hoon, moreover. Pereira is suspended. He listed all the contenders. You could go even lower, Sung-chan suggested, and then everyone would think he was a coward, laughed the bold champion. But if it's a senior, they have a legitimate reason to fight, smirked the cocky guy. Looks like it, the adult athlete modestly agreed. How their circumstances have changed, the former champion reflected. He doesn't expect any special thanks, the proud Sung-chan asked warily. Just an opportunity for someone who deserves it, the cocky guy reassured him. It was worth avoiding him, muttered Sung-chan gravely, or he would dream of being beaten. That's how. The guy froze, getting a direct challenge. For a second, the mood between them became hostile. He's not running from anyone, the cocky guy replied, accepting the challenge. Then don't complain. There's no shame in choosing someone else, remarked a serious Sung-chan. I doubt it, simply replied the fighter. That he had become arrogant already, asked Sung-chan. Also, No shook his head, Hui So. If he did that, would the warrior inside Sung-chan put up with it? The defiant fighter said. Indeed, it does hurt pride, the former champion quickly agreed. But what about leaving? SFC is a completely different arena. Everyone who plays there have been champions at home. So what? Asked the cocky kid. It would just be better to put off leaving for a while, worried the adult athlete. He's the most promising fighter right now. Moved on sooner or later anyway. But if he leaves now and loses there, he loses everything he's worked hard for. Risk is a noble thing, and the pay is great, said the daring guy. And those are the words of a champion, Sung-chan said doubtfully. If only he knew how many plushies he'd gotten, he told Sung-chan. 50,000 bacons for the fight, plus the same amount for the victory, plus 5 allowances for the next fight, 5 days of hotel, including the ticket, he listed. So get ready to be beaten up, the cocky guy smirked. We'll see who goes to the sanatorium, Sung-chan replied. Don't blame then that his career will end with this fight, added the former champion. It's time for him to retire, returned the barb by the cocky guy. Both could barely contain their childish laughter and looked askew at each other. And in the end, we couldn't take it anymore, busting our bellies with laughter. That's a good start, right? The defiant boy asked through his tears. That's right, it's going to be a great match, agreed the former champion. Don't expect leniency, prodded the cocky lad, playing it up. Their match in July. Prepare well, senior, so as not to lose quickly, defiant boy. These were his words, stated the former champion. That's the end of it. You have to train to win, bragged the cocky fighter. Just learn to take your punches properly, the former champion advised. Thanks for the coffee, smirked the cocky athlete. With this cheerful mood, they went to their respective halls. The team watched Sung-chan's fights. Despite his past failure, he is still a formidable fighter. He has a basic strategy, said the old master. Heavy, reckless strikes, wrestling, and beating in the parterre. He's developing very quickly. You can see that in the last 2-3 matches, the mastermind continued. Given the style of a daring fighter, Sung-chan would definitely get into wrestling and close combat. How to handle it? Asked the unshaven master. Hit or run, suggested the defiant fighter. No way, immediately noted the master. If he ran out of breath, he would be finished. Then counter-strike, said the light-hearted athlete. Also know if he misses, will be hit by the rink, and it is difficult to read the movements of Sung-chan. The daring athlete thought, learn it all and watch the video again, the old master instructed. Hui So turned on the replay and focused on the recording of the fight. Sung-chan's only loss, though seemingly random, held a clue. Baek Hong was able to catch the powerful champion and knock him out with an accurate punch. That's it! The daring athlete noticed the main thing. He's left-handed, the fighter shouted. That's right, said the old master. Sung-chan had a hard time because of the difference in the length of his arms in the left-hand stance. If the champion went wide, Baek Hong would work as a lefty. If he went forward, he would switch to a right-hand counter. He can use the left counter too, the old master told the surprised guy. When he strikes, he unconsciously adopts this stance himself to keep his balance, even though the damage is low. Always knew there was a genius in him, but he's a cocky guy. They use it. But Sung-chan isn't an idiot. Both fighters use wrestling, so the guy will need to build a body that can withstand all the pressure. Now he understood the mindset to keep in his head, the unshaven master told him. No effort without pain, repeated the daring athlete's ancient motto. Who squats like that without plopping forward and swaggering his butt, Taeyong grumbled. Now that's good. He praised the feisty fellow for whom hard times had come. Great, he said when the guy finished squatting with a 70-pound barbell. They started the very next day on Taeyona's special rigid program. Standing pull-ups, back extensions, pull-ups with weights, in circles in 3 approaches to strengthen the lower back, broad muscles and hips. Next, exercises for the abdominal wall and abs using a special method, leg lifts, exercises with rings, pulling the barbell to and from yourself. But that wasn't the end of it. After practicing throws with a heavy bag, Dai Tae-yong panted the defiant fighter. "Wow, someone wants an extra lap," an exercise fan asked. "10th, he shouted to the guy, and he collapsed from exhaustion. No, picked him up gently by the big man. "There's still a lot of work to do," he said. "Might as well really kill him," Hui So thought. He swung a stick with a weight on the end while standing on an inflatable hemisphere, an exercise for balance and dynamic muscle strengthening. Great. The last set patted down by a healthy spewer. Why is he such a weakling? Always been a weakling, right? Tae-yong's every phrase caused physical pain. Eventually, the defiant fellow collapsed where he stood, powerless. "Tae-yong is doing great," said the old master, looking at the squeezed lemon. "And how tolerable?" Sang-guk asked. "Enough not to die," the feisty athlete reported. "Even if it's hard, just get over it. It's for his own good anyway," encouraged the old mentor. "I'll get used to it soon." Waved the guy off. "What are you talking about? If he gets used to it, Tae-yong will just increase the load," quickly interrupted his master. "Should have kept quiet in the rag," regretted Hui So. "Rest for 10 minutes, then get ready to spar," said the unshaven master, with whom the defiant fighter marveled. With him, this old man could still show off a few moves. The master was warming up. The lazy master's back made a dry, cracking noise, sounding painful. Back, grabbed by his sciatica unshaven master, Sung-hoon immediately ran over to help. They climbed into the ring, the old master taking his time warming up. "The day after tomorrow, the old man will turn 50, so be polite," Sung-hoon said to the impertinent guy. "Don't overstretch yourself, master," the browstick asked, and the old man grumbled. "Enough noise, let's get started." 2 rounds of 3 minutes. Hui So can only use straight punches and jabs, Sung-hoon began to say. Both took a stand. Hui So took his time, unsure of how to proceed. So the fight was started by the old master with a straight left. A series of straight punches from the unshaven master. Hui So was walking away with a body swinging left to right, and immediately responded with a straight right and a left-handed stance, waiting for the master to defend himself. "Easy, punk, what are you doing?" The coaches were yelling at him. "What are they doing, rude monkeys?" grinned the old master and remembered his youth. "He's about to get serious, so watch out," he informed the defiant boy. Gathering himself, the old master walked forward, and rather briskly for his age. "Not bad," the cocky fellow remarked, already getting close. "Make a feint," he pondered as he watched the old master strike. The blow fired itself, more by reflex, the unshaven master missing clean to the jaw. Oh realized what he had done. The impertinent lad, how so he did not understand. "The warden is being murdered," yelled a browbeaten coach across the room. "Shame, shame, what this plebeian allows himself," interceded the old man angrily the others. "It was a light blow, excuse the guy. Hadn't worked in a while," remarked the lazy foreman. "It's all right," reassured everyone. "Can explain everything in words?" asked the fighter. No shook his head unshaven master. In his experience is more important. "Let's get on with it then," said the cocky lad, and got ready for the lesson. Started, again gave the command to Sung-hoon that was the referee in the ring. How can one relax in such a situation, complained Hui So to himself, under such pressure from the coaches. Just start with a light punch, he decided, and fired off a couple jabs. This time the old master got involved and showed good dodges with the hull. Wow! Tae-yong and Lee-soo noticed this and sighed enthusiastically. The unshaven master mimed a pass to his feet and approached the young fighter. A feint or a tackle, assessed his actions by the defiant champion. Too slow, he managed to think. It was easy to defend against something like this. "Where's the fist from?" he noted with his keen gaze. But too late. The old master's straight punch hit him square in the face. What a lunge! The cocky fellow looked discouraged. "Well, how tasty can supplements," contentedly muttered the old master. "This is the way to defeat Song-chan." The lazy master sat down tiredly in the ring, barely able to cope. He exhaled noisily. "Missed the lazy master's kick. There's still a long way to go," pondered the daring lad. "Let's check it out," suggested Sang-guk to the confused champion. "Let's see how he learned his lesson," the old master said. Hui So agreed, and remembered all his feelings during the fight. Standing square, master feinted, doing a leg lock takedown. While the real target is an invisible hook to the head, summarized the feisty athlete. Because of the left-handed stance, Sun-chan's focus will be lower. If the number of takedowns increases, it will limit his movements. Would he be able to fulfill it? The old master asked the lad. Forget it if you can't, his mentor interrupted his musings. The more options there are, the harder it is for the opponent, which means it's a better strategy to forget about this option. But when that happens, the opponent will have nothing else to worry about, confusing him completely with the master. Really pondered this nonsense, the old master remarked. The cocky guy was fiddling with his meanderings, modeling all the actions. Take a break, practice that punch, all free time, he told the youngster one last time. Thank you very much, mentor, bowed low to the feisty athlete. He had a thirst for overcoming difficulties. Huiso focused on shadow fighting and modeled actual combinations. He made quick movements copying his mentor's style. His back curved like a drawn bow and looked powerful. A right hook cut the air dryly as the guy lowered the bowstring. He exhaled quietly. What was needed, he felt that very feeling. There's room to grow. It's still volatile. No one is going to set themselves up for a hit and wait for it. You can't do everything in one moment. You need to put in more effort. Huiso hurriedly dressed. Oh, what people! He saw the back of a petite girl. Yujin habitually called out to the prickly man with boldness. Finished, he asked her, and she nodded quickly in response. Well done until tomorrow, she told him, and hurried off before anything unnecessary happened. Wait, said the cocky guy to her, and scratched the back of his head. Well, that's what happened, thought the girl. How about we walk together, he suggested suddenly. They walked together in silence. Lately it had become difficult to talk to her, crumpled the guy. Though he had suggested it himself, in reality they lived in different directions. Now he didn't know what to do. And why did you stop talking? You wanted to talk, asked the prickle first. Just wanted to know how her preparation for the match, answered the bold champion. As usual, sore and queasy, she replied with restraint. What with that feeling after a workout from a job well done? And this is the joy of pain and cramping all over the body, she asked. Never had that before, the girl replied to the discouraged fighter. Who feels pleasure in pain, she said. Only perverts. But what about the sense of reward and fulfillment, the guy asked. Only after winning the match, while preparing breaks so that it becomes difficult to breathe, shuddered the girl. Then her spirit starts to waver. She asks herself if it's worth the money and fame and wonders if she should give it all up, the prickle shared. What about the satisfaction of getting stronger clenched Huiso's fist? The girl only sighed. No one practiced hard because they like it, the cutie said seriously. But that's what he's doing. The boy huffed but said nothing aloud. Then he is amazing. Realized beauty Yujin all by his gaze. Even after 2 years of torture, he finds something attractive in them. Not that he likes pain. It's just that when you learn something new, you immediately want to apply it. He rubbed his chin. The cute prickle smiled and jumped with laughter. What a fool, she thought. He really is different, muttered the beautiful athlete. She'd gotten so careless that she didn't notice the melted ice, her sense of balance failing her. Carefully, lightning-fast Huiso picked up the falling thorn, only to slip with her. They both flew to the wet asphalt, the cocky guy remembering to grab the young lady firmly. Her gaff, admitted the prickle and apologized. It's okay, he's strong, said Hui. So like any other guy in his position, not letting on that he'd cracked his tailbone. Her face was too close. He could smell the pleasant scent of shower gel again. They both performed the quickest stand-up routine they were capable of, faster than they had time to think about anything. It's late. We had a good walk. We'll part here, she said excitedly without showing her face. The girl turned around to see if he had turned around. The oddball fan of exercise and pain was walking home. He suddenly gave out a clean one too, shadow fight, like a real boy for whom everything is a game. How funny, smiled the cute girl looking at his back. Yujin quickly looked around to see if anyone was around, and she herself hit a quick 2-1-2, shadow fight. This aunt does strange things, loudly said the kid who came out of the store with his mother. Yujin blushed. And she's fast, said the boy as the embarrassed girl vaporized from a low start. It's all that fool's fault. He's making her weird too, the athlete thought. And she laughed merrily without slowing down her pace. Her soul suddenly became light and free, I don't know why. Time flew by quickly, and Yujin read the questions she might be asked at the press conference. Just read off the sheet, grumbled the browbeaten coach. It's a complete failure, argued the obnoxious champion. On the other side sat Sung Chan and the women's lightweight champion. The first question was asked to Yujin. She is very popular by male fans, but they say for popularity she is only given weak opponents. Prior to that, she fought third and fourth place, and one early parried the athlete. Saying they are weak, insulting them, she added, and sports columnist moved on to other issues. The question was for No Sung, the champion. Is it true what she said about Yu Jin that she should go into show business? Money is good, said the champion, but fights should be put first, repeated her past words No Sung. Yu Jin looked sharply at her opponent. What was said had hurt her. It's not like that, and it was discussed at last year's tournament, the beauty calmly replied. So gorgeous, Huiso thought in passing as he looked at the girl next to him. And always smiling when he's around, he remembered pleasant moments. It's time to ask questions of the participants in the main battle, Director Yang announced. The first question went to Huiso. It is known that he received an offer from SFC, what he intends to do this time. No contract yet, and likely won't be if he loses the match, the feisty champion replied. So he won't get there, asked the reporter. Of course not, said the cocky guy. Sung Chan can't beat him. What do you say, senior? He turned to the challenger. Maybe yes, maybe no. Sung Chan replied evasively. On the other hand, he is better at technique, he said, and they exchanged a few more light jabs to the bewilderment of the reporters. It seems like their fight was just a rumor, asked Huiso. But it's true. He really can't stand that old man, said the guy. It's a sham. In 3 weeks he'll make a chop out of him. He clenched his fist cheerfully. What could he say about his opponent's fighting skills? Sung Chan was asked. The challenger answered evasively. He couldn't immediately assess them. He just hasn't seen the guy wrestle properly yet, but he poses a lot. It would be interesting to see. Song Chan returned the barb. He will definitely show a funny pose, the challenger said. So be sure to watch the fight, he told reporters. Their relationship is too good to be true, but it's even better for sales, grinned the old director with a mustache. The match would be a hit. Already he was anticipating fabulous profits. He wanted to end the conference already, but the last hand went up. The unsightly journalist rose from his seat and the principal gave him the floor. Huiso became the champion in 5 fights, and now after the defense is possible to move to the World Association, began the journalist. Somewhat too easily, the unsightly journalist asked snidely. What was this dog up to? Huiso bristled to himself but waited patiently. All his matches and statements were full of contradictions and doublespeak, criticized the champion journalist. The accusation sounded harsh that there was quickly a sepulchral silence in the room. This is the end of it. The schedule will be later, the principal said worriedly, but Huiso didn't let him finish. Let him finish his question first, the champion asked calmly. It's a provocation. The director leaned toward him. If you don't answer now, the fans will definitely get to it later, Huiso explained. Let him try, suggested the feisty fellow, that he had never run from a challenge. What this time this crazy guy wants to do, the director is no longer Hall what's worse, but in the end resigned. The guy still cannot shut up. Carry on, he allowed the unsightly journalist. After Baek-hoon became the champion, Huiso seized the moment to claim the title, the reporter said. Isn't there too much favoritism because others can't do that, snarked the unsightly journalist. And he also said the champion can't pick who he fights if the fans want him to, the reporter read out. Those are his words after all, or were they attributed in the article by the editors? Yu Jin looked contemptuously at the corrupt journalist. Those are his words after all, and here he is picking his own opponent for a title fight. What is his response on the matter? Snarked an unseemly member of the media. Thank you for the in-depth investigation, So thanked sarcastically. Pereira was nominated for the title fight first, and he beat him, and only on those rights did he claim the shot title. Of course he took advantage of public opinion to get the fight, the guy replied. But didn't that take away other opportunities? The reporter objected. But he did, won this match, shaved the journalist fighter hard. The champion is won. That means everyone should be given a chance, even him, the cocky fighter asked. The world is made up of competition and fighting. Of course you have to be worthy of the title. Would Director Yang put up a fight if he wasn't sure? The guy continued. Then why did he behave so aggressively with Baek-hoon, who also wanted his chance? The reporter timidly asked. It was Baek-hoon who challenged him. He wanted to use him, the defiant champion replied, and so he too was obliged to take advantage of Baek-hoon. By the way, who does he work for? Simply asked Huiso, the confused journalist. His place of employment and name, they wrote them down. Huiso turned to him, and the reporter panicked. He knows everything about him, replied Huiso. So why not find out everything about the journalist? Or is it a double standard? Returned the stiletto champion. Now it's clear what kind of character he has, shutting up a journalist with a cocky fighter. No matter who he chose, he would still be criticized, the Defiant champion stated. Baek-hoon has already been defeated, and only Sung-chan can replace him. However, he probably already knew all the circumstances, and he scolded the journalist Hui-so, so it's just a nagging. Next time let him not hide, but speak directly in the eyes, menacingly said the champion to all critics at once. The director looked pleased overall, but still a little regretful when he said goodbye to them. The journalist who raised a ruckus was blacklisted from sporting events. You could just break his fingers so he wouldn't say stuff, Taeyong suggested cheerfully. Better help stop the tomboy, grumbled the meticulous browbeater. And you should have asked the guy to keep quiet after all the insults resented Taeyong. Just for the sake of his future, one wrong move could ruin everything. There was no need to reply to that. Song-hoon continued to grumble. From now on, I won't promise the defiant boy. The older man is just from the boomer generation, the big man Taeyong resented. Good for him, sent the prickle a cute smiley face to him. And she doesn't show it, so that's what the cocky guy thought. And sent her a text too, the girl felt the phone. They exchanged smiley faces in secret from everyone, carrying on their conversation. Funny, the beauty thought and smiled sincerely. They chatted amiably, while the two older ones grumbled about who was right and who was wrong in the front seats. Video of the conference went viral online and even abroad. The rights to broadcast the fight were sold out overseas, and all 15,000 seats were sold out, much to the greedy director's delight. The crowd shook the arena as if a terrible rain with a thunderstorm had broken out. Hui-so practiced 2x2s on the lamps to warm up. Let's end it there, the unshaven master told him to the champion. The cocky guy plopped down on the bench. As usual, he wasn't nervous at all before the fight. Unlike him, someone very much on edge, Hui-so turned around at the loud clapping. Easy, shouted Coach Yoo-jin. The girl was putting out from the start. She was determined and could not contain her violent temper. Let's call it a day, the concerned coach told her. She's fine. The sassy girl wouldn't quit. Burning up before a fight like a rookie, her coach quickly lambasted her. A little more, the exuberant athlete did not stop, but the coach gave her a stern look. Get some rest, the old master intervened, seeing her burning. Master, the feisty athlete turned to him and her coach sighed. Okay, resigned the girl after insisting on cooling down. He exhaled noisily, catching his breath, and sat down next to Hui-so. So stubborn, are you nervous? He asked the athlete calmly. The fight for the title, the girl admitted. And he is not nervous, Hui-so bragged. Constant doubts whether she can win, whether everything will go to waste, the girl shared. He's just talented and maybe doesn't realize it, the girl said. Yes, he really believes in himself, replied Yoo-jin, the cocky guy. And at the same time, no, the confident champion contradictorily remarked. When he was wrestling, he always had guilt and anxiety, but now he is calm, but not because he is talented. Hui-so looked toward the bustling team that didn't finish their preparations before the fight. Now the whole team is standing up for them, worrying, thinking about them, caring for them, Hui-so said. How can one think of defeat when everyone is sure of her victory? Asked the girl. Special indeed, the cutie smiled and calmed down a bit. There's no one like him, she noticed. That's why she shouldn't worry about anything, added the confident champion. Easy to say, Yoo-jin replied. Since exceptional he says she'll win this fight, then she will, stated the cocky lad confidently. Don't doubt it, he encouraged the girl. She will definitely be a champion today. So much for encouragement, smiled the pretty prickle. She'll see for herself soon enough, the feisty champion assured her, and they clashed gloves. Soon she would be back to pass the spirit of victory back to him, confidently stated the cutie. I'll be waiting, replied her confident champion. Don't let me down. In the blue corner, the beauty, the smart girl with the punching style of Yoo Mi-jin. The stands roared with the voices of the fans. In the red corner, champion No Sung, nicknamed the Lioness. No less an exclamation went up in the arena with her exit. This is her third title defense, and she is ranked 11th in the World Lightweight Fighter rankings with a knockout punch. They met in the center of the ring. Everyone is looking forward to how this match will go, whether Yoo-jin can avoid the powerful punches and win. The referee gave the command of the fight. The girls clashed gloves and got into a stance. The massive No Sung quickly took a position in the center of the ring, while Yoo-jin moved around the edge. The girl moved quickly in search of a better position. But Sung confidently walked forward, knowing her advantages. They approached very slowly and judged the distance. Once out of range, both athletes attacked at the same time. No Seo fired a low kick to the thigh. Yoo-jin responded with a straight to the head. But Sun stepped back after the blow. she got a stiff one right away. But the experienced champion quickly regained her balance. Yujin didn't hesitate and rushed in next to impose her own pace of battle. A powerful punch scooped the champion's defense and she ducked again, to quickly turn a dive into a tackle and a pass to the feet. Yujin showed good defense and stepped on the champion's back to stop her. The hands of the nimble prickle came together in a lock around her rival's neck. Closing the palm, she immediately drove a knee into her stomach. The champion clenched her teeth, the blow cracking her painfully. To break free of the hold, she retaliated with punches to Yujin's body. It was the challenger's turn to hold her breath in pain. On an exhale, she hit the champion with her knee again. This pain was nothing to her. Spiny took advantage of the hiccup and ripped the champion's body to the left, then to the right and kicked out her supporting leg so that No Song lost her balance and began to fall. Her opponent fell to her knee and Yujin was able to take a position on top and press down on her neck. When the champion tried to get up, she was again hit with a knee to the body. Gritting her teeth, she shifted to the right, changing the angle of Yujin's grip, and pressed her opponent with her whole body. With brute force, No Song was able to break Yujin's grip and push her away. Now that they're unhooked, it's clear that the champion is in for a treat. The daring Barb seized the initiative from the start of the battle. To regain the lost ground, the champion went forward again with a combination, step kick, but her opponent kept her distance and ducked. Noticing a gap in Yujin's defense, she counterattacked with a mid-kick to the ribs. But Song responded with a sharp, chopping elbow strike to Yujin's jaw. The challenger gathered herself and returned the line with a straight right to the champion's stomach. Having lost in a punching match, No Song decided to continue their conversation with wrestling techniques. One underhook and Yujin was pinned to the net as if being bulldozed. With the trapped challenger unable to get out, the champion hit a knee to the thigh to reduce her opponent's mobility. The champion once again decided to aggressively work her knee back in. But Yujin started to get out. She pressed herself closer to the powerful opponent. Grabbing her arm and using her foot as leverage, the challenger went for a throw. For No Sung, the floor and ceiling switched places when she was dumped. The champion was slammed into the ring with her entire body, the loud echo echoing around the room. She gritted her teeth, though it hurt. The athlete held on. The situation became threatening when her opponent jumped on top of her for the kill. But Sion dodged at the last second and rolled to the side. Deftly like a wild beast, she stood up on 4 limbs. But she didn't take into account that her opponent had the speed advantage. The jet-straight punch knocked her down again. The stocky champion flew to the net after a powerful shot. Yujin's spiky-haired girl was going wild, stalking her target as if she was on a hunt. But too hasty. Both opponents counterpunched and traded blows. The girls recoiled, but no one wanted to back down now and lose momentum. But Son punched an elbow strike from the turnaround on the defense of the dangerous challenger. She responded with a sharp uppercut to the jaw that the champion barely dodged. A powerful kick return from the champion entered Yujin's defense. Spike got hot and couldn't stop, answering with a knee to the body. Both held their own with dignity and exchanged high-level combinations on equal terms until the ringing of the gong stopped the rivals. The end of the first round was announced by the referee, and the girls froze in place, catching their breath. Despite the expectations of a one-sided bout, Yujin was able to stand up to the powerful champion with dignity. But will he be able to hold on to the advantage he gained in the second round? Commentators speculated. The challenger was recovering her breath in the short interval between rounds. Well done! Scored more points. In the second round, the champion will come forward, stick to the same tactics of hit, run, the unshaven master told her. Okay, nodded the athlete. Don't agree, do it. Then No Sung will become impatient and make mistakes, Sang-guk reminded her. Remember these 2 things and test her stamina. The match is difficult, but this is what they were preparing for, the old master admonished. Yujin nodded silently and focused on the fight. The gong called and into the ring, and the athletes met again in the center. But Sun lost points in the first round, discussed the positions of the presenters. The champion really started off with an aggressive offensive attack. A powerful jab whistled past Yujin's cheek. She was able to get away with a turn of the body. Quickly moving out of the line of attack, the challenger forced No Song to pull in behind the inertia of the kick. Yujin took advantage of this and attacked at the right moment into a gap in the defense. A low kick to the thigh prevented the champion from returning punches and threw off her momentum. Badly felt the champion's hip go numb and her mobility decrease. She barely moved her right leg as if before impact. Kicking, Yujin noticed and quickly recoiled back. The kick proved to be a deception. The champion jumped forward quickly, shortening the distance. A Superman punch moved the challenger hard in the face. Yujin couldn't defend against it and missed a clean punch. She was now caught under a shaft of blows from the champion and could only put up a stiff defense, taking the blows with her body. Even so, Yujin didn't lose her composure and peeked out a gap. After a false takedown, the champion rushed in for the takedown. She wrapped her opponent around her waist and applied full body pressure to bring her down in the ring. Spiny responded with a lightning-fast knee to the champion's exposed stomach, but her huge masculine hands closed around Yujin's front leg. The challenger lost her balance and began to fall backwards. The bulldozer pinned her against the netting and pressed her tightly into it, the stiff rabica yanking at her skin. The champion hoped to settle things by pure force. Nimble hands went behind her neck. Hands gathered in a lock, Yujin completed the hold, showing that she was good at more than just striking. She pushed herself away from the ring and jumped towards the champion. With the challenger hanging on top, she went for a chokehold and her legs came together in a triangle. Dangerous, the champion realized. She was losing strength fast. Slipping her hand under the hold, the champion released the pressure, not her neck, and once again pinned Yujin against the net. The choke didn't reach the right angle, but Yujin's position was still better, the champion having to keep her weight on her. Spike slowly wore down her opponent, not letting her unlock her grip. Time and options were running out, even for a very strong champion. The fight lasted until the 5th round. Both contenders were never able to break each other down in this tough matchup. Everything will be decided in this round, the host said. Yujin leads by a point, but the gap with no Sung is minimal. The champion charged forward as if they were still fighting in the 1st round. No sign of slowing down, even though she was already exhausted. Even dozens of missed punches didn't help. Is there such a difference in their stamina, thought Yujin. But Sun went for the takedown. Even in the 5th round, she stubbornly pursued her goal of taking down the nimble striker. A pass to the legs turned out to be a feint. The champion changed it to a left hook. This scheme she had seen before, just waiting for the right moment to counterattack, thought Yujin. But her stamina was already exhausted, which affected the speed of movements. The athlete missed a blow. Is that all? Worried the old master. Pull yourself together, shouted he to the girl. The champion approached with a reaching kick to Yujin, who lost her balance. And again, a miss to the head. The position became critical in the blink of an eye. The tired challenger was knocked off her feet and collapsed into the ring, the champion now rushing in to finish her off. Defend yourself, shouted the unshaven master with all your might. Yujin lifted her legs to stop herself from jumping on, but the formidable champion simply knocked them out of her way and attacked from above. But Sun! Broke through the challenger's defense, yelled the announcer. The match could be over soon. Yujin lay down thinking about how to get out of this situation. The hammer slammed with a deafening clatter from above, right into the challenger's head. In microseconds, she pulled her faces away from a blow that shook even the ring. The champion sat on top and was now able to hammer non-stop. A hail of punches rained down on Yujin, as if her opponent wasn't tired at all. Guessing the moment, Yujin tightly pressed herself against the massive champion. The woman used her hand on her head to pull the tenacious challenger away from her. Very little space was formed, and it was enough to strike at Yujin. But Song is really good, admitted Yujin. That's what the world ranking means. Normally she would have accepted her fate by now, but not this time. How to then look into the eyes of that goon? After such words, the girl remembered. Yujin slid her hand to the champion's face, and with her foot, she rested her foot on her opponent's pelvis. With a strong push of her legs, she threw the champion off her back. But Song was too focused on attacking and lost her position, but that didn't stop her from attacking again. The time and space gained between them was enough for Yujin to turn around. The champion's knee was squeezed into a lock and pulled toward her. With the agility of a cat, Yujin swept over the champion's leg and was able to flip her over in one strong motion while keeping her foot on the ground. The agile and flexible challenger went for the leverage of her knee, the champion's ligaments aching with sharp pain. Yujin hooked her leg over the foot and ran her hand over the back of her head to engage her neck muscles and give harder on her knee joint. But Sung wasn't going to give up her leg for nothing. She steadied herself against her opponent's knee, loosening her grip, and was able to twist her leg. Wants to get out. I won't let her, Yujin thought, and intercepted under her opponent's knee joint with her forearm. Clamping her ankle and putting her foot on top, Yujin went into the painful position again. All the champion could do was twist to change the angle of pressure and save her joints. It hurt like hell. No matter how strong one was or enduring, you can't train your joints. The champion continued to spin like a frying pan, but Yujin caught her opponent's shin with her foot. Unable to twist, the champion experienced the devil's agony. Like a hunted beast, No Song kicked the challenger sharply with her foot and was finally able to break her grip. The champion lashed out and gained distance between them to avoid a second takedown. They returned to their starting positions, the champion breathing heavily. This was the last chance to nail her, Yujin thought. Is this really it? She pondered as she wasted precious seconds of the final round. Act, the unshaven foreman quipped to her through the noise of the hall. Her leg is injured, the experienced master noticed and shouted to Yujin. The grapples damaged the champion's ligaments. She could not move, only stand, and thus became an easy target. To find some support, the champion crawled to the net. Standing on her injured knee was painful, and her leg was shaking. "Come on! Time to give it your best shot!" yelled the unshaven master through the howling stands. Yujin understood this, and began to break the champion's defense with straight punches. A hail of jabs did a lot of damage to the champion, but she held on, and even counterattacked to throw the pesky challenger off her back. But Yujin could clearly see those faint movements that lacked sharpness. Her counterpunch hit the target. Upper body punches forced the champion to put her hands in the air. Barely No Song opened up the challenger, prescribing her an uppercut to the jaw. The champion's head snapped back like a soccer ball. Unable to escape, No Song simply relied on her colossal stamina when she was caught in the grasp again. A knee strike from Yujin sliced through the weakened champion's head. The inertia of the blow threw the massive champion back to the net. Wu Yujin was furiously kicking her chance at the championship belt. Hui So was getting ready to fight. The noise of the stands gave a foreboding feeling that the match would soon be over. "Ready," the browbeaten coach addressed him. No one else fussed. "Let's go," twisted the cocky fellow's shoulders, all unnecessary thoughts leaving his head. Yujin thrashed her opponent breathlessly until she heard the sound of the gong. Round 5 is over. The referee in the ring stands between them. The champion was breathing heavily. Both girls were caught up in the heat of battle and didn't immediately realize it was over. Yujin was also having a hard time catching her breath. The judges were counting the points. She felt empty, the hum of the arena coming through her in waves. The fight is over, the girl realized, and let out a victory cry. "Yujin!" shouted the old master to her, climbing into the cage. "No strength at all," she answered him. "I know," he told her. "Give it your best shot," he encouraged the athlete. "Very proud of you," he heard him say in a warm, fatherly way. It made a lump come to the girl's throat, and it became hard to speak. "You should have tried harder," the girl nearly cried. "It was more than enough." The master gently consoled her. The referee brought them forward to announce the results. Her hand flew up, and Yujin was dumbfounded for a second, not knowing what to do. The champion's belt buckled around her waist, the noise from the stands drowned out only by the beating of her own heart. Victory! The new champion threw her hands up in triumph. A long-awaited victory that she had been working towards for so many years and months of hard training. Well done, she did it. The whole team congratulated her. Now they have 2 champions in the gym. Celebrations later, now masked Huiso, cooled the solemn fervor of the old master. Speaking of which, the girl thought as the master helped her stand. "Told you could do it," declared the cocky guy in front of her. Spike smiled genuinely, not even bothering to argue. She held out her fist to him as promised, returning with a spirit of victory. "Why does he slow down so much?" she asked after a short pause, due to which the impertinent fellow was pictorially surprised. "The spirit of the victor is dubious," the feisty girl reminded him. "That's it," laughed the champion. "Memorized," he said. They clashed gloves as if she had passed the baton to him. For the first time, the beauty was so happy and light at heart. Huiso also laughed lightly, as he usually went into the fight as if it was just a normal sparring session. "Nice warm-up," he thanked the lovely prickle, and ruffled her silky hair, running his hand over her head. "I'll be back with a victory before you know it," the champion told her. The beauty's heart hammered more often again, but she didn't show it. The gloomy shadows of stern trainers loomed over the champion. What was he doing when it was time to fight? "Stop pretending to be tough." Taeyong took him in a vice grip. "How about saying something to your coaches?" Gave him a nudge Sung-hoon. "I'll come back with a victory," the fighter belatedly whispered. As Coach Yujin usually said, intercepting her despite already being the champion was better than being nervous. the unshaven master replied. One lovely prickle blushed brightly from an overabundance of feeling. The long-awaited main event fight in the blue corner goes to the challenger, the announcers announced. Top Gun, Sung-chan, would he be able to get his belt back? The roar of the crowd exploded all around. Huiso, the reigning champion, was flaunting in the red corner, with just as many fans shouting in his support. Both stood in the center of the octagon, with Sung-chan looking slightly taller and stronger than Huiso. Hey, old man, turned to him quietly Huiso. What else, Dandy, replied Sung-chan. What does he think is better, Genius or Destroyer as a nickname? Asked the defiant champion. I think the nickname P-Jester would fit perfectly, said the challenger. He is aware that the match is about to start, but Huiso kept teasing. They touched gloves before the fight, and each went to their corner. The referee checked their readiness and the opponents nodded. Fight gave the ref's command and the two got into a stance. The fighters moved leisurely, studying each other and judging the distance. The long-awaited match has begun, with all of Huiso's matches bright and rousing, the commentators noted. Huiso opened the fight first like a daring guy should. He stepped confidently with straight punches and got his opponent moving. Sung-chan defending well as he looks for a window to counterattack. Taking a moment to think of it, he countered with an uppercut and turned it into a series of punches. Already Huiso was dodging the attacks. Sung-chan is working much more accurately than in the last match. He has become noticeably better, the announcers said. But that doesn't stop the champion. He gets close quickly. Noticing the attack, Sung-chan raised his hands for defense, putting up a block. But the punch was a feint. Huiso loaded up on an uppercut to the exposed body. After taking the leg in for a mid-kick, the fight immediately began to pick up momentum. But this time, Sung-chan put up a shoulder block and took the hit. Huiso sprawled out and did a knee bump. The challenger fell backwards. A monstrous knee strike and a jump kick penetrated the tight defense, but it still hurt. The champion's pressure didn't falter after one successful attack, he continued. Huiso processed the champion's dumb defense, slowly taking the initiative. Another hard kick to the body caused Sung-chan to crouch down. The challenger ducked under the next hook and found himself next to Huiso's open body. A shot to the liver and no one is forever charged into the champion's side. The champion's streak of attacks was interrupted, the fight no longer one-sided. Sung-chan himself went on the offensive with quick jabs to probe his opponent. After a deceptive jab, the challenger made a pass to his feet. Huiso moved his body forward to defend against the throw. As expected, the fight would be crazy from the start. But the pass to his feet was also a feint. Huiso froze in front of his opponent completely open. The challenger's overhand smashes him hard in the jaw. The very kick that the old master performed on him remembered the defiant champion. He was attacked with a feint he had carefully prepared for. The opposing team was also experienced. Huiso swayed and quickly retreated to avoid being hit by the roller. The challenger didn't let go and moved in, following with his defenses pressed against his body. A strong left hook shattered the defenses of the feisty champion. A wide swing was fired after him, but the champion saw everything with keen eyesight. He ducked under a punch and passed Sung-chan in one slick motion, after which he delivered a chopping elbow strike from a U-turn to Sung-chan's exposed head. The challenger whirled from the powerful and hard attack, his defenses wavering. Huiso took advantage of this and planted a spinning kick, heel kick to the challenger's liver. Sung-chan was thrown back to the net. The stands roared from such a heated match. Barking like a horse with a hoof, the challenger gritted his teeth in pain. He barely dodged Huiso's jumping knee strike, which slammed into the net. For a second they froze in front of each other, assessing their next moves. The defiant champion pulled his neck in a martial manner, as if the entire fight up to this point had been a light warm-up. And he has weak punches, Huiso said to the challenger, scratching the back of his head. At least he knows how to punch, Sung-chan replied in the same way and grinned. They started in the center of the ring again, as if two knights were fighting. They exchanged blows, but Huiso's lunge was half a second faster and reached the target earlier. Huiso swung wildly with a follow-up right foot for a kick. Sung-chan was just as quick to react and prepared to defend himself. The champion's mid-kick changed trajectory and flew into his head. A Brazilian jab lands to the side of the challenger's head, forcing him to crouch. What a twist, what a technique, yelled the bespectacled presenter. This is the same punch that Baek-hun used against the current champion. And now he combines with a back kick. So once again struck like a horse with his hoof. This came as an unpleasant surprise to Sung-chan. In the past, the daring fellow had not shown such strikes. How far this could go was wondered by excited commentators. Huiso executed a quick jab while his opponent was pinned in the ring with a passed punch. The daring champion did not relent in his onslaught and drummed on Sung Chan's defense. But the cage veteran was not to be broken so easily. He successfully led the defense. The challenger ducked under a swinging hook from Huiso and counterattacked with his own hook into the champion's glove defense. They punched and ducked at the same time with inhuman speed in the center of the ring. Catching the moment, Sung Chan planted a mid-kick into the champion's thigh with a resounding clang. Huiso quickly regrouped and caught up with the challenger with his back kick on the return. Trace looked to finish with a straight leg kick, but the Octagon veteran intercepted it. He quickly brought his forearm under his knee and pinned Huiso's leg against his own, so the champion wouldn't break free. Afterward, Sung Chan pressed his whole body forward to bring the defiant fighter down. Huiso was caught in a predicament. Losing his footing, he quickly lost his balance. The cocky guy jumped into the ring. He spun around in a fall and landed on his hands. Sung Chan immediately prepared to attack his opponent's open back. He was at his side and punished carelessness with powerful punches to the head, top to bottom. Stunning the defiant fighter, he took him in a chokehold with an elbow. Huiso barely had time to slip his arm under his opponent's elbow, and Sung Chan had already jumped on top of him and was clawing at him with his monkey legs. He naturally pulled the champion to the ring with him. The fight went to the floor. Huiso gave up his back and was at a disadvantage. He was taken for a choke, but Sung Chan's hands had not yet entered the lockup. The cocky champion slips his hands into the clinch and gets some space. Huiso rose with the support of his legs, making a bridge. Sung Chan's legs could no longer cling to him. With his back to his opponent, Huiso ripped his arm downward, freeing himself from the hold. Then, with a deft turn of the body, the defiant champion and himself was able to catch the challenger in a clinch. Sung Chan's grappling isn't something you can easily defend against, and yet he was able to. How dangerous thought the same thing about his opponent Huiso. Looking as if he wasn't afraid of any grabs, Sung Chan analyzed. Despite the advantage of physical strength, he was inferior in the speed of his punches. There's not much chance for successful grappling either, so there's one strategy left. He's raring to go at the champ again. Whoever wants the title should attack. Huiso prepared for defense. The challenger moved boldly but not recklessly. Sung Chan fired a left, barely approaching the right distance. The defiant champion dodged. Huiso's wide right punch also missed by bending his flexible back. The champion's right cleaved the air near Sung Chan's head, but he had already shifted to the side. He planned to duck to get into a good position for a tackle. It was worth knocking the cocky guy down, and his stamina would end. But the plan didn't work. A sharp jab to the head interrupted the whole combination. From where, Sung Chan wondered. The blow came when he wasn't expected. The distance is too great for the right. How could he hit it quickly, the challenger asked himself. Just going to do it again, wrote it off to chance and Sung Chan's bad luck. Why is the fist so close? He noticed his opponent's flying right jab to the head. Another right one hit his head, so it wasn't an accident, Sung Chan realized. His sense of distance was failing him, and in the heat of battle he was unable to see what was clearly visible from the outside. "That's it!" shouted the bespectacled presenter, having figured out the champion's strategy. It's hard for non-professionals to notice. Huiso was punching from a left-handed stance. His right foot was now in front, and his right arm moved closer to his opponent. He had never used it before. What a mockery to master such a thing in 4 months, resented Sung Chan. No, that's a bluff. Even experienced world-ranked fighters, it takes a long time to get used to something like that. We need to keep going and then he'll make a mistake. Sung Chan went on the attack again. Lowering his defenses, Huiso flexibly dodged the challenger's heavy shots. Sung Chan unloads a barrage of full punches but none land. But he got 2 right jabs when he froze for a second. Even in a left-handed stance, Huiso was perfect at dodging and attacking. The left straight discarded the challenger. The number of actions available to him was reduced. A seasoned veteran of the octagon moved to the side. He sidestepped his opponent on the left, where he was uncomfortable defending himself. But even there, he suffered a setback when he hit a counter-high kick to the face. The feisty champion was ready for anything. Quickly changing his stance, Huiso created a trap for the veteran, luring him to the side. So he really is a genius, analyzed Sung Chan's opponent again. Another high kick to the head from the champion nearly took down the tough veteran. But he stood his ground and clung tightly to his opponent's supporting leg. Hui So quickly wrapped his arms around the challenger's chest and piled his body on top of him, thus shifting his center of gravity. He didn't let himself be abandoned and instead pulled like a turnip a challenger. Hui So's back uncoiled like a steel spring into a bridge, and he threw Songchan across himself. Keeping the hold, the defiant champion landed on top. The sack exercise came in handy. Hui So moved forward and with his legs around Songchan's chest. His shin slid further and gathered, closing a triangle under his knee joint. Songchan was caught in the hold. His neck was squeezed hard, with the champion sitting on top of him on his ribcage, and it was hard to breathe. On top of that, Hui So systematically worked him over with punches to the side. But the veteran outclassed his opponent for a reason. He was able to get to his feet and stand up. Songchan lifted them both up, the champion hanging on him like a monkey. Hui So loosened his grip and was shaken down into the ring, now taking the underdog position. A hammer hand hovered over the champion to finish him off. Not good, thought the cocky fighter as he envisioned his knockout. The sledgehammer cracked the ring so that shockwaves went through it. Missed, wondered the challenger. How could he miss from that distance? Hui So ducked, shifting his head in the last fraction of a second before the blow. He then threw his leg over the challenger's back and slipped his hand between his legs. He wants to do an omoplata, the presenter realized as Hui So wrapped his leg around the challenger's shoulder. To avoid the pain, Songchan quickly did a powerful somersault forward. That was how he was able to break free of the champion's grasp, the scale constantly oscillating between them. Both lay in the ring, but the champion jumped up a little earlier and attacked earlier. An explosive uppercut threw the challenger's body back to the net. He almost broke through the fence so hard he was pinned down. Hui So performed a plam and brought his hands together in a lock on the back of the veteran's head. Trailing off, his knee shot through the challenger's turtle defense, but the punch still got through even through Songchan's block. Gathering all his strength, Songchan rushed to grab his opponent. There was nothing else he could do in the standoff. But the challenger's hands gripped the air. By inertia, he continued to fly forward. As if jumping over a gymnastic horse, Hui So let the challenger pass underneath him. The veteran was once again pinned in the ring. Even in wrestling, he was losing to the champion. He tried to get up, but the tenacious champion caught him in a triangle elbow. Holding the hold, Hui So twisted to the side as if using wrestling techniques. "What is it doing?" the announcers yelled. An anaconda appeared in the ring. Hui So caught his opponent in an anaconda chokehold. He'll strangle him, the seasoned veteran thought. He tried to twist around to get out, but Hui So hung like a boa constrictor, dead weight, and squeezed harder. The champion hooked Songchan's leg so he couldn't get up, running out of oxygen quickly. The referee stopped the fight, seconds before Songchan was completely knocked out. Win breathed deeply, a slight euphoria of accomplishment overtaking him. First title defense, victory via chokehold. Li Hui Soe raised his arms triumphantly. Fidgety as a mongoose, Songchan told him while breathing heavily. The challenger grinned. Though he had lost, he was satisfied with the fight. "It's all speculation. I never hurt a fly in my life," justified the champion. "A creepy brat," said Songchan. "Great fight," extended a hand to the loser by the cocky guy. "I won't argue, the fight is great." Songchan grabbed his glove. To a roar of applause, the worthy competitors shook hands. "It's embarrassing to show your face now," said Songchan as he stood up, and who was the cocky guy surprised? He missed a blow from where he wasn't expecting it at all. A small fist jabbed painfully into his leg. The tall champion looked down and saw the brave girl with not a weak punch. The little girl nearly cried with resentment. What a little girl, thought the champion. "Saw Young come here," her mother called out to her, and the girl hurriedly retreated. "Who is it?" mumbled the young champion, asking Songchan. "Wife and daughter," the Octagon veteran introduced them. "He's married," the naive guy wondered. He just made a cutlet of their hero, horrified the defiant lad. "I'm sorry I tried my best and lost." Songchan excused himself to his beautiful wife. He was gorgeous. She rubbed him gently on his battered cheek. "Congratulations," he conveyed his congratulations to the defiant champion with a genuine smile. "It worked out," she said. "I'm sorry." Hui So bowed low, not knowing how else to express his feelings. "Why is this bead inflated?" asked the mother to her daughter. "Daddy and Uncle were just playing," she said. Who had upset the princess so much? The veteran patted his daughter on the head. "Because of Uncle Hui So. So he must be punished," said the veteran in a high-pitched voice, as one speaks to children. "Hiya!" He quickly shoved the champion, and he started to fall down in a picturesque manner. "Victory!" shouted Songchan, raising his hand. Hui Seo played along. "See? Daddy got his revenge, but he didn't finish. The little girl ran to finish off her fallen opponent. The former champion's daughter jumped on top of the mount and swung mercilessly for the finishing blow. What an overwhelming aura horrified the reigning champion. A small fist palpably smacked the cheekbone of the defiant boy. Huiseo thought even the photographer was surprised at the turnaround. The little girl wasn't shy about kicking the bad uncle who beat up her father. Let's drink to two champions. The team made a toast and clinked mugs with tea. They made noise throughout the establishment, celebrating their hall's double victory. Huiseo laughed. Sung-chan thanked him for the good fight and earning. They both got bonuses from the views. They got the award for the best fight of the evening, so Sung-chan earned his daughter's diapers. What a funny, cheeky brat, taken in a stranglehold with an elbow by a browbeaten coach. He really scared them, didn't he? Sung-hoon frowned his eyebrows. But it's him, smugly smiled the guy. How could he do otherwise? There was a post-fight interview that ended with an ambiguous answer. He tried for a long time to say what he was instructed to say, but he just blew it off. In the end, it's completely unsuitable for him, the defiant champion declared. He's going to make even more money, shouted he to the cheering crowd. It's fine as long as the results are good, laughed the impertinent fellow. He will definitely finish them off, grumbled Sung-hoon. We'll drink a punishing shot of tea for insolence, said a beaming coach. A tired prickle stared nervously into the screen of her phone. She was sitting alone and not celebrating at all. The team was having fun till the fall. After the hard work, everyone wanted to rest. Sung-hoon had even gone blind where he sat after drinking strong tea. It was time to go home. Stretch the tired guy. The adrenaline had long since worn off and he was very sleepy. What is she doing alone, he wondered, glancing at the distraught prickle. She reached for a glass of juice and drank in a gulp, and so several times until the girl's hands trembled. She stood up abruptly to go out for a breath. As if she had returned to her previous state, the girl kept completely closed off. Huiseo only caught a glimpse of her loose, silky hair. He what saw the tears glimpsed the eyed champion. You can't leave something like that behind, he traced where the frustrated prickle went. Putting on his coat, the daring guy jumped out after Yu-jin. As an athlete, she was also a fast walker. 5 minutes later, he did find the girl. She was sitting quietly on a bench. The daring guy quietly approached without even saying anything in the process. The lovely prickle turned quickly at the sound of footsteps, and tears glistened in the lamplight. Don't mind if I sit down, the champion said calmly. They sat in silence for a few minutes, the cocky guy waiting patiently. Why don't you ask? The champion looked at him with eyes red from tears. If you want to talk, talk, no so no, Huiseo replied softly to her. Remember talking about your parents, began Spiny, gathering her thoughts. That man contacted me today, heard the cocky guy. Wrote congratulations, well done babe, the girl shared. How dare he, after 5 years of silence and silence, suddenly write such a thing, the thorn said sadly. I hate him, she shouted bitterly in the middle of the empty public garden. He made her life miserable, the scandals, the pain of loneliness, she told me. The girl endured the beatings until he eventually left her. It's like she's just unnecessary baggage to be left behind. How can someone who knows about her miserable life suddenly write such a thing? Prickled angrily. But more infuriating than anything else, tears dripped onto the strong girl's clenched fist. She remembered all those happy school years that would never come back, where they were happy together. And despite everything, she still missed those times. The prickle shrank back as if she was no longer a mixed martial arts champion, but just a girl. Pathetic truth, she asked through the tears of her only witness. And why is she such a fool? Sobbed the pretty prickle. The guy just listened and didn't know how to comfort the girl. Parents are parents, no matter how much you resent them now. In the past, her father definitely loved her with all his heart, but that's what keeps her from doing it. She continued to cry and complain, and he could only listen, thinking that she would feel a little better if Yu-jin let out her frustrations. Huiseo suddenly realized that the wild porcupine's needles, just a defense mechanism. If you don't let anyone near, no one will bite. But her true nature, bright and smiling, was hidden deep inside. Help me curse him, the lovely prickle suddenly declared, having spoken properly. Could she really do that too, wondered the cocky fellow jokingly. Scolding his father is still a bit much, Huiseo wanted to say, but she interrupted him. Just curse him at will. Okay, thought the cocky fellow, recalling all the juiciest swear words. He spat them out all at once as if he were challenging a fearsome opponent to a fight. If you live well and leave her alone, or he'll use his crowning uppercut on 1-2, shouted the defiant fighter. Loser, yelled Huiso to the entire deserted square. The echo of his scolding echoed far around the neighborhood. He even thought he heard a response. And how did the curse work? The daring lad asked the prickly girl. She felt better. Trashy, she said quietly at first, so that Huiso barely heard. And then louder each time, she cursed the hell out of it. From the last scream, his ears almost burst. Girls are a terrible force, Huiso thought. Yujin, he called out to her worriedly as the barb fell silent. The cute girl made a quick grab so he didn't have time to react, the scent of cherries and chocolate making his head spin. She fluttered into his arms and squeezed tightly for a proper cry. Not knowing what to do, the young boy just squeezed her tighter in his strong arms. He moved closer, silky hair softly tickling his face, and she curled up in a ball against his chest. They stood like that for a while, just holding each other, in the light of the evening lanterns. Feel better? He asked her as the wave of emotion subsided. The girl pulled away embarrassed. Sorry, she said. The cocky guy grudgingly raised a finger upward. What's wrong? The prickle asked. Apologizing as if she'd hit a wall if they were as close as they were now, he began. It's worth saying thank you for having him around, the cocky guy said seriously. I'm sorry, the thorn said again, but softer and quieter. Just like that, and then clucked the impertinent lad from his pretense. Thankful he was here with her, the girl gave him a dazzling smile, disarming the defiant boy once. His trained heart went into a wild race, losing all rhythm. His head went blank and he took a step to meet her. All he saw now was how beautiful she was. Oh, is that the one? The girl looked away embarrassed. Not that she had much experience, but she had seen this kind of thing in doramas. His large and warm palm gently took her cheek, still wet with tears. He turned her face towards him and did the same thing with his other hand. Despite the obviousness of his actions, Yujin didn't resist. The daring lad reached for his reward and she returned the favor. Her intermittent breathing tickled the skin of his face. She could hear the frantic pounding of his heart. It became so warm, as if everything around them had melted. They closed their eyes and awkwardly sought each other's lips. You can forget about the whole world when you're in the moment. But suddenly the girl remembered what she had last eaten. The thought sobered her like a bucket of ice water. What's the matter? Why did you stop? Asked a worriedly defiant boy. Sausage and onions, that's what happened less than an hour ago, resented the girl. Nonsense! Smoked chicken ham can handle them, replied the same defiant guy. But the moment was already gone. Pull yourself together. It's all tea and fresh air, resisted the girl. First let's do, then we will think, insisted impertinent guy. Enough with the nonsense. She finally dealt with his pressure. Not that she didn't care for him, but she needed to sort out her feelings rather than get involved in everything, the pretty girl declared. I'm not sure, and he thought she had the same feelings, the naive boy replied reproachfully. It turns out those were hasty conclusions, he whined in a disappointed voice, like an abandoned puppy. What a fool, doesn't understand a thing, embarrassed the pretty prickle. Hey, snot. Squeezed the thorn in his shoulder and leaned in. The athlete's strong arm knocked the defiant lad to the ground. And who is the champion here told him her beautiful eyes that glittered with stars. Her lips, dry with excitement, pressed gently against his cheek, making him intoxicated again. What's she doing? The cocky boy was more excited than ever when the girl put her arms around his neck. She rubbed herself against him like a contented cat and snuggled in tight. In that instant, the monk's soul left his body in its entirety. She's serious about him too, because she wouldn't kiss just anyone, the cute cat declared. And since it's so serious, I don't want to do it in a hurry, she said in her thin voice. He can wait a bit, can't he? Said the prickle that easily defeated the champion. The daring boy took a long time to gather his thoughts, becoming timid like a puppy. He had the most beautiful girl in the world sitting on him in his mont, so he capitulated unconditionally. Wells shone a sincere smile at the cheeky fellow and wagged his tail obediently. What a simpleton! It's written all over his face, the girl thought. But that's exactly why you can't be afraid of him, the lovely prickle realized. He'll be calmer if she kisses the other side as well, the cheeky boy stated. The cat wondered whether to give the rascal an affectionate bite now. She moved closer to claw his ear while he was so naive. Ahem, coughed the passerby, who appeared at such a bad time. They get drunk on tea and make a mess, the old man grumbled. He didn't actually say a word, but it was clear enough. Caught off guard, the couple quickly disengaged. The world has ended, the old man grumbled incoherently and walked away. The couple looked at each other understandingly. Oh, that old generation. Unable to stand it, they both burst out laughing. It was too ridiculous. What are they doing here? She wiped the tears from her eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. Who knew? The cocky guy answered her, and at that moment the phone rang. Huiso also received the message, his pocket vibrating. Sung-hoon wakes up and says they're finishing up, asking them to come back. The cat Reed. Same thing. Reed is post-bowl guy. This coach is a very hard worker, said he. Let's go then. The girl stood up and shook herself off. As much as she didn't want to, she had to go. No, wait, there's still a second side, the brash guy said demandingly like a child. If we don't hurry, they'll suspect something, the Thorn stated. Then no sooner did the defiant champion back down. Now my back will cease to stand in a bend, capriciously he agreed. Okay, agreed Prickle. Open-mouthed fool, she looked at his pure and naive face. Puppy, she cracked the cocky mixed martial arts champion lightly. What the hell is that? The guy shouted, but it was too late. The defiant cat had run away. Pest shouted after her, and the Prickle stopped for a second, of course, and she was fine with that. He knows it's not that easy with her. The cheeky girl smiled slyly. We have to hurry, he told the naive guy. What a beast, Hui. So sighed in relief, he was willing to forgive anything right now. It can wait, thought he. Let him sort out his feelings. He could still feel them off his cheek, and his hand involuntarily reached for his face. An exciting memory of her soft, slightly roughened lips. Still, he got his reward right, thought the cheerfully defiant lad. The memory made his spirits high. How beautiful this night is. It's worth getting some more fresh air, and only then to go, he realized. Look here, said the commentator of the video of Huiso and Sung Chan's match. Look, he's got it all figured out, said the funny man in the bandana. And in just a few months, the blogger spoke from his phone screen. He easily switches from right-handed to left-handed, issued the blogger's accurate analysis. But even in wrestling, he gets better with every fight. What a talented fighter. This is a talent that is sure to reach the top, stated the bandana-wearing blogger. Sir, a secretary walked into the boss's office after knocking. The schedule for the LA match has come in, he reported to the bald boss. Let's take another look, asked SFC President Dave White. While the champions were chilling out, other athletes were preparing for their fights. Practicing kicks on paws and hanging bags shook the hall. There was a buzz of activity, sparring, wrestling, throwing, grappling. Yujin made her way into the break room. Preparations for the next match had not started and she could relax. Why are you crouching like a pig? The Prickle said sweetly as usual. The chief browbeaten grunt of this hall is waiting for him in his study, the girl called out to him. Money. She rubbed her fingers together contentedly. The girl had already received her paycheck. What a great cocky guy putting on the face of a ladies' man seducer. It's okay because he's a star, Hui. So thought to himself, what a scary thing to do, thought the Prickle. How much tea would you have to drink to make out with someone like that, the Prickle remembered. I'll go, said the feisty fellow. Be sure to get some rest. He stroked her head. The cat fluffed his fur, but the cocky guy didn't notice it. How good he is, Hui so thought. Tut, said the ladies' man as he arrived in the coach room. Sit down. Sung-hoon invited him into the conversation in his usual discreet manner. It seems these days some people use excuses to justify inappropriate behavior, hinted Sung-hoon, who said warily to the fighter. Absolutely everything, Song-hong sternly stated, and the bold fighter was embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. So why was he called here? He quickly changed the topic. Reward for the last match, check the full amount, gave him the paperwork browstick. Huiso's eyes rounded like the zeros he had counted. No mistake, asked the athlete. At first I didn't believe it was possible to get that much for a home match either, agreed Sung-hoon. 124 million in words was the amount of the winnings. The biggest contribution came from the pay-per-view broadcasts their match achieved in popularity, SFC's lowest ratings, but it was also a shocking success. If money is the yardstick, no one has made that much, then Huiso is the most valuable fighter in Korea. Sung-hoon spread out in front of him 4 stacks of sheets of papers, proposals from other organizations. Vale, too, appears to be a promising option, highlighted by Bravastic 1 contract. Bonus for joining, 10,065 per fight, double the rate for winning, and plus 5 for every win to the bet, all in dollars. The terms sounded very palatable to a guy who was just recently punching out merchandise at the checkout counter. But wouldn't it be better to choose SFC? Those don't have home broadcasting, asked Champion Vale negotiating. They will have it soon too. What's that about him? Asked the cocky champion. Really? The browbeaten coach looked at him sternly. The MMA market is growing, so they thought to enter it at the right time, Bravastic explained. It won't be easy to gain popularity in the new format, but he will do it quickly, reassured Sung-hoon. If he continues there, he'll make money and get the best medical insurance in Korea. They have potential, Hui-so remarked. SFC is still better, as Sung-hoon said earlier. That's the way it used to be. Now SFC has a lot of disadvantageous terms, the bearded coach recalled. Under the terms of the Med, expenses under $1,500 are paid by the fighter. The problem is that a large amount can be broken down into small payments, and then they will be less than the paid limit. It also applies to injuries during a match, and they don't cover expenses during training. Next, they get rights to his face. He will no longer be able to run his own social media and record videos. Also, for sponsorship, you need the association's approval. During the main matches, you have to dress Rita, their main sponsor. Anything else? Asked the frustrated champion. 3 more conditions, remarked Sung-hoon. Vale respects his personal rights, has flexible sponsorship, and good insurance. Sung-hoon listed their benefits again. So what will he choose? Asked the browbeaten man, tired of waiting for the impertinent accountant to make up his mind. Can't decide between the two, fidgeted the out-of-place Defiant champion. Why not try and continue negotiating with both of them? Hui-so asked. Under what conditions? Sung-hoon inquired. How about 80,000 for the fight? The cocky financier stated. He wants to impose those conditions on both organizations, the browbeaten coach asked in surprise. In X1 you can only get that kind of money if you win. Is there any point in transitioning then? Hui-so reasoned. Does he really think it's that easy to win and clinch it? Fretted the meticulous trainer. If it's a stalemate, both options are bad, stated the fighter. But on the other hand, Sung-hoon wondered, it could work, scratching his chin. Brovastik decided to contact the people at the agency right away and work things out. Okay, I'll give it a try, said the voice on the phone when he realized what he was being asked to do. 85, read the sum to Douglas Mack and figured the gain, the loss. Just now claimed, he asked the aide, and asked to keep the 100% win bonus, he added. And what do you say to that? The head of the branch asked for advice. Such investments make sense, the blonde man replied. Half of the pay-per-views for the Li Hui-so fight came from the United States. The aide confirmed his beliefs. Almost $200,000, he said, and the amount made McDouglas's eyes round. The lowest SFC events had sales at $250,000, the blonde guy said for reference. They have made the same offer to Vale, and there is a high probability they will choose it, he added. What should we do? The assistant asked, and the boss hesitated. Keep negotiating. Try to make the best offer and win, the boss ordered. And don't forget to show them where their seats are so they don't act cocky from the start, he stated. To summarize, said James Kahn, who was working as their agent when they met at the coffee shop. Coach and champion listened to him intently, all the hooking complexities making his head spin. Vale dropout SFC accept revised terms. Nothing changed significantly, but they agreed to raise the prize for the fight to $75,000. If Hui-so loses the first match, the bet will drop to $55,000. Less money, resented the fighter. A common tactic, pretend to agree, but on their own terms, explained the agent. What tricksters, thought the daring lad and pressed himself against the table. But it gives them the opportunity to set their own terms as well, Agent Khan said. If Hui-so wins, the bet will increase to $100,000 and retain a bonus plus 5 for each subsequent win. Also extending Ababis's sponsorship that he inherited from X1 if he wins his first fight, will get more bonuses from sponsors. And SFC accepted the offer, the athletes asked doubtfully. Agent Khan nodded contentedly. The almighty god of negotiation admired his skills as a trainer and fighter. There are also unspoken additional conditions not directly stated in the contract. The fight in mid-October. Want to get Hui-so into the game faster while he is popular, said the agent. Too early, figured meticulous Sung-hoon. No date is spelled out in the contract, so it could be moved to the end of October, Khan added. Can they find out who the opponent has asked the meticulous coach, and Khan reached into his bag of papers. 3 potential opponents total he's allowed to choose, the agent stated. First, Anthony Bryan, winner of the SFC Tufts reality show, is a rising star that recently entered the rankings. The second Drake had a 7-game winning streak in the small organization before coming to SFC, quickly rising to 14th place in the association after 3 wins. And finally, Henry Schiltz, nicknamed the Stubborn King, 9th place, a tough nut to crack, listed all the challengers to Khan. Before he'd only heard about them on TV or online, and now he can fight them. He's a cocky guy. SFC seems to be the way to go, he smirked, looking forward to some interesting battles. Although the coach knows best, he would recommend Drake. No obvious weaknesses, but lacks determination, Agent Khan suggested. First of all, a fight with him could potentially give a spot in the rankings, the agent added. The decision should be made now, Sung-hoon asked him. First, you have to decide on the contract. Do you want to sign it? Replied the agent. What do you think? Asked the brow-stick guy. If there is no objection from the senior, he wants to sign the contract, replied the resolutely defiant lad. Then it's settled. The meticulous Sung-hoon waved his hands. There are still some things to clarify before signing the contract, Agent Khan said. Are they aware of the unfavorable provisions of the SFC, advertising rights, health insurance, clarified the agent, and received an affirmative answer. Then you can put X's in the contract against the name. All other details can be dealt with later, they finished, and the athletes thanked the skillful agent. They will have a copy for safekeeping. A second one will be sent to SFC, Agent Khan warned. It is also undesirable to procrastinate. The opposing team should also prepare, the agent reminded. They are already ready to make a choice, Hui-so said. He had long wanted to face this opponent, said the daring fighter. If Senior didn't mind, he glanced at Sung-hoon and nodded. Can a trainer go against a fighter who wants to fight and choose his own opponent? Agreed Sung-hoon. Then who is it? Agent Kang asked. That's the guy he wants to whack, poked at the document rather defiantly. One of the gyms in Los Angeles was very noisy. A crowd of sweaty athletes panted practicing kicks, combinations, wrestling. Finally a rest, declared the athlete and collapsed on the floor. His partner had tired him out a lot. What a relief, he wondered, glancing at Brian, who was staring at his phone. Wow, he was glad there were free ears to use. Tony, said blonde Brian, he's got to see this. That critic and that fighter, the athlete began, and his partner urgently excused himself to take a leak. Just look, he shouted after his fleeing comrade, but he didn't listen. No one understands him. Brian sighed heavily. He looked around the hall for a new victim, and everyone hid their eyes anxiously. How much can you torture people with this? His coach asked him and immediately regretted it. He should definitely watch that flyaway video, the blonde insisted. He has a fight coming up, the trainer stated, but he wasn't being listened to. Watch this video first, then everything else, Brian insisted. He's the only coma like that. What a weirdo, said the bearded coach. What do you think? Anthony asked him. Amazing, really, he added when the video ended. The creepy guy in the bandana was wiggling and twitching funny while talking about the new fighter. A real beast has emerged in Asia, still in the same weight class, Brian enthused. I'd love to meet him once, the blonde fighter stated dreamily. Sure you want to? His bearded trainer asked. He definitely wants to fight him, repeated the coach's question. Is he going to be brought to SFC? Wondered Anthony. It's just that he's in Asia, Brian muttered, and the bearded trainer shoved a proposal document up his nose. Whoa, he recognized his opponent. It's Lee Hui-so, Anthony said. They just signed SFC and are considering him as a contender, the bearded trainer stated. The fighter shuddered. Put a bold X where it counts, encouraged by Anthony's upcoming fight. As Hui-so lay on the mat reading the news, Anthony Bryan confirmed his challenge. Most reactions to this news sounded skeptical, but that's what the cocky kid always thought. On the other hand, he was the underdog the whole time, excluding the title defense match. He just needs to show everyone who he is as usual. With each match, his fight sense has sharpened. Watching video, he can clearly visualize his opponent. Hui-so started the shadow fight, trying to visualize his opponent as clearly as possible. As if his opponent was standing right in front of him, the cocky guy saw the blonde man's face. He could feel his distance, his speed, the trajectory of the blow. Hui-so moved as if they were in a real fight, dodging the combinations of the larger opponent. He's open, he's got to hit, the daring fighter's instincts told him. Jong-hwan made a gurgling sound after his neck vertebrae were nearly broken. Oops, thought the daring fighter, stepping out of the matrix into the real world. He had just sent his best friend flying with a powerful high kick. Alive! The defiant fighter shouted across the room. It's not like they're going to make him pay for the damage. Criminal Hui. So, what are you going to pay for the damage? Abruptly jumped up Jong-hwan. They sat down to chat aside against the wall, Jong-hwan gathering his thoughts. How's the neck? Asked Hui-so, almost breaking it, getting ready to pay, grumbled his best friend. Why did you come here? The impertinent guy asked. He hadn't been here for a long time, so he decided to remind himself. Lately, they've been distant. Hui-so had important matches. He's going to fight Brian. Isn't Drake a better choice? His friend asked, but Hui-so shook his head. The fight with Drake is easier, but he aims to fight only the toughest fighters, the cocky fighter stated. Brian is the winner of the tough show. If you beat him, he'll get a lot of attention, explained his calculation to Hui So. As expected, he's special, said Zhonghwan, and yet he came here to tell him something. The friend became a coach, and Hui So was greatly surprised by this change. Because of some personalities, the number of newcomers has grown like yeast, said Zhonghwan. It makes him blush, replied Hui So. What about his fights? Hui So asked. The number of bids may decrease. Is he ready for that? It's okay. After that match, he realized his limitations and accepted them, but won, disagreed Hui So. Just barely, sadly remarked the friend. He won twice after his debut, but with a lot of difficulty, which is why he had to make such tough decisions. The main problem was the inability to cope with nervous tension. If this is not overcome, then high achievements can be forgotten. Moreover, Zhonghwan did not expect to overcome his nervousness in the future. And yet he is not one to give up easily, Hui So thought. From this match, he is now an assistant coach for the champion, the friend stated. Zhonghwan asked the Broastic to give him that opportunity so he could support the feisty guy. True, he had already said something like that, had to butter Hui So up to hear a couple nice words. How is Auntie doing? Hui So asked. He hadn't seen her since he quit the store. She's sick, Zhonghwan admitted as the feisty friend got so excited. After the debut, there was little he could do to help her, Zhonghwan said, and she was overworked. Plus his income is low and something needs to be done. She needs to rest and he needs to take care of everything, the friend informed. So that's the real reason Hui So realized. She supported him all this time, but she lost her health, so Zhonghwan could no longer insist on her desires. He sacrificed his dream of building a career as a fighter for more stability and his single mom. He's thinking about unnecessary nonsense right now. A friend snuck up. Nothing like that. Hui So excused himself. So I believed it, Zhonghwan thought to himself when he heard those weak excuses. The time may not be right, but he can do the coaching job, Zhonghwan said confidently. This body is sure to handle champions outside the ring. He smugly pointed his finger. No shit, quipped the cocky kid to his newly minted coach. Succeed, shouted Zhonghwan, for he had bet his entire life savings on it. Can't hear the answer. Look the new coach at the lazy champion. I will definitely win, chanted Hui So. Great. Then let's start a special super training immediately. The young coach fired up. The ground will be chewed up by a lazy asshole, the young coach thought with a smile. He'll be the first to tire himself out, the daring fighter thought. What is he doing after practice? Hui So asked, and Zhonghwan replied that he was free. How about a couple shots of tea, suggested the feisty champion. Training for the fight starts tomorrow, and he wants to race through tea shops, a friend wondered. The main question is dark tea. Light tea or rice tea, the champion stated. Dark tea, drooled Zhonghwan, already had last time. Better soju rice tea, insisted Hui So. They had a long argument about which tea room to go to and what to snack on, a breast or a cold pub appetizer. Then today is his treat, Zhonghwan's best friend proudly offered. Drinking tea to the brim, dragged the strong champion of his comrade, ended up taking the pork breast. After yesterday's tea party, Hui So was desperately sweating at practice with Zhonghwan. Next, commanded the young and ruthless coach. Gather the ropes, he shouted to the defiant champion, and he grabbed the ropes. Drop the yunga, onward, shouted the friend in Sergeant Hartman's voice. Spinning faster, he commanded Hui So took the hand grip trainer. Next, shouted the coach. Hui So grabbed the heavy weights. He did a lot of reps on the double throw to strengthen his shoulders. Zhonghwan counted out the right amount, and Hui So rushed to the rope. No legs or start over, the tough coach stated. Hui So jumped down hard, the last stage, Zhonghwan reported in their circuit training. I wish it hadn't cracked, thought the daring champion, and tore the tire from the balaz with all his might. With a powerful jerk, he was able to put her on her butt and push her forward. The heavy tire flipped over. After all the exhausting exercises, the last one was especially hard to give. 19 minutes, stated the stern and young coach. Wow, for all 4 sets. This was the program of the wrestlers on the national wrestling team, cheered the results Zhonghwan. Why did they try to do what they couldn't? That's the magic of especially gifted trainers, grumbled the feisty lad. But he managed it, objected the friend. He may think he's in very good shape if he can do that, cheered Zhonghwan. Then that's good, sighed the fighter heavily. It would still require preparation to meet the blonde man, the daring athlete pondered. It wasn't often he heard him praise, wondered Zhonghwan. From what was shown on the Tough Show, Brian has great mental and physical stability. He is such an incredible fighter that it made me want to fight and win even more, Huiso stated. So it's different, Zhonghwan muttered, and he got a call. Coach Song picked up the phone by a friend. Okay, I'll betray, obediently replied Zhonghwan. Their agent called, wanted to pass it on, comrade, but the feisty guy was lying in a complete slump. Snores like a pig, smiled his best friend. He'll drive it even harder tomorrow, he thought. In the meantime, he carefully covered his source of income with a blanket. Huiso drifted off into a deep sleep, yesterday's tea party still making itself known. It's fine, Zhonghwan said. He's sure to make money off the bets. Do a good job. The hen with the golden eggs, smiled the coach. Brian sat in a special tent and read various news stories. Breathing the thin air was difficult. I had to take more frequent breaths. Bearded coach Alex watched these exertions with skepticism. Time, Anthony, he told the fighter, and the blonde man climbed out of the tent. Then a treadmill with a filter mask awaited him, making it difficult to breathe. He was panting constantly, but kept up the pace. At the end, Anthony felt completely exhausted as he should be after a good workout. Good job, the bearded coach patted him on the shoulder. Stop by after practice, we'll talk, Alex asked, about which conversation Anthony was worried. You'll find out later, Alex answered evasively, and the blonde man looked at him suspiciously. Everyone is gone, Alex asked him as Anthony entered his office. No one is there, no one in the locker room and restroom either, the disgruntled athlete replied. Let's hope so, Alex answered and went into the drawer of his desk. He pulled out a small inhaler, the kind they give asthmatics. It's really necessary. The fighter was angry. As if it was the first time we were doing it, Alex dismissed his objections. I mean, he trained regularly in a hypoxic tent. Why would he go to such extremes, the athlete denied. The effect of the tent lasts a couple hours. It's 2 weeks before the fight. He sits in the tent twice a week, but it won't affect the match much, Alex explained. Gaseous xenon can be used because it is not detected by the doping test. He understood, pressured the stubborn athlete by his coach. The day before the weigh-in, right before the match, coach reminded him, hide it until then. Anthony clenched his fists. Never use it before, Alex said, and the athlete snapped back, and it's so clear, he yelled. Anthony, the sneaky trainer shouted after the quickly departing fighter. Acting like a fairy of innocence, the sneaky trainer mocked the fighter. As Anthony left the room, the shutter of an old camera clicked several times in a dark corner. The shadow in the corner of the house chuckled softly. The pictures came out great. The day of their departure for America arrived. The grumpy master was giving everyone instructions. Li Su, don't you dare be chilly, grumbled the unshaven master. What can happen in a week, replied the man. There will be more work than he thinks, said the lazy master. Since Taeyong and Taejun are on the spot, there will be no problem, Li Su denied. And where are Hai Bom and Yu Jin? The cocky fighter asked unhappily. They have a new shoot, the trainer told him. Again, frustrated fighter, it couldn't be helped. They asked me to tell him that they were sorry and wished him victory. Li Su smiled. That's what Yu Jin said. The naive boy glared, not hiding his emotions at all. No Hai Bom cut short his reverie by the blonde trainer. It's time, grumbled the old master as they announced boarding for their flight. Be careful, said goodbye to the champion Li Su. I will come back with a victory, he promised. Let's go. The cocky kid led a team of 2 boomers and 1 young coach. 14 hours later, they arrived in New York, at the hotel that had been prepared for them. Tired after the flight, asked their agent Khan. It's all so fast, whined the feisty champion. I didn't expect so much press, Huiseo said, all because of the sold-out broadcasts and promotion on YouTube, Agent Kang explained. There were about 10 reporters, the rest fans and sports photographers. He's got the car ready, so as long as no one sees it, you can use it. A guide will visit them soon. No other activities are scheduled, just a medical checkup, Agent Khan informed them. The main events are the open practice and press conferences, he added. It's also best to avoid unnecessary interviews other than those certified by SFC. There is one pesky investigator of SFC corruption and scandals. It's always full of people before matches, Agent Khan said. They do know what that means, asked the agent. Just cooperate with the SFC, thought the cocky guy. Then that's where their helpful Agent Kang left things. The old master went with him as well. See you tomorrow, left the lazy master fighter to the junior coach. Guys, when left completely unsupervised by grumpy coaches, immediately we made a stir. Happy as children for the adventure, the expensive hotel, the comfortable room, the buzz of New York. And how do you like your trip to New York? Zhang Huan mimed the microphone of a journalist. I think the whole city should know what kind of star is visiting them, said the cocky guy. What a cheeky guy, slapped the champion on the back by his friend and coach. How dare he beat the champion's precious body fooled Hui So. They collapsed onto the soft beds. After the long flight and all the emotions, they were quickly drifting off to sleep. "Thank you," said Jung Hwan to his friend. "Thanks to him he is traveling, but after all, they are here for work," brushed off the impertinent friend. "Of course," replied the young coach carelessly to his best friend. "Are you nervous before the fight?" asked Jung Hwan champion, but he only laughed. It was him. Hui So was confident to defeat the opponent. "But he is very worried, especially about what might happen in the future," the young coach said. "The world stage, it is an ocean full of whales, a lot of attention. Someone will love, someone will hate someone. Be careful," wished Jung Hwan. "You shouldn't worry." Hui So brushed off his friend's concerns. "If someone doesn't like him, does he have to think about it?" the cocky lad declared smugly. "All it takes is to win and go higher," the fighter stated confidently. What a carefree chump, Jung Hwan thought, and looked at his friend. "From excitement, he rather wants to fight faster," stated the defiant champion. "That's what he's all about," grinned the young trainer. Problems did arise, Agent Khan informed them the next day. "It's not like that." Brian denied the allegations from the front pages of sports magazines and social media. "Is it true?" the old master asked. "Who knows?" Kang replied. "But if there was a test, the fight might be cancelled." "What about the fee for the fight?" grumbled the unshaven master, and Agent Khan shook his head. "How bad?" grumbled Sang-guk unhappily. Did the daring fellow doubt? "How much can this article be believed?" asked Kana Hui So. "Elvani doesn't get very far without proof, so it's probably true," Khan replied. "There will be an emergency conference now. SFC will not sit idly by and try to justify themselves," Hui So realized. "If the fight is cancelled, everyone will suffer a loss," said Kang. "And if not, he will fight a guy who is doping," replied Hui So. "In such a situation, Korean organizations confiscate the entire fee from the fighter who broke the rules," the old master grumbled. "A press conference has already been scheduled," Agent Khan told them. "Then we should try it," the defiant champion suddenly said. "It's not like he's going to ruin SFC's reputation," Kang worriedly clarified. "No, just to find out the truth," Hui So replied. "The consequences could be dire," Khan warned, "but they still need to take advantage of the situation to their advantage," the cocky lad replied. "He agrees?" the agent asked as the grumpy master nodded. "The will of the fighter decides." The unshaven master agreed with the brash fellow. "Well, what can you do with these athletes?" Agent Khan sighed. "Thank you for understanding," the cocky guy determinedly said. The conference drew a whole crowd of journalists, fans, and other gawkers. Hui So, Anthony Bryan, presented from the conference presenters. They stepped out into the hall and met each other with inquisitive glances. Bryan looked confident, as if the scandal hadn't affected him in any way. "Let's start the press conference," said Douglas Mack from the podium. "Each reporter has a different number, so you can start in order," he said, and the first question went to Bryan. "Is he taking banned drugs?" the reporter asked. "No, he is not taking banned drugs," Anthony replied. "All lies and provocation," justified the fighter. "If someone does not agree, let him show proof. Drugs, doping, he's constantly suspected. And then there are the rumors of a deal with Alex Griffin," the reporter said. "Alex is just a coach and he has tough training methods," replied Bryan freely. The conference was looking more and more like a warm bath. "Rumors no more," Anthony easily excused himself, looking smugly at the crowd. "There is surveillance footage. They met in private in the hall," another journalist stated. "They met everywhere after all." "Alex is his coach," Anthony stated. The journalist objected. "But the meetings always took place after hours when no one was around." That day he'd gotten into an argument over money. The conversation hadn't been very pleasant. Then he'd run out of the office, brazenly lying to the blonde fighter. "It's personal, but he can tell if Anthony's bragging rights are required. After all, it's for an interrogation and a press conference. Maybe they'll pay attention to Mr. Lee," Bryan said. Agent Khan thought poorly. Anthony got away with all the charges. They are pros and can destroy Hui So. Moreover, they deliberately ignored him to downplay the Korean. "If it continues like this, Hui So's importance will drop in the eyes of the audience," Kang pondered. "Then he wouldn't mind taking a doping test?" the reporter asked the blonde athlete. Even now, Bryan grinned smugly. Since he agreed so readily, a murmur went through the room, so the whole story is really fiction. "Any more questions?" Douglas Mack asked, but the reporters were silent. He wanted to end the conference, but a cocky guy prevented him from doing so by raising his hand. "Aside from questions, he has the right to voice his opinion," the feisty fellow declared. "Let's give him the floor then," Mac Douglas agreed. "Thank you," Hui So replied. "First of all, great performance. It was fun," the fighter stated, and the reporters tensed up. Great game, he even believed it. Sarcastic Hui So, and even Anthony tensed at his words. But it's all a sham, Hui. So slammed the table and got up from his seat. Let me tell you what a despicable bastard this guy is, he declared. Objection, shouted from the audience, as if they were in court for a hearing. Is he accusing them of whitewashing Brian, the reporter asked, thus giving himself a head-scratcher. If the answer is obvious, why ask, wondered the defiant lad. Too stupid a question for a reporter, Hui So said. Then what were they supposed to ask, the bearded journalist brazenly said. Brian has a bunch of coaches. What's the point of asking about them? Poked at the opposing team, Hui So. Why would he be candid, Brian asked, just because of the rumors, he yelled back. This is so sensitive information. Does a guy who is about to lose have secrets? Or maybe he brought doping here, right now, Hui So said, and the opponent trembled. Just like that, the usually reserved Sung Hoon chuckled softly. It's an unfounded slander. The opponent took umbrage, but Hui So paved. It won't be unfounded, he said. Clearly, he was going to use the stimulant hormone EPO. The effect lasts 72 hours, began the cocky fellow. Those who have any brains realize that today is 3 days before the fight, continued Hui So. He has not yet doped, and it is possible to do a test. Anthony posts a lot about his workouts, but that's just for diversion, nailed the cocky guy to his opponent. The naturally secreted hormone is short-lived, but has a good effect on athletes. But how will they then notice the difference asked from the audience? It is safer to take doping before the fight, said Hui So. EPO levels can only be confirmed by a blood test, but needles can injure the athlete. It would be difficult to distinguish artificial levels of EPO by modern tests, but it is possible to examine the body for injections. It's true, Brian, asked the cocky athlete. He's not a drug addict after all. This is over the top. Anthony was indignant and walked over to Hui So. What is he trying to accomplish, the blonde asked. If he is wrong, he will publicly apologize, the defiant fighter declared, raving Anthony. Hui So cut short his objections. He had seen his fights and tough, said the cocky guy. It looked really cool from the outside, Hui So stated. I thought I'd finally meet a tough fighter, the cocky fighter said disappointedly. He remained silent to give Brian a chance to say everything honestly, with his mouth the whole truth, the fighters standing close together. Now he doesn't see him as an opponent and doesn't care if he comes in doped or not, Hui So stated, and McDouglas loved it. As soon as the fight starts, I'll bury you alive in the ring, growled the defiant lad. The headlines blasted Brian, Agent Khan, jubilant at how well everything had worked out. That was cool, he stated to the fighter, but Hui So responded reservedly and thoughtfully. He will be the star of this match, his Agent Khan assured him, and McDouglas liked it. Here he is, right, agreed the feisty fighter. I didn't know he was good at doping drugs, Kang said, and he's not, Hui So said. He was helped by the old master after all, Hui So pointed out to the coach. Not that, but how did he manage to make such a fuss over such information? Asked the old master, Agent Kana. Stop talking nonsense, slapped the impertinent boy on the back, the old master. Brian is now mentally shaken by what's going on. Khan smiled contentedly. Gadgetry, he kicked the empty bucket so that it skittered across the room. Told you it was unnecessary, Anthony yelled across the room. All the time spent, all the effort now tainted with the stigma of being a cheat, the athlete was angry. Lee was right. He did come to the conference with a can of gasoline to burn it all down. Needing to admit his mistake, Brian was beating the wall with his fists, and the coach hurried to calm him down before he got hurt. How can he calm down now? The blonde man resented. Everything has already happened, the coach cut off. He's so calm because he has nothing to lose, Anthony said in response. Some of it is his fault as he is the head coach and missed everything, but now you have to make the right decisions with a cool head, the coach said. After all, no one knows anything now except that Brian didn't dope, the coach said, but Anthony wouldn't budge. It's okay, his trainer stated confidently, and the fighter fell silent. He's upset now, but there's no need to do something he'll regret. But then what to do? Asked the frustrated boy. Take out all the anger and resentment in a fight with Lee Hui So, his coach told him. After all, he is the culprit of all that happened, and he needs to take revenge properly. The coach turned his attention to the impertinent opponent. If it wasn't for Lee Hui So, the conference would have gone quietly. He was the one to blame for everything, repeated the coach.